We are live at Coletco for Tuesday's record sales. New Year's Eve. No, this is New Year's Eve. Yeah, what am I thinking? New Year's Eve. Roxy Matt Ketron, welcome. All right. Welcome. Hope everybody's having a fantastic time. I knew I shouldn't have. I was like, I know I'm not going to put 6 o'clock tonight because there's no way. So I said 6:30, and I'm pretty close. So thanks for bearing with me. Um, let's see here. Thanks everybody for watching and tuning in night after night as you always do. Make sure you hit the like button on YouTube and Facebook. I don't think there's a like button to hit on Twitch, so welcome everybody to the machine. Welcome, my son. All right. We go up front and turn off the music. Hope everybody's had a fantastic Monday. fantastic Tuesday. All right. Good thing my table's already cleared off. Oh, it's Tuesday. My bad. Chad, I got some Taylor auto season. I contact Paul. Yeah, contact Paul. We'll buy Taylor. I had somebody else reach out to me a couple days ago, said they had a few side Taylor Swift items, and I was like, I'm interested. Always buying Taylor. ABT, always buying Taylor. I'll buy Taylor any day of the week. I wish I could buy her to come to the store and sign autographs. Golly, could you imagine the line outside of the store? Could you imagine the line outside of this building if people knew Taylor Swift was in here sitting at a table signing autographs? Golly. Golly. Coletco would be crazy. All right. Let's do this. Of course, I'm logged out. Coletco live at iCloud.com. I don't think we even use that email address. We don't. All right, I'm all the way up front. I think I can see y'all's comments right now. Yeah, let me ask Mark. I'm up here right now. Let me ask Seth. I'm going to get those for you tonight, okay? Ask Paul would be the greatest psych album to get started on. That is a good question. I'll text him right now unless he's on the chat. He's not here today. I'll text him, find that out. I got to put some groceries in the fridge. I had Subway today. I feel better. I've been eating Chick-fil-A, and sometimes it's just not the best. Sometimes it's cold. It's great food, but if you get it cold, it just kind of ruins my night. I'm like, yuck. I didn't get a good meal to start this crazy 8-hour nonstop shift I'm about to do. Jim B, did you buy one of the baseball cards on eBay? There's literally somebody that messaged me and he said, can you send me a different invoice, Jim B? And I'm like, but it's not the state you live in. So I'm like, what's going on? Wow, though, they've made progress back here in the back room. Nice, the fridge. Fridge is cleared out too. I like it when the fridge is empty. It's made for us employees to keep our food, and sometimes there's a lot of stuff. I'm like, what is all this? This is nobody's food. It's just a bunch of stuff. I've got so much little things I keep forgetting to do. I'm going to make a little to-do list right now. No, not me. Okay. All right, so let me make a to-do list. I need to do Facebook ad. I need to do 45s and then Beatles hype. New vinyl sale. Okay. Let me ask Tanner about the Beatles lights. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow, there is only 14. Okay, that's weird. And the Pink Floyd light, Perry-order. Pink Floyd light. Pink Floyd light. Pre-book. Okay. All right. Here we go. Big night for new vinyl. We finally got stuff in to show. Big pre-order night. I love it. And John's got new vintage, and we're about to get started. So, Tanner told me, let me take pictures of this. Okay, I was told I got to show books tonight or I'm going to get shot. And I don't want to get shot by my staff. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Pre-owned. Discount great. And New Christmas. Wow, we sold a lot of New Christmas vinyl on sale. Jane Fink don't have an email. Okay. Let's see here. I'll make a note. Jane Fink needs invoice. Jane, let me see if I can find that for you. I can just set a reminder. Let me see if it's been generated. Our receivables at the end of the year is at an all-time high. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Jane Fink, I don't see an invoice generated for you. You did make purchases last week? Let me make sure I'm spelling your name right. Yeah? It's not under Schneider, is it? Schneider? No. It says you don't have an invoice since April 7th. Is that right? Is this your first invoice since April 7th? I don't see anything. Jane Fink. I'm looking at Jane Fink. I don't see anything since let me just type in Fink. Yeah, I don't see anything since April 7th. Unless it's under a different name. Jane. No. So I don't see an invoice for you since April 7th. So if you bought something last week, it either did or did get keyed in. I got some Lee Hazelwood. Okay. Let me see if you still have a ticket then. Jane. No tickets. Fink. No, that's a mystery. I'll make a note for Ed, but no, I don't see you having an invoice since April, and there's no active tickets. So, Ed to start working. He does a lot of investigative work for us, okay? He does investigative work when things kind of just go missing. Sounds like that's what's happened. Okay, let's get started. Let me move a few more things out of my way. Go ahead and just get this stuff up here. I need to find out about our holiday schedule for the next couple days. Mostly the store. Okay. Ruh-roh, Scooby-Doo. Hi, Otis. I hadn't seen Otis since Christmas Day. Isn't that sad? No, I've seen him since then. Haven't I? I don't know, honestly. let's move these posters temporarily. I'm going to try to show them tonight, but I'm also going to try to show all these books. I'm breaking my own policy, but I'm going to lay them right here on the floor. Okay. Amenities, 130 records. Wow. Okay. How many people we got on? 205. I think it's time to start the show. 205. 205. 205. That's a good number. 205. Laura's going to bring up the rest of the auction. She's got a note here for me. Okay. Let's see here. I forgot to give those to you. Okay. All right. Auction number 1, Duran Duran and the Scorpions. Let's get started. Duran Duran and the Scorpions. Duran Duran is a 1986 USOG. It's sealed, but we either know it's a specialty or allied pressing. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. It's sealed, never been opened, an original. $30 start on that. The Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. The Scorpions is also a $30 start. It's a 1977 US repress, Indianapolis press, EX Plus condition. I always thought that was a cool cover. $30 start on the Scorpions, okay? There's that. And then we have First. Last night, we had some crazy sales going on. Like, we were doing half off insane Paul and Laura crates to bring in the new year early. And then I went ahead and started putting new vinyl on sale. I started with 1 crate of Christmas. I didn't get into too much because tomorrow night is going to be end of the year, new vinyl on sale. I don't have a lot of stock, but whatever I do have that's old, even if it's 15 or 30 days old, it's going to be put on sale tomorrow night. So for tonight's new vinyl, I'm going to do this, maybe a sampling of other new vinyl, and then, of course, we have new stuff to tag that's pre-ordered. And then tomorrow night's going to be a big night to tune in for on sale. So we've started with Christmas here, and I had Jimmy Buffett marked down $10 off, just $24.99 for Jimmy Buffett's Christmas album. And for $24.99, we're going to sell one to Tracy McFadden. We're going to sell one to Rick Hall. We're going to sell one to Carla Brecky. That leaves me 3, and we're going to sell one to Vince Lano. We're going to sell one to Jen Cast, and then we're going to sell one to Brittany Willie, and they're all sold. That was all of them. So we're sold out of Jimmy Buffett Christmas, $24.99 on those. I had 1 share left at half off, $14.99. That's red vinyl share. I was down to 1 copy. And this was sold to Andrew Eisensmith at $14.99. So he got that at $14.99. And then the next one was Casey Musgraves, and $24.99 on Casey. And the Casey Musgraves, I had Michael Morscadelli. Michael Morscadelli, he wants both Caseys. So there's another one coming up, so we'll give him that one. And then Cynthia Herdron wants a Casey, $24.99, and I think that's it. Yep, that's it on Casey. So there's 2 people, and they wanted 1 of each. That was Michael Morscadelli, Cynthia Herdron. So Casey Musgraves is still available, $24.99. No bid on the Scorpions, looking for a $30 start. No bid on Duran Duran Sealed OG, looking for a $30 start. And then we had Andra Day, and I marked these down to $16.99. Andra Day, $16.99, no takers. So that's about as cheap as I can get those. That's probably around cost. So $16.99 for Andra Day. Those are on red vinyl, and I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 of those, okay? The Duran Duran is Notorious. It's a 1986 U.S. Allied OG sealed copy. It has a punch hole. No bid for a $30 start yet, and then Scorpions, final chance on that one. We had Michael Bublé, which I did $5 off at $24.99. It was sold to Carla Brecky. And then we had 1 Rod Stewart Christmas album left, $12 off. Yeah, last night, man, we had some crazy stuff going on. We were selling crazy amounts of records. I don't know if y'all are watching. It was the most intense half-off crate we've ever done. GenCast on Rod Stewart for $34.99. So thank you, GenCast gets that. That was my last copy. And then both of these Casey Musgraves are sold, also $24.99. One for Cynthia Herdron, and the other one is sold to Michael Morscadelli, okay? Amenities, that was my last Buble, so it's already gone. We do have a bid on Duran Duran, but nobody bid on Scorpions, so let's go ahead and make that a $30 buy it now. Scorpions is a no bid, $30 buy it now. Let's go ahead and jump over here, and let's go ahead and put up David Bowie, and this is Hunky Dory. And Hunky Dory is a 1980 U.S. reissue. It's an Indianapolis press, VG++ condition. David Bowie's a $25 start. Hunky Dory, $25 start. Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You. I got these down to $19.99. $19.99. No takers on it, though. No takers on it. $19.99, so that one's still available. And then Rudolph's, I got these down to $29, which was $7 off sticker. A classic. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. One sold to Rachel Crosta, one sold to Andrew Isaac-Smith. He also got Cher earlier. And then the other Rudolph is still available. So Rudolph is still available at $29.99. That's my last one. All right, so who got the Scorpions? Scorpions went to Eric Van Leuven for $30, Michael Freiberger second, Greg Preston third. David Bowie has a bid for $30, and now over here we got Duran Duran sold to James Goggin for $30, okay? All right, so first thing I have is Christopher Cross Christmas. I did this one at $5 off, $24.99 on that one. And we have Tony Riddle put Grinch and Frosty. He probably wants this one right here. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, so he put, the Rudolph, but I think I'm not for sure. He put Frosty. There's no Frosty. There's Rudolph. I bet he meant this one. And so how many total copies of that I had? I had 3 copies of that, right? And those went to Tony Riddle, Rachel Crosta, and Darren Wortman. Okay, so those are sold out. David Bowie has a bid for $30. There's Christopher Cross, and then I had Grinches, and these were $24.99. One to Michelle Clements and one to Tony Riddle. Those are sold at $24.99. And then Mary J. Blige, I did this $12 off. I got these down to $24.99. Mary J. Blige, $24.99. And that was my last one. Bright Eyes Christmas, $19.99. No, I have 2 Mary J. Blige. Brandy, I got Brandy to $19.99. That was originally $33. Mariah Carey Christmas 2, it's $19.99. Reba McEntire Merry Christmas, that one $24.99 was $33. Gwen Stefani was $29. And let's sell that to Tom Kelly. That was my last copy. And that leaves Gwen Stefani, You Make Me Feel Like Christmas, $29. 1 copy left, and New Edition, $24. Okay? David Bowie. So, James Goggin, 1 bid, $30. Let's put up 2 new auctions. So, I know that was fast-paced. That was our remaining new vinyl on-sale Christmas stuff. So, it's all on sale. Christmas is over. Whatever's left here, I'm going to put away and probably start showing it about October of next year, which next year is just in about 24 hours. 36 hours. So $24.99 for Reba, that's sold. Janet wants Mariah Carey Christmas 2, that's $19.99. And Stacy Brown gets New Edition for $24.99. Now, there's only one comment that I didn't recognize. Ryan Eaton put Trio. What was Trio? Ryan, are you on the feed? You put Trio. Was that the wrong? I know we had a record called Trio in the Vintage Discount Crate. Sometimes people go and look stuff up and then they accidentally click on the wrong video. But I don't have anything in here with Trio. So unless it's something I'm not familiar with. But let me show you what's left. I've got everybody's claims pulled. And let's put up Black Sabbath and Talking Heads for bonus auctions, okay? I have Black Sabbath. We have Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. This is a U.S. reissue, EX Plus condition. It's an RCA club. No, it's an RCA retail. Yeah, so it's a retail copy. Heaven and Hell, Ronnie James Dio first album, $35 start. And Talking Heads, Fear of Music. A 79 USOG Jacksonville press. It does have the original on her sleeve. That's a $30 start, okay? $30 start on that. So here's what's left in the on-sale Christmas records. Casey Musgraves, A Very Casey Christmas. Willie Nelson plays on here. Leon Bridges, 24. Jose Feliciano, $24.99. That's $10 off. I have three left. Merry Christmas from Andra Day, $16.99. I still got a bunch of those. 2, 4, 5 of those, $16.99. And then Mariah Carey, Merry Christmas, red vinyl, $19.99. All I Want for Christmas is a Christopher Cross album, $24.99. White vinyl, Mary J. Blige is $12 off, $24.99. Bright Eyes, A Christmas red vinyl, $19.99. Brandy from 33 down to 19. And then Reba's 24. And then Gwen Stefani, 29. And then New Edition, Christmas All Over the World, that was marked down to $24.99. Okay? So there's that. And yeah, Ryan Eaton, I'm going to reply to him. I'm not for sure what trio. I'm going to say, which one was this? Because I don't have that trio. I'm not for sure. Okay, and here we go. Okay. All I want for Christmas is you. It's now officially in everybody's heads. You will buy Mariah Carey. 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 Okay, well, folks, 7 o'clock on the dot. And I have something that, since I've been dealing in new vinyl, and since I've been a Rush fan, I've never had this in print. Their 2007 album, Snakes and Arrows. I have never been able to hold this and say, here it is, new and sealed, $38.99. I've yet to ever be able to have this. This is Rocktober. Start your ear off right. Your year and your year. Your ear and your year. How long have I been dealing in new vinyl? 39 years. 39 years. Since I was -9 years old, I've been selling new vinyl. Since I was -9. This is Rush, Snakes and Arrows. It is in print and it's available. I should have extras. Let's start tagging them. There's a bunch. Buckle up. I'm first going to give the one I'm holding to Randy Klein, okay? $38.99. Let's update these auctions. To my knowledge, Talking Heads does not have a bid. This is a 79 Jacksonville OG with the original under sleeve, near mint minus, $30 start. Black Sabbath does not have a bid yet. Final call for $35. Okay, we got one for Scott Corcoran and one for Oso Adventure. One for Scott Corcoran, one for Oso Adventure. We got one for Tim Rory and one for Derek Bowman. One for Tim Rory and one for Derek Bowman. One for R.J. Myers and one for Scott Beebe. We also got one for Patrick Lear. We got one for Richard Davis. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Richard. We got one for Jeff Malwitz. We got one for Clifford Umstead. We got one for Dwayne Worley. We got one for Jody Ruffner. We got one for Sean Pruitt. We got one for Sean Pruitt, and we got one for Stephen Chesney. We're going to sell a lot of Rush. Jim Anstad and Tim Floyd. If you know you wasn't on the pre-order, you might want to get in line right now so I can start tagging extras. Steve Howe and Todd Kilgore. It feels like it's been a long time since I've sold any new vinyl like this. It really has been, because near the end of the year, they don't put out a lot of new stuff, and it's the new year, and they're putting out new stuff. Those next two go to Scott Snee and Josh Brown. So here's everybody so far. I've got to swap out crates. Randy Klein, Scott Corcoran, Oso Adventure, Tim Rory, Derek Bowman, R.J. Myers, Scott Beebe, Patrick Lear, Richard Davis, Jeff Malwitz, Clifford Umstead, Dwayne Worley, Jody Ruffner, Sean Pruitt, Stephen Chesney, Jim Anstad, Tim Floyd, Steve Howell, Todd Kilgore, Scott Snee, and Josh Brown. And let me pause right there. I'm going to sit that down behind me. I'm going to grab a new empty crate. And we should have extras, so go ahead and get in line. I'd love to sell out tonight and then go ahead and order more and then have more by the end of the week. So there they are, Rush. The next person in line was Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone and David Howard. There's two more sold. And then Greg Preston and Mike Owen. Let me pause right there at Mike Owen, because Black Sabbath has two new bids. And that's Chadwick Smith and Michael Salazar. Michael, you're out. Chadwick's bid came in first. Talking Heads is clean OG copy for just a $30 buy it now. Fear of Music. Great price on that for such a nice copy. It's available. Our next auction is the Replacements. The Replacements is a 1984 USOG VG minus. It's called Let It Be, and the Replacements is a $30 start. Next on Rush is Brad Waits and Kelly Gabney. Brad Waits and Kelly Gabney. And then we had Joe Barrios and Bob Riger. Joe Barrios and Bob Riger. And then Michael McCullen. And then Joe Barrios commented again, so we'll skip him. Dennis Daly got one, and I have one extra. I hope that's not my only extra, but there's a good chance it is. There's a good chance it is. Let me go over here and look. The next crate is another Rush. The crate after that is another pre-order. The next crate after that is a few more Rush. Okay, good. I was like, surely I ordered a few more. Of course, some people pre-ordered just as recent as a couple of days ago, it looks like. So here's all of the Rush. Okay, and I've tagged everybody. And if you heard your name twice, also let me know. I did see one person accidentally comment twice. I'm going to go back to the top and read off who all got one live, okay? I left one. The first person was Scott Yoakumstaller, Mitch T. So Scott Yoakumstaller, Mitch T. Gary Samuels, Calvin Ward, and Amenities. Gary Samuel, Calvin Ward, and Amenities. Tom Kelly, and then Don Nicole. And then over here, Nick Bargeron, okay? So let's get away. No, Nick Bargeron wanted Talking Heads. And then David Dole, okay? Unless some of y'all commented twice. So the waiting list for Rush is Dan White, Harry Morris, and Kelly Cook. Dan White, Harry Morris, and Kelly Cook. I had about 7 or 8 extras right there. We just sold them all. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. So 3 people on a waiting list. Dan White, Harry Morris, Kelly Cook. Here was the pre-order, okay? Make sure everybody heard all those. Randy Klein, Scott Corcoran, Oso Adventure, Tim Rory, Derek Bowman, R.J. Myers, Scott Beebe, Patrick Lear, Richard Davis, Jeff Malwitz, Clifford Umstead, Dwayne Worley, okay, Jody Ruffner, Sean Pruitt, Stephen Chesney, Jim Anstett, Tim Floyd, Steve Howell, Todd Kilgore, Scott Sneed, Josh Bowman, Jerry Stone, David Howard, and then Greg Preston, Mike Owen, Brad Waits, Kelly Gabney, Joe Barrios, Bob Riger, Michael McCullen, Dennis Daly. That is $38.99, okay? Now, the people who got one live during the chat was Scott Yoakumstaller, Mitch T., Gary Samuels, Calvin Ward, Amenities, Tom Kelly, Don Nicole, David Dole, Dan White, Harry Morris, Kelly Cook are on a waiting list, okay? If you heard your name twice, let me know, because if not, you'll end up with 2 on your invoice. Rush, Snakes and Arrows, remastered 2 LP, sold out, 3 people on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. So here's what happened on Black Sabbath. 2 people bid 35, Chadwick Smith. You were first. The other person said he was out after 35. So this is sold to you for $35. No one bid on the Replacements. It's a $30 buy now. It's an 84 Twin Tone Records VG minus copy. The Replacements is a $30 buy now, okay? Thank you, and Rush is a waiting list, okay? Michael Freiberger gets the Replacements, sold. I'll be showing Rush again later as more and more people get on. That first one is officially sold out, and we got 3 people on a waiting list. Nice. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, Mean Bride. Blum 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 blum. Next auction, David Bowie and REM. This is REM Chronic Town. This is an 82 US reissue EP, Indianapolis Press, VG++ EX, REM, $30 start, Chronic Town, David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. This is an 1980 US, Indianapolis Press, VG+, $25 start. That's our next couple auctions, okay? Let's find our next one. Same thing. If you know for sure you're not on the pre-order for Feedback, right now would be the time to claim this. Feedback is $29.99. Also been out of print for years. Have not been able to get this. Rush is $29.99. One sold to Jody Ruffner. Thank you, Jody Ruffner. One sold to Clifford Umstead and Scott Corcoran. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Scott Corcoran. Alvo Dabney Jr. There's 2 for Alvo Dabney. We got 1 for Jen Cast, 1 for Tracy McFadden. Thank you, thank you. We got 1 for Jim Anstant. We got 1 for Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Jim Anstant. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. If you know for sure you're not on the pre-order. By the way, if you want on pre-orders, make sure you join our private group, Whole Lot of Records. John Smetzer and Todd Kilgore. Thank you, John Smetzer. Thank you, Todd Kilgore. Dwayne Sevilla and Stephen Chesney. Thank you, Dwayne Sevilla. Thank you, Stephen Chesney. Jerry Stone and Stacy Metternich. Jerry Stone and Stacy Metternich. There's 2 more sold. Let me put 2 more in here. Let's put 1 more in here for RJ Myers. And let me swap out crates right quick. There's 1. The last person is RJ. Probably have a handful of these left over. And typically these start year off rights, they should be in stock for a waiting list. If not, they also get grabbed up pretty fast, and then it could be a while before they come back in. Just never know. Dennis Daly and Scott Snee. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Scott. We got Fred Carnell. We got Josh Brown. Thank you, Fred Carnell. Thank you, Josh Brown. Terry Gearhart and Michael Thrower. Thank you, Terry Gearhart, Michael Thrower. David Howard and Scotty Hops. David Howard and Scotty Hops. Greg Preston and Richard Davis. Greg Preston and Richard Davis. Scott Beebe and Greg Lee. Scott Beebe and Greg Lee. Paul Conway, Craig Sweden. Paul Conway, Craig Sweden. Brad Waits, Tom Sullivan. Brad Waits, Tom Sullivan. Mike Owen and Joe Barrios. Mike Pierce. And remove me from the pre-order. I already have in the box set. Mike Pierce. Okay. It looks like I got 2 extras. Stacy, was you on there twice? Stacy might have been on there twice. No, Stacy, you was just on there once. She might have commented live. I'll go back up here and see. I've only got 2 in stock. And the first one goes to Tom Kelly. Stacy was already on the pre-order. Give the other one to Dan White. So here's the waiting list. Let me make sure I don't have any more over here. Make sure there's not any more hidden in any more of these crates. Let's see. Yep. Okay, good. Oh, great. I was about to say, surely I ordered more. Okay, good. So I gave one to Dan White. Calvin Ward and Tim Grindstaff. Calvin Ward, Tim Grindstaff. David Dole and Amenities. And Jan Gunther. And Joseph McCormick. First person on the wait list is George Jones. First person on the wait list is George Jones. George, I ran out right at you. Unless I miscounted. If so, you'll be the next person they tag one. Or if I accidentally gave somebody twice. Usually on these big pre-orders, if they think I've tagged somebody twice, they'll give it to the next person. So 1 person on Rush waiting list for feedback, George Jones. Everybody else that I've called off got 1, including the pre-order and everybody live. Let's do that one more time. The pre-order, before I do that, here we go. We have Aladdin Sane. Aladdin Sane did not get a bid. Both of these auctions are buy nows. We have a 1980 U.S. Indianapolis press of David Bowie, $25. Aladdin Sane, $25 for David Bowie. That is sold. Let's put that right over here. That's sold to Tim Grindstaff, and Michael Freiberger gets REM for $30. Wow, so those are gone too. No auctions left over, and right now there's no vinyl left over. Those are all sold, and here was our next auctions. Our next auctions are the following. David Bowie and Billy Joe Schaefer. We have David Bowie Pinups, and David Bowie Pinups is a 1973 USOG Indianapolis press. EX condition with the original under sleeve, that's $25 start. And Billy Joe Schaefer, Gypsy Boy. And this is a 1977 sealed copy, $25 start on that. So the pre-order for Rush feedback was Jody Ruffner, Clifford Umstead, Scott Corcoran, Alvo Dabney got 2, Jen Cass, Tracy McFadden, Jim Anstant, Sherry Darnell, John Smetzer, Todd Kilgore, Dwayne Sevilla, Stephen Chesney, Jerry Stone, Stacy Message, RJ Myers, Dennis Daly, Scott Snee, Fred Cardinale, Josh Brown, Terry Gearhart, Michael Thrower, David Howard, Scotty Hops, Greg Preston, Richard Davis, Scott Beebe, Greg Hill, Paul Conway, Craig Sweden, Brad Waits, Tom Sullivan, Mike Owen, Joe Barrios, and live tonight, we sold Rush feedback to Tom Kelly, Dan White, Calvin Ward, Tim Grindstaff, David Dole, Amenities, Jan Gunther, Joseph McCormick, George Jones first on the wait list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay? Done. Here's a record that's not ever been in print, to my knowledge. It might be first time on vinyl, so let's go ahead and knock it out. Okay, so Tim, the buy it now on David Bowie earlier, The buy now on David Bowie earlier was $25, okay? Now, I think right when I was ending this, you put David, and I thought you were making a buy now for 25. If you're good for that, it's yours for 25. If not, then I'll make sure, okay? These are now back up for bid. There's 2 new auctions, and let's tag this. I've never seen this before. Queen of the Damned soundtrack. Songs by Jonathan Davis and Richard Gibbs performed by Static X, Disturbed, Linkin Park, Marilyn Manson's on here, Papa Roach, Deftones, Disturbed, Earshot, Godhead, Dry Cell, Tricky. So this is another Start Your Ear Off Right exclusive Queen of the Damned soundtrack. Let me pull this up. It's a 2 LP and it's on red vinyl. We've sold about as many of these as we did Rush albums. So Start Your Ear Off Right, Rhino exclusive, the new, as in NU metal, new metal, Tour de Force. 2 LP, $39.99. So if you don't have this, it is available. I should have some extras. Here are the pre-orders. First person was Chevy Bailey. Chevy Bailey, then Derek Cesaro and Terry Gearhart. Derek Cesaro and Terry Gearhart. We also have Scott Ranington and Rebecca Barber. Scott Ranington and Rebecca Barber. And then we got Sarah Morgan and Josh Tanner. Whoops. We got Sarah Morgan and Josh Tanner. There's 2 more sold. Sarah Morgan, Josh Tanner. Ryan Eaton and Clifford Umstead. Ryan Eaton and Clifford Umstead. There's 2 more so. Queen of the Damned, $39.99. And then Stephen Parton and Hiram Aponte. Stephen Parton and Hiram Aponte. Matt Algram and R.J. Myers. Matt Algram and R.J. Myers. And then Brandon Lack and Jeff Dedman. Brandon Lack and Jeff Dedman. And that crate is officially full. Let me go ahead and start a new one. The next person will be Kelly Vlodarchek. But before I do that, that crate's full. Let me step over here and grab a new empty one. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We're doing Start Your Ear Off Right pre-orders. I've got a couple more crates of stuff to knock out, of new stuff. It's going to be a big night. We've already sold 3 crates, and it's just $7.15. New vinyl always does the trick. At the end of the year, I've been like, man, we're selling a lot, but there's something off. And I'm like, I know what we've been missing, new vinyl. I mean, it's a big part of our business, and this time of the year, it's a little short. So I'm glad to see the new year starting off big. Kelly Vlodarchek and Matt Scheicher. And then Autumn Betts and Scott Dwallow wants 2 copies. So there's 3 sold, 1 for Autumn, 2 for Scott Dwallow. Gary Samuels and Cameron Lingefeld. And then Mike Vandergits and Amanda Davis. Mike Vandergits and Amanda Davis. There's a couple more sold. I pause right there at Amanda Davis. And then we have Ben Dygert and Ken Helplin. Ben Dygert and Ken Helplin. Chris Frazier and Fred Cardinale. Chris Frazier and Fred Cardinale. Mike Pierce and Levi Hilton. Mike Pierce and Levi Hilton. Carla Brecky and Robert Matthews, okay? And I have a total of 2, 4, 6 copies left for extra, okay? By the way, Susie wants on the wait list for both Rush albums, okay? Susie wants on the wait list for both Rush albums. Let's go back to the top and figure out what happened. Chad Queen, if not on the pre-order, only want 1. I don't think I read off the name Chad Snyder, did I? Chad Snyder, Chad Snyder, Chad Snyder, Chad Snyder. I don't think I read off your name. So we'll give the first live claim goes to Chad Snyder. Thank you on that one. And then Greg Preston got 1. I don't think I read off Greg Preston. If you already heard your name and you claim 1 live, make sure you let me know. There's 1 for Greg Preston. Next person that gets 1 is Rob Fordham, and then Susie Breedlove, and then Stacy Metternich, okay? There's only 1 left. Queen of the Damned soundtrack sold to Lewis Kulik. We're sold out. So now this is a waiting list. Queen of the Damned, music from the motion picture, 2 LP red vinyl. Lewis Kulik gets the last copy. Billy Joe Schaefer did not get a bid. Yes, it did. Kathy DeMoss bid $25. Final call to Kathy DeMoss. And then David Bowie did. Let's go ahead and make him a buy it now. Wow, a 73 OG2. Original under sleeve, orange label, Bowie, just a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on Bowie. Billy Joe Schaefer does have a bid for $25. He is sealed, a 77 USOG sealed, and now it has a bid for $26, okay? So we got a wait list going for Queen of the Damned soundtrack. Whoever's watching, if we don't end up having a wait list, please make a note for me to order at least a couple more, okay? That's sold out. Let's knock out another crate. There's 3 crates of new vinyl left. And this next one just has a few things in it, and I think they're new releases and restocks. Yeah, they are. So here we go. Price is needed. Ed has a note here. Price is needed, okay? One's going to be $39 and one's going to be $29. And then Avril, where did Avril Lavigne come from? Let me set that one out. I don't remember that one. That might be a special order. So here we go. Here we go. Okay. So Tim Grindstaff says he'll take Bowie. He gets another David Bowie. Greg Seacrest, you were second. Tim got the first Bowie, and he's just ahead of you on this. And then Chris Gardner was third. And then Billy Joe Schaefer, 27. Billy Joe Schaefer, 30. Let's put up another auction, and that is Kate Bush, Dreaming. The Dreaming. Kate Bush is a 1982 USOG Jacksonville press. EX Plus condition, original on her sleeve, $20 start on Kate Bush, okay? This was actually a new release for Start Your Off Right. I don't think there was any pre-orders, though. So let me search our group. Todd Rundgren, Utopia. And let me check. One pre-order for Bill Samus. 29. Thank you, Bill. The one and only. The only man standing. Another live. Todd Rundgren's Utopia. First vinyl reissue of the 1975 album. Cut from the original analog stereo tapes at Sterling Sound. And featuring the alternate UK only cover artwork. So that's the cover they used in the UK only. Todd Rundgren, another live, one sold to Bill Samus. It's on clear vinyl. I got 2 extras. Start Your Ear Off Right exclusive. 2 Todd Rundgren, Utopia's live. And then here is another one. Alt J and Awesome Wave. This is another one. Another Start Your Off Right, new release that comes out Friday. Alt J is called An Awesome Wave. Gold vinyl, British Mercury Prize winner, platinum selling album featuring the hit tracks Breeze, Blocks, and Fitz Pleasure. This is $29.99. Alt J had one pre-order, Autumn Bets. I've got 2 extras. So I got 2 extra Alt Js. Whoops. I got 2 extra Alt Js. I got 2 extra Todd Rundgrens. And then here's just some restocks. I always need copies of Joy Division Closer, 180 gram, $29.99. $29.99. And let me go over here and see if I got a working price gun. I do. So Joy Division's 29, Closer. And then I have 2 copies of Elf. Ronnie James Dio, Trying to Burn the Sun. Elf with Dio, $39.99. Let's go ahead and put a sticker on that. And let's put a sticker on that. There we go. Elf is $39.99. Okay. So up at the top, here's the lineup. We have Bowie. Actually, I have a correction on Bowie. This Bowie here was sold to Melanie Jennings. Okay. Michael Freiberger asked if he got it. I think he wanted me to review the tape. And actually, Melanie Jennings was first. Nobody bid, and then Melanie Jennings claimed it. Michael Freiberger claimed it. Tim Grindstaff claimed it, and then Greg Seacrest claimed it. Then Chris Gardner claimed it, and I think somebody down here claimed it as well. No, he was asking for Fleetwood Mac. Okay, so no bids, and then 5 claims. This one actually goes to Melanie Jennings for $25. Michael was second. How much is Fleetwood Mac? This is actually Buckingham Nicks, Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99, Tim. Tim Grindstaff, that's $39.99, okay? Billy Joe Schaefer, $30. We had Josh Brown on the Queen of the Damned waiting list, okay? He's the first official person on the Queen of the Damned waiting list, Josh Brown. Billy Joe Schaefer, 32. Billy Joe Schaefer, 35. Buckingham Nicks is $39.99. Kate Bush has a bid for $20. Michael Freiberger, you were second on Bowie. Billy Joe Schaefer, $40. Kelly Vladicek gets Joy Division for $29.99. Susie Breedlove wants a Todd Rundgren. Billy Joe Schaefer, $45. Tim Grindstaff gets an Elf. Billy Joe Schaefer out. I agreed for $25 on Bowie. You were third in line on Bowie. You did not get Bowie. You were actually third in line on Aladdin Sane. You got the other David Bowie. You got the Pinups album. No, you got Aladdin Sane. Pinups didn't get a bid earlier. You bought the other one. You were third on this one. You were third on this one. Okay? Now, I think we're caught up. Here is my best suggestion for an auction. When you see it get put down, immediately bid. Because 5 people just missed out on Bowie, and they're very curious of where they finished in the lineup. And you might have finished first if you would have went ahead and just bid immediately. Just go, boom, I'm in. Bid. That's my best advice, and also my best advice as a salesman. As soon as I lay something down, go ahead and bid immediately. Because if you get outbid, that's okay. Because evidently you just wanted to pay minimum bid anyway. At least you lock it in. If you wait for the bot now, then it's over. You're going to lose it to somebody else. Blondie, Parallel Lines, a 1978 U.S. Santa Maria OG. This has the non-disco version of Heart of Glass, which indicates this is one of the earliest pressings. EX++, near mint minus, $25 star for Blondie. 25 on Blondie. Bid. Somebody put Blondie right now. B25. Do it. B25. Do it right now. Blondie 25. You know you want it. Go ahead. B25. It feels good. Don't be afraid. Blondie. There we go. Somebody's already bid $30. Billy Joe Schaefer. I've got to make bidding fun again. Make bidding great again. 1977 U.S. OG Capricorn record, sealed with notch cut. So this is a cutout record. It does have a cutout down here, so it wasn't a cutout bin at some point. And this is a 1977 U.S. OG Capricorn records, sealed. And the last bid, Billy Joe Schaefer, sealed. Billy Joe Schaefer, sealed. Billy Joe Schaefer, sealed. Billy Joe Schaefer, sealed. The last bid was 007 at $45. $45. Over here, we have Kate Bush, The Dreaming. Kate Bush is a 1982 U.S. OG Jacksonville. 1982 U.S. OG Jacksonville with the original on her sleeve, EX Plus condition. Right now, Mark V's has it for $25. Blondie, Amenities, has it for $28, and now somebody has it for $30. This is Parallel Lines, and it has the non-disco version of Heart of Glass. Look at all the bids rolling in. See, my pep talk worked. I have to coach everybody up. I'm like, man, get out there. Tackle those bids. Don't be afraid. You're going to miss out if you do. So over here, we have Kelly Vlodarchik got a Kate Bush. Susie Breedlove got a Todd Rundgren. Tim Grindstaff got an Elf. And then over here, we have Nick Bargeron's asked which elf. That's Trying to Burn the Sun, $39.99. Have you done any Beatles yet? I have not done any Beatles yet. Blondie 30, Blondie 25, Blondie 25, Blondie 25. Mike Wilt bid 30, but Kelly Vlodarchik or Janet already bid 30. Yeah, actually, Vonda, that's Vonda. Vonda already bid 30. And then Blondie 28, Billy Joe 50, Blondie 31. And then over here, Bush has a bid for 35. Blondie has a bid for 35. How much is Kate Bush? Elf is $39.99. Nick Bargeron, there's one left if you want it. There's one left if you want it. And then the only Rocktober exclusives left is another live Todd Rundgren, $29.99. Alt J is $29.99. And we have Joy Division Closer for $29. Right now, that's the only records that's been left out of the 4 crates that I've shown. Okay? And then Billy Joe Schaefer has new bids. Billy Joe Schaefer has new bids. And the last bid that came in on that was Cody and then 007. And right now, Cody has it for $50, 007. You've been outbid. Blondie's at 36 is what I'm showing, and Kate Bush is at 35. Kate Bush is at 35, and Blondie's at 36. Jim B is still trying to buy that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar card from the other night. I put out a $400 Kareem Abdul-Jabbar card for $59.99, and nobody wanted it until somebody else wanted it. And then everybody else wanted it. And then it caused mass hysteria. All right, here we go. For this crate, I'm going to have to go probably get my... How did I end up with so many copies of Amorica? I don't know. But let me go get my laptop, and I need some more Monster. If you hadn't noticed, Coach Williams. Well, somebody needs to go coach up the Tennessee Vols right now because they're sucking. Elf is $39.99. I don't even want to watch them. They're getting embarrassed by Illinois. Illinois beating the Tennessee Volunteers? Golly. Okay, let's go over here and get my laptop computer. Let's go ahead and get my laptop. My Subway cookie. Oh, man. Subway cookies. I was singing that like Davy Crockett. Davy Crockett. Subway cookies. King of all the cookies. Subway cookies. All right, let's open up Vinyl Pre-Order Master Sheet, and let me search Megadeth. I've got all these keyed in so I don't screw this up because this one's complicated. All right, here we go. 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 Here. This is it. This is the big moment. This is what we're looking for. Billy Joe Schaefer, sold a 007 Platinum for $55. This is sold for $55. Kate Bush is at $40. Elf is $39.99. Billy Joe out. And then over here, we got Kate Bush, and then we have Bush 37. Okay, so where are we on Blondie? Let's look at this one more time. Blondie, one of our the only advertised auction we've put up tonight. Everything else has been bonus. This is a 1978 U.S. Santa Maria OG. It has the non-disco version of Heart of Glass. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. I don't know if the only Heart of Glass I know is ra-da-dun-dun, reep-a-bump-bump, dun-dun-dun, da-da-da-da-dun-dun. But either way, this is the non-disco version of Heart of Glass. Indicates this is one of the earliest pressings. It has the original under sleeve, and it is EX++, near mint minus. This is a nice copy. And the last bid on Blondie that came in was Nick Bargeron at $36. There's still time to bid, but now would be the time to do it. Kate Bush over here. Kate Bush, Charlie DeFrank has it for $37. Ivan R. already bid $40. Ivan R. has that for $40. We got Kate and we got Debbie Harry. Nice. Nice. And then Tim Grindstaff wants Buckingham Nicks for $39.99. Tim, no discount on Buckingham Nicks. It is new and sticker price, $39.99. It might be on sale tomorrow night for New Year's Eve. It could be. I can't say. But if it is, you can wait then, but you might miss out when there's 300 claims and everybody's buying one. A 1988 OG copy of Midnight Oil. This is Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust. This is an 88 US OG Carrollton press, Strong VG, $15 start, 95-yard kickoff return for Tennessee. That's probably why my phone is lighting up with text messages right now. I'm in about 2 different groups that talk about Tennessee football. The entire game's going on. So if I'm ever here doing a sale and there is some miracle of Tennessee games going on, my phone is just going off constantly. People texting, just, I can't believe that call, touchdown. I can't believe that. That was holding, interception, touch it. And I'm like, boys, I'm trying to focus on a sale here. Bush, Kate Bush, 37. It was already at 40 though. Buckingham Nicks is sticker price. Bush out. And then Midnight Oil, 15, 17, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17, 17, 15, 15, 15. Megadeth Super Collider. Folks, there's no waiting list for this one. I thought this was going to be United Abomination or World Needs a Hero. This is Super Collider. Wow. How many copies do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I didn't even know that come in. I thought that was one of the other Megadeths. Oh, man. $38.99 for Super Collider. My bad. Super Collider, $38.99. Well, buckle up for that. My bad. $38.99. Didn't expect that one. Holy moly. $38.99. One for Ivan R., one for Bob Riker, one for Mark Steele, one for Sean Holford, one for Brandon Jones, and one for Brian Thurman, and one for Hiram Aponte. Those are all sold. Let's start another waiting list for that. So I don't know when the rest of them will be in, but just FYI, United Abominations, I've got 20 people on a waiting list. World Needs a Hero, I've got 18 people on a waiting list. So let's start a waiting list for this too. Megadeth Super Collider waiting list, okay? Megadeth Super Collider waiting list. I just had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 copies. Rob Fordham, you'll be first on the waiting list. Those went to Ivan R., Bob Riger, Mark Steele, Sean Holford, Brandon Jones, Brian Thurman, Hiram Ponte. Rob Fordham first on the list. Danny Thomason second on the list. What happened over here? Where was Kate Bush at? I think we went out on Kate Bush, Kate Bush, Kate Bush, Kate Bush, Kate Bush, Kate Bush, Kate Bush. Out. This is sold to Ivan R. for $40, okay? Ivan R. gets that for $40. What happened on Blondie over here? The last bid I seen on Blondie. The last bid I seen on Blondie. What happened on Blondie? The last bid I seen on Blondie. Bush, I'm looking for B for Blondies. Blondie bids. I think it was Nick Bargeron at $36 and nobody ever bid. Nick Bargeron, Blondie, $36, and that was it. This is sold for $36 to Nick Bargeron, okay? So that's done. And then what about Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust? List, Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust. Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust. This is Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust, a 1988 USOG Carrollton, original under sleeve, strong VG. And over here, Midnight Oil, the high bid is Steve Ritchie. Steve Ritchie. $29. And then over here, we got a restock of the Black Crowes of Morica. Holy moly, what an interesting cover selection that is. Black Crowes is $39.99. That's BLACKCROWES. And there's a waiting list with Matt Nichols. I don't know how I ended up with 19 copies, but here's Black Crowes of Morica, $39.99. We got 3 people on Megadeth Super Collider waiting list, okay? Megadeth Super Collider waiting list. Midnight Oil just got some new bids. Midnight Oil's at $30. Here is Megadeth Super Collider. There's 3 people on a waiting list. Scott Markheim is number 3. I'm about to take a picture of one of those and post it in the group and let everybody know those are coming in. Holy moly, it's King's X. We've been asking, there's been requests for King's X up the yin yang. I don't know really what that means. $39.99. Ear Candy is numbered to 1500 on purple vinyl. $39.99. Well, if you need a Black Crowes of Morica, folks, I have them. Tim Rory says King's X, and he just popped a bottle of champagne and said, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Next auction. Oh, man, some of my favorite music ever recorded. The Best of George Harrison, a 1976 U.S. Los Angeles. What I like about this one, that they may not ever do again, because they just recently put out a Best of George Harrison, but the Beatles stuff was live. I don't know if there'll ever be another George Harrison compilation where you can get Beatles and the best of his solo work. So you get, these are actual studio recordings. Something, If I Needed Someone, oh man, Here Comes the Sun, Taxman, Think for Yourself, For You Blue, and While My Guitar Gently Weeps. And then you get My Sweet Lord, Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth, You, Bangladesh, Dark Horse, and it wraps up with What Is Life. What an amazing, this is one of my favorites. George Harrison, Best of, 76 OG, $20 start. $20 start on that one, okay? Let's go back up the top. Next is Midnight Oil, 35. Midnight Oil, 33. Scott Smith, 4th person on the Super Collider waiting list. Thank you. Tom Kelly gets the King's X, okay? Let's start a waiting list for King's X. Kristen Starr wants me to auction every Beatles record in the store. Wait till you see all the 45s that I'm probably going to do tomorrow. Your head we're probably going to spin. Joe DeGaldo, you're going to be first on the King's X waiting list. Brian Tassin, you're going to be second on the King's X waiting list. Scott Markheim wants Black Crowes of Morica. Did I have another one somewhere? I thought somebody else claimed one. Maybe not. No, they didn't. Okay, so there's that one. That's so for Scott Markheim. Tim Grindstaff said, fine, I'll take Buckingham Nicks, $39.99. George Harrison, 20. George Harrison, 25. And this is new. The Best of Tarantino Experience. So I think they did a Tarantino Experience Volume 1, a Tarantino. What is Tarantino? This is the best of the Tarantino Experience. $44.99. It's on colored vinyl, I think. Let me see if I can scan it and make sure. I think it's on colored vinyl. These usually are. So this is a compilation of all the great music from all of his great movies. That's a soundtrack. Before I knew much about a lot of movies, I was like, man, Quentin Tarantino, I don't know who this guy is, but he made a lot of good music. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is, he's a director. That was, when I first started ordering these, I got really confused. I was like, man, what is this the guy that wrote a lot of these songs? I didn't know who it was. So that's $44.99. It's not even on Discogs yet. So this is new, the best of Tarantino. So it's not even on Discogs. I'm pretty sure it's colored vinyl, though. Sell one to Mark Veese. Thank you, Mark Veese. There's 2 left. Did somebody else get a Black Crowes? Matt Shepard got a Black Crowes. Okay, now my crate is really full over here. So let me swap out crates right quick. That's already full 4 crates. And Quentin Tarantino, $44.99 double LP. What an amazing compilation. Where are we at on Midnight Oil? The last bid on Midnight Oil over here was the following. Amenities. You're out. Joseph McCormick has Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust for $35. This is a 1988 USOG Carrollton lyric inner sleeve, VG, strong VG, nearly VG plus. And then we have the best of George Harrison. This is the best. the best of George Harrison, not the worst, the best. A 1976 Los Angeles EX condition. Last bid was Stacy Metternich at $27. What is life? Sold to Stacy Metternich, or she has the high bid, I'm sorry. Not so to you yet, Stacy. Not yet, almost, maybe in a second. Kelly Vladicek on Tarantino, Ivan R on Tarantino, and then over here, we got Faith No More, Angel Dust. Oh man, finally. Faith No More back in, $64.99. There's been some people waiting for this. Faith No More. We have a waiting list, and I'm going to tell you who that is right now. It is Darren Johnson. I've got 2 extra copies. Faith No More, 2 extra copies. This one's $64.99. Price on Black Crowes, $39.99 for Amorica. That's the 2 LP. Includes 3 B-sides, $39.99, and 1 random copy of ZZ Top Recycler. ZZ Top Recycler. Matt Shepard wants a Faith No More. Sold to Matt Shepard. Midnight Oil is sold. Midnight Oil is sold. This is done. There's no more bids. It's sold to Joseph McCormick for $35. Matt Nichols, I've got you down for an Amorica. Yes, sir. You're the reason these are in stock. I owe you for the other 20 claims we've had tonight. Actually, 2, but thank you anyway. George Harrison is sold to Stacy Metternich for $27. Let's put up all new auctions. Nice. That is so. John Smetzer just bid $30. Well, dang. Sorry, John. I thought we were done on that one. Stacy had it for the last few minutes. I just sold it, and then Dan White bid 28. Stacy's like, golly, that was close. I've already sold it to Stacy. We have Nina. Nina's a 1983 Japanese OG with insert and OB shrink wrap. Nina, 99 red balloons. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. And then what else do we have left in here? I have the following. Here's stuff left from the last crate. We still got Elf Trying to Burn the Sun, $39. Todd Rundgren, Another Live, $29. We have Alt J, $29.99. An Awesome Wave. Joy Division Closer, $29. ZZ Top Recycler, $39. Faith No More, Angel Dust, $64. Black Crowes Amorica, $39.99. 2 LP, Black Crowes Amorica. That's what's left so far in that crate. Let me go do another one, and the next crate has more pre-orders. And I'm about to start reading these off, and your head's going to start spinning. You're going to be like, whoa, Chad, my head's spinning. And I'll be like, well, this is what we do at Coletco. We make people's heads spin. Our next auction's Nina. Somebody has asked, can I please sell him every Iron Maiden record in the store? That would honestly be quite a lot. Let me see if there's any Iron Maidens up here. Laura has all the auctions up here. Iron Maidens. Right now, I don't see any. Let me look. Let me flip through them one more time. Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden. There's no Iron Maidens up here. I can't sell you an Iron Maiden because there's not one up here. Let me check the bonus crate. I don't see one in the bonus crate, but man, I just read off some of my favorite Paul McCartney music. Holy crap. What about Paul McCartney, All the Best? I wish they would put this back into print. I love this cover. I love the compilation. Love the track music. Love this. Love that. Paul McCartney. This is an 87 USOG Specialty Press, a 2 LP compilation. EX Plus condition. Paul McCartney. An amazing comp. $40 start. $40 start. Band on the Run's the first track. Jet, Ebbing. Listen to what the man said. No More Lonely Nights. Silly Love Songs. Let Them In. Say, Say, Say. Live and Let Die. Another Day. See, Junior's Farm. We're So Sorry. Uncle Albert. Coming up. Good Night Tonight. With a Little Luck. My Love Does It Good. Wow. McCartney. My favorite. $40 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, and then we left off. George Harrison sold, unfortunately. There's his pal Paul. That's a 40. Rebecca Barber gets the last Faith No More. So we're sold out again of Angel Dust. Angel Dust is sold out, $64.99. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. That's sold to Rebecca Barber. There should be 2 in the high-end tab. Okay, what time will Blink-182 go up? Oh, so I'll put it up in the next, how about 5 minutes, right after we sell one of these. And then over here, did Modern English sell yet? No. Did Chad sell the Animals LP yet? No. Wait, no, I still have them back here, but they're researched. Okay, Laura has them back there. Saw 2 in the auction pits. Black Sabbath 4 request. Need a wait list for Static X Wisconsin Death Trip. Put down Red Cave Collections on Static X Wisconsin Death Trip. Paul McCartney, $45. $45. Brief Chad, Maiden it is. Angel Dust. Sean Holford wants on Angel Dust waiting list. Sean Holford on Angel Dust wait list. Kelly Vladicek said she's also requesting Blink-182. And then here's our next pre-order. Oh my my gosh. Cheap Trick, never been in print, to my knowledge. I've never had it. It's probably been released at some point, but I have never had this available to order, and this is a new pre-order for Cheap Trick. And Cheap Trick over here. Cheap Trick, Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick is $29.99. There are Iron Maidens tonight. She just doesn't have them up here yet, okay? Cheap Trick is $29.99. Cheap Trick is $29.99. And this is called Woke Up with a Monster. We have one for Michael Snared. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, now would be the time to claim it. Next is Jerry Stone and then Scott Beebe. Jerry Stone and Scott Beebe. Clifford Umstead and Richard Davis. Clifford Umstead and Richard Davis. Greg Preston and Scott Smith. Greg Preston and Scott Smith. Terry Gearhart and Bill Sammis. Terry Gearhart and Bill Sammis was the next two there. Cheap Trick is $29.99. Don Nicole and Wesley Stover. So did Don Nicole, so did Wesley Stover. Sandy Villa and Fred Cardinale. And then Jamie Butler. I've got 4 extra copies of Cheap Trick. Who was the pre-order? Michael Snare, Jerry Stone, Scott Beebe, Clifford Umstead, Richard Davis. Greg Preston, Scott Smith, Terry Gearhart, Bill Sammis, Don Nicole, Wesley Stover, Sandy Villa, Fred Cardinale, Jamie Butler. I've got 4 copies left if anybody else wants one. First thing, did Nina get a bid? That is a question. There's people right now at Harvard, MIT, even places like Tennessee Tech and Cookeville. They're trying to figure out and do studies. Did Nina get a bid? And we have realized she hasn't. This is a $25 buy it now. A Japanese pressing in shrink with insert, a near mint minus and pristine copy, and it is $25 buy it now for the lovely German Nina. It's a Japanese German Nina. And then over here is Paul McCartney, All the Best. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Dan White has this for $55. Dan White has that for $55. Next thing over here, I watched a video this morning. Paul McCartney, he's making a margarita with his daughter. He calls it a Macarita. I never did want to drink so bad in my life. I was like, boy, this is a bad influence. Paul McCartney on here making mixed drinks. Next thing I know, I'm going to be over here making margaritas during the sale and calling them Macaritas. We had Sean Holford on Angel Dust waiting list. I got you down, Sean. Paul McCartney, 50-55. Man, those Subway cookies must have been loaded. How much is Cheap Trick? $29.99. Paul McCartney, 55. Sean Holford gets a Cheap Trick live. George Burleson wants a Black Crowes Amorica. Now we're down to 2 copies. George Burleson got one. Now we're down to 2 copies. This is $39.99. And then over here, Susie Breedlove wants a Cheap Trick. Ivan R gets Nina for $25. And we have Nina at 30. They had already sold for 25. Stanley Richmond was third. And then over here, we got Cheap Trick, Woke Up with a Monster. 2 copies left, pink vinyl, $29.99. What could possibly be next? Another pre-order. Sturgill Simpson. Let's go ahead and look this up. And it looks like we got a request for Blink-182. This is Sturgill Simpson, okay? Sturgill Simpson. And this was a new Rhino Reserve. Greg Brummett wants a Black Crowes Amorica. Now we're down to 1 copy. It's a 2 LP with bonus tracks, the B-side singles from that era. There's one more sold. There's one left. There's 2 Cheap Tricks left. $29.99. Comes out this Friday. It's been out of print. Kelly Cook gets one. Let's go ahead and wrap these up. Now there's one left. Come on, Steve Beebe. Come on, Steve Beebe. Unless you already pre-ordered. Are you Scott? Is Steve Beebe the same as Scott Beebe? And then let's see what's over here. Blink-182. Let's see if it's up here. Blink-182. Something 69, Ozzy, Lamb of God, Sonic Youth, 9 Inch Nails. Laura, is Blink-182 up here? I don't think it is yet. If it's in the high-end tab, I don't see it. I really need to pay more attention to these auctions. I'm telling y'all. A lot of people start asking me for auction information. I'm like, I don't even know what we're selling. I post the pictures and everything. I'm like, what is this? What is thou seeing in the post that I do not? This is Kate Bush, The Kick Inside. Let's go ahead and put up another Kate Bush. A 78 U.S. Jacksonville OG, the first cover art for U.S. pressings of this album. It was also used as Canadian cover art. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. And there's a note. Laura loves Kate Bush. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hearts on Kate Bush, The Kick Inside, and this is a $30 start VG Plus condition. Now, let's go back to the top and see what happened. We have a flag on Nina. Amenities might have bid on Nina originally when I laid it down. If not, then I'll review the tape, but I don't think anybody bid on Nina. I don't think anybody did. So let me go back. There was no official bids placed on Nina. It was a $25 buy it now. I'm reviewing. Then Ivan R claimed it. Ivan R got Nina. Amenities, you were second. Stanley Richmond was third. And that was it. So yeah, that was Nina never did get a bid, and then it went to a buy it now, and Ivan R. was first. Okay, Steve Beebe gets the last Cheap Trick. Cheap Tricks are sold out. Does anybody want on a waiting list? We got a request for Nine Inch Nails. We got a request list for Ozzy. We got Kate Bush bid. We got Paul McCartney bid. And then we have this, Sturgill Simpson. This is new. Already a great album. And it's been done by Rhino Reserve. So Sturgill Simpson's third studio album, his first for Atlantic, won Best Country Album at the 59th Grammy Awards, nominated for Album of the Year, Lacquer's Cut by Matthew Luthens at the Mastering Lab. Rhino Reserve, this is $36.99. There was actually quite a bit of pre-orders. So this is an audiophile pressing of Sturgill Simpson's great album, A Sailor's Guide to Earth. One is sold to Eric Conrad. Thank you, Eric Conard, not Conrad. Eric Conard. One for Patrick Lear. Thank you, Patrick Lear. One for Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. One for Dustin Koenig and one for Derek Cesaro. Thank you, Dustin Koenig. Thank you, Derek Cesaro. Two for Shane Devers. Two for Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Shane. One for Jamie McCord and one for Clifford Umstead. I've got 3 extra copies of Sturgill Simpson. Final call on Paul McCartney. Dan White, $66. Tony Samuelson, just FYI, you've been outbid. Kate Bush only has 1 bid for $30. Kate Bush, Ivan R. has that for $30. He's out on that, and we got a restock of Counting Crows. Finally, Recovering the Satellites, and I'm glad these came in because there was 2 people, like about the same time, asking for this record, and I just didn't have it in stock. And I was like, man, I better track these down. And I found one, and so the other person was left out, and that was Brandon Lack. But Brandon, fear not, Chad is here, and I've got you a Counting Crows, Recovering the Satellites, $39.99. We have another one for Janet Gray, and we have 1 left, okay? And then here's another pre-order. This is the Flaming Lips. Flaming Lips is $38.99. Let's pull this up. Flaming Lips, okay? FLAMIGS, Flaming Lips is $38. Another Rhino Reserve. Before I say anything about that, we have another Sturgill Simpson sold to George Burleson. Dennis Daly gets Counting Crows. And over here, Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney is officially sold to Dan White for $66. Enjoy one of my favorite compilations there. That's some good stuff. The best of Paul Wings and solo career up until that point. That was good stuff there. It looks like Kate Bush only had one $30 bid. So I'm going to go ahead and say going once, going twice to Ivan R. Let's see what's up with this 9 Inch Nails. I know how the fandom is with 9 Inch Nails, and I'm going to be honest, I've never seen this before. Oh, it's a record store day. That's why. Oh, cool. So this is, oh, yeah, some of these are not in print. You can't get that, okay. Yeah, so this is 9 Inch Nails, Halos 1 through 4. It is a record store day box set, limited to 3,400 sealed, $95 start. So we're sold out of Counting Crows. If anybody else wants in there, let me know. We only got 2 Sturgill Simpson, and then here's the Flaming Lips pre-order. So this is called Clouds Taste Metallic, the Flaming Lips. The band's 7th album is a psych rock masterpiece of fuzzed out freakouts, warped beauty, and surrealist pop. This is Lacquer's Cut by Matthew Luthens at the Mastering Lab. That name's popping up a lot. Matthew Luthens. He might be carrying the torch for some of these other longtime audiophile people that do all this mastering. I'm seeing more and more of that name. Matthew Luthens, $38.99. And we have 1 sold to Paul Conway, 1 for Ken Cohen, and 1 for 42 Foxes, a.k.a. Brett Bledsoe. Okay? So 9 Inch Nails is the singles. Yeah, Halos 1 through 4, you get Halo 1, Down in It. Halo 3, Head Like a Hole. Halo 2 was Pretty Hate Machine. Now, that's a full album. So, from what I understand, I didn't understand this at first when I started dealing in 9 Inch Nails records. They number everything Halos. So, Halo 3 has, it's kind of like a single, but there's different tracks. Halo 1 is definitely a single, 3 different tracks. And then Sin has 3 different tracks, or yeah. Halo 2 is a full album. That's Pretty Hate Machine. So yeah, they do these Halos, which could be singles or they could be albums. Some of their Halos are that too. Here we go. Limited edition Halo 1 through 4 vinyl box set contains the original 12-inch singles for Down in It, Head Like a Hole, and Sin. And you get the 1989 album Pretty Hate Machine. So yeah, it's basically 3 singles, which do have other tracks on them, and then the full album Pretty Hate Machine. But far as new vinyl releases, these have never been reissued individually. You can get a copy of Pretty Hate Machine any time of the day, but those other 3 have never been reissued. Okay? So yeah, I used to hear all this. People used to say, "What halo is that?" And I'd be like, "What are they talking about? A halo?" But that's how they number their releases. They've numbered their releases in order since they've come out. Okay. Kate Bush, it's time for new auctions. I don't know why I put 9 Inch Nails in the bin. Ivan R gets Kate Bush for 30, probably because I'm all hopped up on Subway cookies. Boy, I know what. If you want to get like a rush of energy, drive down to your local Subway and say, "I'll take a chocolate chip cookie." You eat a chocolate chip cookie from Subway, and it's literally like a shot of B12. 9 Inch Nails, $95, and then we have 9 Inch Nails, $110, 9 Inch Nails, $120, 9 Inch Nails, $125, and then 9 Inch Nails, $130, and then Tim Voldness on Sturgill Simpson. That is sold to him. Now, what's left? The only thing I have left is 2 copies of Flaming Lips and 1 Sturgill Simpson. So, audiophile pressing of Sturgill Simpson from the Rhino Reserve, audiophile pressing of the Flaming Lips from Rhino Reserve, and what else do I have over here? I have these right here. Let's put these in here. And I have this, this, and this. And let's read everything that's left. So 6 crates of new vinyl. Folks, it would be amazing if we could sell out 6 crates of new vinyl. This is all that's left. Let's try to sell everything. I know we can do it. I have confidence in y'all. I have confidence in my team, which is y'all. We can drive down the field and score this game-winning touchdown. We can do it. All you got to do is just start claiming stuff. It'll be a feeling of satisfaction like we did it. But first, we have this, a classic album, Black Sabbath Volume 4, an OG 72 Pitman. It has the original inner sleeve, no book inside the gatefold, but it is OG, and it's VG Plus, a $30 start, Black Sabbath Volume 4, okay? Over here, Dogman has not come in yet. Those were out of stock. Not come in yet. This is 9 Inch Nails, the Record Store Day box set of Halo 1 through 4. First thing is $130, okay? So first thing we have, 1 copy of Sturgill Simpson left. A Sailor's Guide to Earth. Rhino Reserve, $36.99. And these are done by Fidelity Record Plant. $36.99. The Flamin' Lips, Clouds Taste Metallic. The Flamin' Lips is $38.99. There's 2 left, Clouds Taste Metallic. That's also from the Rhino Reserve. So we need 1 person. There is 299 people watching right now. I need 1 person. 1 person that wants Sturgill Simpson, a Sailor's. I just need 1 person. I need 2 people out of 299 that wants a Flaming Lips. Surely somebody needs a psych rock, fuzzed out, freak out masterpiece. That's what the hype sticker says. That alone should sell it. We have sold 5 copies of Black Crowes Amorica. There's 1 left. It's a double LP. I've already got 5. Surely 1 more person needs a Black Crowes in their life. Amorica, $39.99. 9 Inch Nails is at $145 of Kelly Wlodarczyk. Oh my gosh, Jim B is bidding. Holy moly. $145 of Kelly Wlodarczyk. Black Sabbath has 1 bid for $30 with John Bergenstorm. I'm going to go ahead and put up a bonus crate auction. Saxon Crusader. Saxon Crusader is a 1984 USOG Pitman press with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition. Saxon Crusader, a $25 start. We have 1 ZZ Top Recycler. This one's a little bit tougher to get. This is 180 gram, all analog by Kevin Gray, $39.99. $39.99. If I do not take Sturgill, if I do not pre-order, could I take Sturgill? Let me go right over here. 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 And let me look up Sturgill Simpson. We might have a bot. Hold on. Did Eric Connard already get one? Eric Connard already got one. Dang it. Eric, you was already on the pre-order. We almost had a touchdown there. Incomplete pass. Chad has gone from coach to evangelist. You need these in your life. Let me tell you about life. You wake up and you come in and you say, hey, I've woke up. My day has started. What could I do? Let me put on a ZZ Top Recycler. Boom. You go to your turntable. You put that on. You drop the needle. The music starts playing. And your day is just better. You're like, finally. Now, if you don't have this, then you can't start your day with it. So Sarah Wyberdink says, I'm going to start my day with ZZ Top. That's sold. And now we need a waiting list. Brian Thurman, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list. Charlie DeFrank, Sturgill Simpson. Charlie DeFrank, he's same thing. He's going to wake up one morning and be like, man, I wish I had some beautiful Rhino Reserve, high quality Sturgill Simpson to start my day. I'm going to go put it over here on my turntable, and there we go. So to Charlie to Frank. I need 2 people with that same mentality to come in and buy Flaming Lips, 1 Black Crow's left, 1 Joy Division closer, $29.99, 180 gram. Folks, that's heavyweight vinyl. This isn't lightweight. This isn't featherweight division. This is heavyweight vinyl, $29.99. Heavyweight. Alt J is new. This is new for Rhino. Start your ear and your year and your morning off right when you put on Alt J an awesome way. British Mercury Prize winner. Metallic vinyl, $29.99. Eric Connor says, folks, we're chipping away. Eric Connor is going to get a Joy Division, but right now my crate is plumb full. We're going to have to start a new empty crate. Let me grab a new empty one right over here. They have cleaned up this back room back here. It is amazing. They've dug out so much miscellaneous stuff for me to sell tonight. That's why I'm going so fast. We have a lot to go through tonight. Holy moly. Eric Conard on Joy Division. 9 Inch Nails is at 170. Black Sabbath is at 41. Do we have a bid yet on Saxon? Not yet. It's a $25 start. And then we have 1 copy left. This is new for Friday. Another live, Todd Rundgren Utopia. It's clear vinyl. Start your ear off right, $29.99. And then Elf, Trying to Burn the Sun. This is $39.99. Jay Nutra says, I bid on Saxon. Let me go back and find that. Jay Nutra, Saxon, Jeff Brent, you're out. Okay, there's been 2 bids. Jay Nutra bid 25. Jeff Brent bid 25. Jeff Brent, you've been outbid. Dave Deckenberger on Elf. That is sold. Dave Deckenberger on Elf, and that is sold. Dave Deckenberger on Elf, okay? 9 Inch Nails is still getting bids. And do I need to put on the Tennessee game for disappointment? Uh-oh, here it comes. They're kicking a field goal to win. I clicked on it just in time. What happens? I'm not looking at the chat, and Tennessee loses. Nice. That's why I didn't watch. I had a feeling they wasn't going to pull that off. Game over. Okay, so Saxon 26-27, 9 Inch Nails 200. Chris Knapp gets Black Crow's Amorica to start off this crate, and we are done, okay? We are done. So Saxon 28, Saxon 29. And then Black Sabbath was up to 1 person, and that was John Bergenstorm, $41. He had it. He outbid Joseph McCormick, and Joseph McCormick went out, and this is sold for $41. $41, and this is sold to John Bergenstorm for $41, okay? That is done. Laura is dropping off more new auctions for tonight, and 9 Inch Nails, the last bid on this that came in was Kelly Wlodarczyk at 200, and Saxon has bids for $31.32. Okay? All right. Wow, we're so close to selling all 6 crates of new vinyl. Literally, the only thing left is the the Start Your Ear Off Right exclusives. So Flaming Lips, Alt J, and Utopia is the only ones left. Flaming Lips, Alt J, and Utopia. We were so close. We just need 1 person on Todd Rundgren, 2 people on Alt J. So we hadn't sold 1 live. There was just 1 pre-order. Haven't sold any copies live. And then the Flaming Lips, okay? All right, over here is this. 9 Inch Nails is at 205. And then Saxon's at 32 with Jay Nutra. They're still bidding on this. All right, and I'm about to do the Iron Maidens right now. 9 Inch Nails is at 225. I'll let Laura pick one of the first ones. Are they here in the $50 tabs?
They should be, like, it's those first 2, I think.
These, okay, this here. Oh, they're like bootlegs. That's why I didn't recognize them. Okay. All right, so let's see what we have here with Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden's an unofficial 2013 Australian pressing. It's a limited edition picture disc. This is Iron Maiden live at General Motors Place in Vancouver, Canada. June 24th, 2010, a $50 start. An Iron Maiden bootleg, I'm not too familiar. It's called Ghost of Canada. $50 start on that. $50 start. 9 Inch Nails, 225. David Doyle on Todd Rundgren. Nice. And then over here, Joe DeGato on Flaming Lips. Nice. We're down to 3 copies. I don't think we're going to have any luck with Alt J. But we have 1 Flaming Lips left. Okay? All right. Moving on. We're about to go into new vintage right now, buy it now, best offer. I've got 5 new crates, priced, never gone through before. Let's do it. Chad needs a drink of Monster. I'm about to go eat another Subway cookie. Holy moly. Mute my mic right now. All right, this is about to get interesting. I'm about to go eat another Subway cookie, wink, wink. I'm about to go eat another Subway cookie, wink, wink. What is he talking about? Wink, wink. I hope my mom's not watching this. Oh boy, let's get some of this. Okay. All right. Here we go. Oh, golly. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. No obstacles in my way. It's going to be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. It's going to be a bright, bright, bright. Dang it. We're so close. There's only 3 records left. Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, there's not going to be any new vinyl in the 6 a.m. video. If it is, it's not going to be anything new. We sold everything. Except Alt J, the video in the morning is going to be 8 seconds. It's going to be Alt J and Flaming Lips. Oh, no, my mom's watching. Oh, no, my mom's watching. Well, folks, we can't do anything bad anymore. My mom's on here. So over here we got 9 Inch Nails. Kelly Vlodderchek has it for $225. Saxon out, and that means this is sold to Jay Nutra, right? Jay Nutra, and this is sold to Jay Nutra for $32. Jay Nutra for $32, right? This is sold to Jay Nutra for $32, right? Yes, this is sold to him for $32, okay? Over here, 9 Inch Nails, the last bid, 9 Inch Nails, Kelly Vlodderchek. Who was bidding? Because I don't see an out. Was it Mike Quadrini? Okay, this is sold to Kelly for $225 then. $225. $25. Such drama. My mom calling me dramatic. That's what a lot of people call me. They're like, Chad, why do you got to make things so dramatic? Why do you got to make things so dramatic? Okay, give me 1 second. All right. Iron Maiden's at 80. What's going on here? Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Boom. Wow, we've already sold 5 crates. Let's grab this first crate over here and see what we got in it. We have this, and that. Now, when my sister was leaving earlier, she works here too, Jill. When she was leaving earlier, she said, Mom texted me. She says, there's chili and cake. She's got chili, homemade chili and cake. Chili and cake. And I'm over here working like a dog, putting my life on the line. My heart rate is like 215 beats per minute, trying to support this family and business. And guess what? I get no chili and cake, no justice for Chad. I'm over here having to eat cookies for supper, cookies for breakfast, and cookies for snacks. And my brother and sister are being catered with high-quality homemade chili. They're over here being catered with high-quality homemade chili and cake. They're all up there, snuggled up there on Smith Fork Creek, bundled up on the couch. Here I am. I'm at near stroke level, trying to produce income for our family, and they're just all up there living it up. Now, what's up with that? It's like the Kenan Thomas skit on Saturday Night Live. What's up with that? Can't get no respect. Okay, we have Nirvana in utero, $36.99 for Nirvana. $36.99. Blink 182. This is an unofficial 2025 clear dogs eating dogs Oso Adventure. If you're watching, I'm going to shout out your name because this was requested. $25 start. That's up for bid, okay? Let's see what's going on over here. First thing we have is Iron Maidens at $85 with 007 Platinum. The bidder before 007 Platinum was Chris Gardner. So, Chris, you're out on Iron Maiden, unless there's already been a bid. And then she said, I'm bringing you some tomorrow. Calm down. Thank you. Do you need to DoorDash something? No, I actually had Subway and Subway cookies. And here we go. I have Leonard Cohen, Songs for Love and Hate. This is all buy it now or best offer. VG condition, $16.99. Great start. VG condition, $16.99. We have Grateful Dead from the Mars Hotel. Grateful Dead is a 1974 San Francisco VG condition, $19.99. VG condition, Grateful Dead from the Mars Hotel. That is a 74 Santa Maria VG or VG minus cover. There is writing, $19.99. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $81. I think 007 Platinum was at $85 already. Yeah, 007 Platinum already has it for $85. Blink 182, $25, already at $50. Leonard Cohen, $10. Leonard Cohen, $12. I'll do $12 on that. Jay Beach already gets Grateful Dead. That is sold. And Oscar Brown Jr., moving on. Never seen this one. It's an Atlantic record. Atlantic VG Plus, $14.99. Oscar Brown Jr., VG Plus, $14.99. And then Rolling Stones, Undercover of the Night promo special disco mix. No, what does that say? Special what? Special dance remix, not available on the album. VG Plus, $14.99. Leonard Cohen sold to JK for $12. Iron Maiden, $86. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. What could possibly... Hey, another Black Sabbath. We already sold one of these. Here's another one, a 1982 US 1980 USOG Winchester VG Plus, a $25 start. It does have a crease down here in the corner, and there is some staining along the bottom of the jacket. So VG minus, VG Plus on the vinyl. This is a buy it now best offer. John Durden gets the Rolling Stones for $10. Iron Maiden's at $90. Blink 182's at $55. ST was second on the Rolling Stones. Oscar Brown is still available. Another Rolling Stones. Emotional Rescue VG condition, $14.99. Carol was third on the Stones. I shot myself in the foot over $2. Dang it. I shot myself in the foot over $3. There went $3 down the drain. There goes 2 Subway cookies. Melanie Jennings on Rolling Stones. I'm assuming you're talking about this one. That's already sold then. Black Sabbath at $25. Michelle second. Around the World with Three Dog Night. That's a double LP live. VG Plus, $14.99. Nazareth. There is some writing on the cover. Dang it, Gary. Dang it, Gary. He had to write his name so his brother Mike wouldn't steal it. Close enough for rock and roll. VG condition, $9.99. Iron Maiden's at $91. Black Sabbath is $30. And then Blink 182, Dogs Eating Dogs. This is a live, unofficial, I guess. I'm not for sure what it is. Maybe it's something early. I've never seen it before. I guess it's not live. Maybe it's something early they put out that's never been reissued. I've never seen it before. But it's an unofficial. It's clear vinyl, and it's sealed. And Blink 182 is at 65 of Kelly Vlodderchek. Black Sabbath is at 30 and 30, and Iron Maiden's at 95. Esquivel, Exploring New Sounds in Stereo. A living stereo. That's cool. VG condition, $9.99 on that. Black Sabbath is at 40. And SRC Milestones. This is VG, $14.99. VG, $14.99. And then the Cannonball Adderley Quintet and Orchestra. This is in VG. Cannonball Adderley, VG, $9.99 for Cannonball. He is in VG condition. Iron Maiden 91, Black Sabbath 30, Iron Maiden 95, Black Sabbath 40, Black Sabbath 45, Michael Freiberger on Esquivel. That's sold to Michael Freiberger. Blink 182 75, Ivan Arnest on Esquivel. Blink 182 80, Master Mall 666 on Cannonball Adderley. That is sold, and cool. Duke Ellington doing Anatomy of a Murder soundtrack. That's VG, $9.99. And here's Johnny, starring Johnny Carson. Music from Magic Moments from The Tonight Show. It's a 2LP, VG $9.99. It's music and magic moments, so pretty cool there. Here's Johnny's VG $9.99, and Duke Ellington is sold to Michael Freiberger. Joseph McCormick, you were second on Cannonball, and Prince. This one is VG $14.99, and this one is Around the World in a Day. Yes, I don't know why that just left me. Gold stamp promo, VG $14.99. Kelly Vlodderchek, you will be... John Durden. It will be yours, but it will be $9.99. If not, it goes to Kelly. You can sell, you can take or pass. Next thing over here is Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden's at $100 with 007 Platinum. 100 with 007 Platinum. John Durden does date Johnny at sticker price. Blink-182's at 85. Now it's at 90. And then SRC, $10.99. Is that still available? SRC Milestones. Sell that to Bill Stewart, $10.99. And then Prince for $12. Prince for $12. Well, there's been 2 offers on Prince. It looks like 12's the magic number. Joey Osbrooks was first, and then Wayne Davis was second. And then Pink Floyd, the final cut. VG, an OG album, Pink Floyd, VG, $19.99. And then Country Joe and the Fish, Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $9.99. And Yehudi Menuhin, Ravi Shankar, cool, EX, $12.99. Every time I see one of these Ravi Shankar albums, I'm like, I bet George Harrison has listened to this. It's in shrink with a hop sticker. That's pretty cool. EX, $12.99. Pink, $15. That was Pink Floyd, and then Fish for Melanie Jennings. Okay, let me pause right there, time out right quick, and let's update Iron Maiden. The last bid I sent on Iron Maiden that come in was 007 out of 100. Chris Gardner, it was up to Chris Gardner, and Chris Gardner's out. This is a final call for $100, 007 Platinum. Blink-182 is a 2025 unofficial. 2025 unofficial, and the last bid was Oso at 85, Kelly at 90, O sells out. Kelly Wlodarczyk has it for 90. Probably this is done. This is Black Sabbath. It is a 1980 USOG in VG condition. And Black Sabbath, John Bergenstorm had it for 40. He outbid Dave Deckenberger. And Dave, I'm going to make sure you don't want to bid again. You were outbid. It's at $45 and it's a final call. Up here at the top, we sold Prince for $12 to Joey Amy Osbrooks, okay? And then we sold Bill Stewart SRC for $10.99. Wayne Davis second on Prince. Amenities, you were third in line on Duke Ellington. And then Michelle Clements, I think, was first on Pink Floyd. But Michelle, there's been a claim and there's been an offer. So your offer came in first. So if you want this, it's $19.99. If not, it's sold to Amenities. So that's either showed to Michelle as sticker or Amenities as sticker. Melanie Jennings was first, no doubt, on Country Joe at sticker. And then Blink out. We had a question on Blink. And then Mega Blast wants to put back Johnny Carson, so give this to Kelly Wlodarczyk instead. Change his from Mega Blast 9 to Kelly Wlodarczyk. Joseph McCormick first, no doubt about it, on Ravi Shankar. Michael Thomas, you were second. George Burleson, you were third. And then Chris Knapp, you were fourth. Melanie, cool, you were third on Prince. And then over here, Amenities, Pink Floyd, there was the claim. It's up to Michelle on this one. It's pending right now. And then I'm almost at the bottom. Michelle does take it as sticker, so Amenities, you were second. Black Sabbath 41, Black Sabbath 50, Black Sabbath 55. Buy it now, best offer. James Brown plays The New Breed. VG condition $12.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Elvis and Blue Hawaii in Indianapolis, OG Press. VG, this one has I Can't Help Falling in Love. VG $16.99 for Elvis Presley. Nice OG copy. Jimmy Rainey featuring Bob Brookmeyer. 1956. Wow. ABC Paramount VG Plus $24.99. So first is first. Blink-182 is sold, and this is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $90. 007 Platinum gets Iron Maiden for a 100, and they're still bidding on Black Sabbath. Now it's at 60. Let's move that over here, and we have Albert King, King of the Blues guitar. Nice. VG Plus $29.99. Albert King, King of the Blues guitar. About a VG, maybe VG Plus cover. There is some writing on the label. VG Plus $29.99 for Albert King. Over here we have Accuser, and this is the Conviction. This is a 1987 German OG. It has the original on her sleeve. Accuser, a $25 star. Final cut did sell, yes. We have Tangerine Dream Live Encore. Double LP, VG Plus $19.99. Joseph McCormick gets Elvis for $15. That is sold in Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. VG condition, $9.99 on that. All right, let's grab something else over here from the high-end tab. There's a Boston record in the high-end tab. Whoa, a white label promo. How cool is that? Boston debut, a 1976 OG white label promo, and it's nice. EX++ near mint minus A white label promo for a very important album in rock history. Demonstration, not for sale. It has a promo time and strip. And it's an actual white label promo. Boston, $55 start. Now, that's a cool record, a promo copy. Holy moly. Let's jump over here. We have a request for Final Sin coming up soon. We have Metal Longa on Albert King. Is that, who is that on YouTube? I can see your profile picture, but I just want to confirm you do get Albert King. Thank you on that. Is Wiley and the Dead Wax on Boston? I'll tell you what, we'll take a quick look at it. Mastered by Capitol. It is. Yep, it is. Wiley and the Dead Wax. All right, first thing we have is the New Colony 6 Revelations, VG plus $9.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. John Prine, VG condition, $26.99. John Prine, his self-titled album, VG, $26.99. Angel from Montgomery. Also, we have Ginger Baker. This has a promo sticker. So they did this at their best series. They did a Ginger Baker at his best, which is this one. They did a Jack Bruce, and of course, an Eric Clapton at his best. VG, there is some cover damage on this one, though. It does have some cover damage, $14.99. That is Jamie Butler, okay? Jamie Butler got the A key. He is Metal Longa over there on YouTube, okay? We have not sold clutch yet. Boston opened up at 75. Boston 80. Accused or Accuser. It's Accuser. Accuser's at 25. Boston at 100. Boston at 100. And then Paul Cruz got JP for John Prine. Danny Thomason was next. Over here is Black Sabbath. And the last bid that came in on Black Sabbath was Dave Deckenberger at $60, and he gets it. Boston's at 110. Nice. Very collectible record there. A white label promo. These are all new vintage records. Buy it now, best offer. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, VG plus $19.99. Todd Rundgren, A Wizard, A True Star, VG $9.99. And Canned Heat, Living the Blues. Going Up the Country is on here. A double LP. It's an OG on the Liberty label. Gatefold jacket, $29.99. Well, it looks like Accuser is going to be only one bid to Paul Cruz. Let's wrap it up. Final call. 87 German OG VG Plus with the original under sleeve. I don't think we're nowhere near done on Boston. Calvin Ward and Tyler Huber just tied at 135. So that's got a long ways to go if you want to rock and roll. And let's go ahead and put up this box set. What is this? This is who? Who is this? I don't know, but I'm going to get it out of the box. The Magnetic Fields 69. The Magnetic Fields is red and black clear vinyl. The Magnetic Field 69 Love Songs, volumes 1, 2, and 3. It's a 2015 U.S. reissue limited edition box set, 6 10-inch. It's on red, black, and clear vinyl with book and shrink, $95 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Over here, we had Boston, 135, 135. Matt Shepard offered 25. Metal, 25, 25. 25 on Canned Heat. That is sold. Canned Heat is sold for $25 to Matt Shepard. Next thing is the Rolling Stones Greatest Hits. There is some cover damage up here. That's VG Plus. That's an APCO RCA Special Products 2LP compilation, $29.99. Magnetic Fields has a bid for $95. Boston's at $150, and the Accuser has one bid, and that's sold to Paul Cruz for $25. All right, let's go ahead and take that off. We're in a great vintage buy it now best offer crate. Holy moly. And then Frankie, as in Frank Sinatra. That's a cool one. VG condition. It's on Columbia Records. Frank Sinatra. VG. I don't see that one too often. What a cool cover, too. $9. That's definitely an older press on Columbia. And then Stephen Stills, great album here, has his hit song Love the One You're With on it. But also, Eric Clapton plays on here. Jimi Hendrix does lead guitar on one of these tracks. $12.99. Michael Freiberger first on Sinatra, then Mega Blast 9, and then Will the Circle Be Unbroken. VG, $19.99. Boston's at $175. The Magnetic Fields just has one bid with Ivan R for $95, going once, going twice. Let's go ahead and grab something from the bonus crate. And that bonus crate auction is going to be, what did I just rent? Nice. A nice looking copy. Let's see if the vinyl checks out. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, might as well jump. An 84 OG Winchester, inner sleeve, shrink and hop. And it's a nice copy. EX Plus, and the original under sleeve. Van Halen, $35 star. That's now for bid. So Sinatra went to Michael Freiberger, John Durden second, Kevin LeBady third, Chris Bachek fourth, Ryan M fifth. Boston, Boston's at 160. Karen Robbins offered 10 for Stephen Steele. Sold. Boston's at 190. And the Rolling Stones, another compilation. This one's called Sucking in the 70s. VG $14.99. And this is Cognition, The Road. VG Plus $24. Let's take a closer look at that. This is Cognition, The Road. VG Plus condition $24.99. John Cale, Slow Dazzle. VG Plus $24.99. And Donnie Iris, Back on the Streets. Always a desirable one that has his great hit Aaliyah on it. Aaliyah. VG $9.99. Magnetic Fields, one bid. Sold to Ivan R for $95. That's done. Boston's at $210. Van Halen's already at $35.35. That was nearly a top copy. And Jim B just bid $96 on Magnetic Fields. Jim B, you just missed it. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. EX $12.99. Too Much. Magic Bus. Wow, we don't get this very often. The Who. VG Plus condition, not bad whatsoever. Very collectible, very desirable. Look at that jacket, $36.99. Michelle Clements on Donnie Iris, Michael McCullen second, and hey, there's Boston as a picture disc. VG Plus, $26.99. There's the original picture disc. Well, I don't think, it might have come out the OG year, but they made all those about the same time. Also, we have Joe Tex from The Roots That Came the Rapper. Joe Tex is VG $16.99, and we have Sticks, Pieces of 8, VG $9.99. Let's go back up the top. Boston's at $225. Boston $250. Van Halen 36, Van Halen 40. Joe Salamo on BST for 10. Blood, Sweat, and Tears sold to Joe Salamo for 10. Did you sell Usatra yet? I have not. That's the first time I've ever said that name in my life. Van Halen 41, Susie Breedlove on Magic Bus. Joe DeGatto second on Donnie Iris. Stephen A. Young second on Magic Bus. James Goggin third. Susie Breedlove also getting the Boston picture disc. Boston album, white label promos at $220. J Neutral on Sticks. Amenities is out on Boston. I think you have it right now at $220. No, Tyler Hubery has it for $250. Tyler Hubery has it for $250. Van Halen 45, Van Halen 45. Tony McDaniel, you were second on Boston picture disc. Did Sonic Youth happen? No, but I'll put it up right now. And Amenities, you were third on the Boston picture disc. Now, there was another question. Did Stranger Things cover the pre-order? There has been no arrival on Stranger Things. Maybe Laura can give us an update. When is the street date for the new Stranger Things soundtrack? They haven't had a lot of music, it seems like. I heard the direct or the Duffer Brothers say tomorrow night's episode is going to be loaded with music, so we'll see what happens. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, so the Boston is a really cool record. It's a white label promo. A white label promo of their debut album, and it's nice. It's EX++ near McMahon. It's probably a pretty solid VG Plus jacket. Has the promo strip. It has a gold stamp promo on the back. I woke up this morning to start my day, something like that. More than a feeling. I like Long Time. The intro to it, foreplay. Dump, dump, down. Wow, what an album. Okay, and then over here, we had Van Halen at $55 of Mike Quadrini. I didn't think Stranger Things is till later. Yeah, it's January 30th. That's up for pre-order in our group. If you want in on that, just get in on it. Okay, let's go through this crate again. This is all buy it now or best offer. And we had a request for Sonic Youth. I try to knock out some of these box sets early, so I have a room over here in my bin. So here we go. Sonic Youth. Let's take a look at it. Sonic Youth Dirty is the 2003 U.S. reissue, the deluxe edition with 4 LPs, all disc or EX or better. Sonic Youth is a $65 start. Nirvana is $36.99. $36.99. So Boston, high bid. I want to make sure everybody's done. Big record. $250, Tyler Hubery. He's had it for 3 minutes now. That was the final call, $250. Van Halen is at $70, and Sonic Youth is already at $90. These records are buy it now or best offer. I've got 4 more crates like this to go through, plus whatever Laura marks. Oscar Brown Jr. moving on. VG Plus $14.99. Around the World with Three Dog Night. VG Plus $19.99. I was about to say, Calvin has not set out yet on Boston, and Tyler, he just bid. He's at $255. We're not done on Boston. These are buy now or best offer. Three Dog Night. Nazareth, close enough for rock and roll. VG $9.99. Tyler's right back in at $276. James Brown plays the new breed. VG $12.99 for James Brown. Jimmy Rainey, this is a 1956 LP. VG plus $24.99. It was owned by Mr. Dale McKinney over on North Monroe Street in Stillwater, Oklahoma. He owned that at one time over in Stillwater, Oklahoma. It's made its way over to Tennessee. VG Plus, $24.99. Tangerine Dream Live, a double LP, VG Plus, $19.99. Don't get that one too often. Sonic Youth is at $95. Boston's at $280. And Van Halen is with who? No, Sonic Youth is at $100 right now. James Brown, $8. So to Ryan Eaton for $8. And then Van Halen. Where are we at on this? Mike went out. Joey Osbrook, $70. A near top copy of 1984 with Shrink and Hype. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, VG $9.99. New Colony 6 Revelations, VG Plus $9.99. Ginger Baker at his best, a 2 LP compilation, VG $14.99. Also, Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, VG Plus $19.99. Todd Rundgren, A Wizard, A True Star, VG $9.99. The Rolling Stones Greatest Hits, VG Plus $19.99, double LP, and Will the Circle Be Unbroken? No Stillwater to my knowledge, VG $19.99. Another Stones, VG $14.99. Cognition, The Road, VG Plus $24.99, double LP. John Kell, Slow Dazzle, VG Plus $24.99, and Joe Tex, VG $16.99. Will the Circle Be Unbroken is volume 1. Okay, so Boston, he's out. We were done on this. Tyler Hubry, $300. Tyler Hubry, thank you. Awesome record there. $300 on the Boston promo. All right, let's put that away. Awesome there. That's done. And then Van Halen is sold, and Van Halen is sold to Joey Osbrooks. No, yep. What was the winning bid on this? $70 on this. And I'm pretty sure the bid on Sonic Youth is C. Crage at $100. Is that right? Are we done? I feel like there's somebody that wants to bid again, but we're almost near the end. Right now, this is at $100. C. Crage 007, $100. That is Mo Loco 36 on YouTube. Remind me one more time of your actual name. This is sold. We have a flag on Van. Oh, that was a bid on Van Halen. My bad. I thought that was a late bid on Sonic Youth. I saw that. Travis bid 75 and now 80. Okay, we're not done. My bad. We're not done on Van Halen. Sonic Youth, we're not done either. 105 on Sonic Youth. Van Halen is at 80. We're not done on those. That's my bad. And then we have out on Sonic Youth, Van Halen 80, and there's Nirvana. Okay? Anybody else? Let's go right into another new crate. So, Travis, sorry I missed your bid on Van Halen. And then Bo Stones for $20. Sell these for $10 and $10 to Dennis Jackson. Okay, there we go. If you change your mind, you're like, dang it, you know what, Chad? I am feeling a little bit frisky. You've got me all hopped up on Subway cookies. Go ahead and give me the rest of that crate. I'm going to be like, dang, okay. Rest of the crate sold to the guy that's all hopped up on Subway cookies. Let's go through another crate. This one's EX Plus or better, and these are going to be buy now or best offer. We're about to go through them so fast. That's Moses E, by the way. Moses E on the Nirvana. So we need something to replace that. That was a good pull. We sold Buckingham Nicks out of the corner. We've sold Nirvana out of the corner. What else can we sell out of the corner? Who needs a copy of Queen's Rock Operation Mindcrime, a double LP, $44.99. Okay, there it is. Queen's Rock, $44.99. Okay. Oh, yeah, Eric Conard wanted Tangerine Dream. I saw that. I didn't know if you were trying to ask a question. It said Can't Tangerine OL. Okay, so yeah, sell that to Eric Conard. All right, that's done. And now, I think everything from the last crate is done. We're getting started on a new one right now. But right over here, Sonic Youth, 105 of Michael Freiberger. And then Van Halen's at 90. And then how many LPs are in Sonic Youth? LPs, we have 8 sides, so 4 LPs. 8 sides, 4 LPs, okay? Sonic Youth, let's take a look at it again. Sonic Youth Dirty is a 2003 US Deluxe Edition, 4 LPs with book, all 4 discs or EX or better. Van Halen's at $99, a top copy of Van Halen 1984. EX Plus to be specific on the vinyl. Man, we got some cool stuff to do. Let's put up Hawkwind. 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 Hawkwind is Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do, and that's a 1972 USOG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. The cover is probably like VG or less. It does have quite a bit of wear and tear. $25 start on that. Operation Mindcrime is a new sealed reissue. Yeah, new sealed reissue, $44.99. Here we go. Buy it now, best offer. We have Supertramp, even the quietest of moments. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of my love, something, something. $18.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. The Cars, greatest hits. $34.99. As you can see, it has the original inner sleeve. Let the good times roll. Let's go. My best friend's girl, $34.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. Hey, I'm here to sell records. I also have Superstar Super Hits. This is a 2 LP compilation, $16.99. It's a volume 1 and a volume 2 together. That's a lot of great looking songs. Brown Eyed Girl, Sam and Dave, Sonny and Cher, Aretha Franklin, $16.99. And then Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte, Porgy and Bess, Living Stereo, $9.99. And Schlagers. This is a Warner Brothers compilation. Schlagers. So this is one of those lost leaders. That is the green label. So this has Harper's Bazaar, Sinatra, John Sebastian, Herbie Hancock, etc., etc. $19.99. Let's go back to the top. Are we done on Sonic Youth? There was some questions. There were some questions. It was at 105, and when I get to the bottom, I'm selling it. Van Halen got up to 99, now 100, and now Van Halen 101. Hawkwind 25. Super Hits. Amenities said $14. No, that's probably for Supertramp. Amenities get Supertramp for $14. John Bergenstorm gets the Cars. Nice. And Van Halen's at 101. I think we're done. Spyro Gyra. Stories Without Words. $9.99 for Spyro Gyra. And nice, Yellow Submarine, a 1969 OG Los Angeles. What's John doing? They putting these in here. $49.99 for Yellow Submarine. Not a bad looking cover. It does have moderate wear. Minor wear, probably. VG Plus then. $49.99. All right, Sonic Youth, Soda Michael Freiberger, 105. Van Halen, what a battle. What a nice copy. Travis at 101. And Hawkwind just has one bid with Robert Warner, $25, going once, going twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's pull something from the $15 tab. That's anything from $15, I think, all the way up to $25 starts. This is just going to be a $5 start. The Cannonball Adderley Quintet. It's a U.S. reissue of an unknown year, Blue Riverside label, just a $5 start, VG or less jacket as well. That's not what forbids. Spyro, 6. Go ahead and sell that to Amenities for $6. And we have Rod Stewart Smiler, Rod, $24.99. Susie Breedlove, hold on. And then over here we have what? We got Stagecoach, an original motion picture soundtrack. Stagecoach. John Wayne was in that movie. $19. That's a young John Wayne you see over there on the right. $19.99. All right, let's see what I've got over here in the high-end tab. Yeah, I've got another Iron Maiden bootleg. We got a request for Clash or Too Short. I'll do that one soon. This is an unofficial press. It's Sydney, Australia. Iron Maiden live. February 24th, 2011 at the Sydney Entertainment Center. Another great Iron Maiden unofficial, $50 start on that. So we got Cannonball at 6 and then Cannonball at 5, and Susie Breedlove wants Robert Plant. I think she meant Rod Stewart. And then we have Spyro Gyra again, Carnival, $9.99, and The Best of the Birds Volume 2 in shrink wrap, a $2.90 price tag. The 2025 price is $19.99 or best offer. Hawkwind is sold for $25 to Robert Warner. Thank you, Robert. That is sold. Was Lemmy on that one? I forgot to usually mention that. So Cannonball has bids for 5, 6, 6, 5, 5, and 5, and now 10. And then Iron Maiden's a $50 start. Let's put up another auction, but let's keep showing some albums. Girl Crazy, the original soundtrack. Mickey Rooney, Judy Garland. That is $14.99. Paul Butterfield, North South. Paul Butterfield, $19.99. Susie said, give me the Rod Stewart. You got it. That's so to Susie Breedlove. And then over here, We have Dragon what? 1999. I don't recall this too much. Let's look at the label. It's just called Dragon. O Zambezi Dragon. Dragon 1999. Cannonball 12 then 15. And Aerosmith Get Your Wings. Not a bad looking copy. The vinyl's clean. The cover is better than most. $34.99. Okay, let's go back to the top. Cannonball was at 15. No bid yet on Iron Maiden. Now there's a bid for $50. And then Stagecoach 10. Let's go back over that. That is sold for $10. Wait a minute. I thought it was marked 14. J Beach, I'll do that for, let's do it for 12. It was marked $19.99, but I'll go ahead and sell it to you. I almost pulled the trigger too fast. I caught the bullet before it got too far. Elvis Now is $14.99. And Mac Davis, Texas in my rearview mirror, Mac Davis, $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. In the high-end tab, I've got The Clash, I got Judas Priest, I've got Too Short, I got Witch Power, I got Ozzy. We need to put up Ozzy. It's actually had quite a bit of early request. This one is due before the other ones. Yeah, this one's definitely due before the other ones. Oh my gosh, another nice copy of Ultimate Sin. An 86 Pittman OG with the original inner sleeve, and it's nice. It's VG++ EX, $75 start on Ozzy. There it is. There it is. Okay. First thing is this. We had Stagecoach at 10. I counted at 12. Iron Maiden 50. Do I have a Bruce? Let me check. Do we have a Bruce Springsteen? I'm pretty sure we do. Terry Gerhardt's at 25 on Aerosmith. I sold to Terry Gerhardt for $25. Iron Maiden 65 with 007. And then Mega Blast says, I'll take the Mac Davis. Sold to Mega Blast 9. J Beach gets Stagecoach for 12. Sold. Dang it. Aerosmith just got an offer for 28. I just shot myself in the foot for $3. We got a running total. That is $6 worth of foot shooting tonight. That was $6 so far worth of foot shooting tonight. ST second on Mac Davis. Matt Nichols on Judas Priest. I think that's a request. And then Don Nicole on Elvis. Sold. Modern Lover sold. No. Too Short is up on deck. Iron Maiden 75. Don said never mind on Elvis. That's okay. It's only a $20,000 putback fee. And we have something, $12.99. What is this? This is Alfonso Johnson, Yesterday's Dream. Sorry, it's written in cursive. Might as well be written in Russian. $12.99. And Gary Burton, Alone at Last. Gary Burton is $19.99. And Stanley Turrentine, the baddest Turrentine. What a cover. Smoking on a Marlboro there. $19.99. Smoking on a something. And then Cannonball Adderley. The last bid on Cannonball that came in was the following. The last bid on Cannonball Adderley was the following. Here was the last bid on Cannonball Adderley. Amenities has it for $15. Final call. The last bid on Iron Maiden was 007 at $65. That is a final call. Ozzy 75, Ozzy 100, Ozzy 110, and then Adam Bernarden on 10 for Gary Burton. This will be $15. That one was marked $19.99. I have the Billie Holiday Story. Billie Holiday, a 2 LP, $26.99. Ozzy 112, Iron Maiden 70. Do you got any more of those Mac Davis? Probably, but I don't have any right now. We have La Ruta on Cinescope, a 1997 Spain press. What an interesting one there. $39.99. And Meet Me at the Crux, the Cruise, the what? Dirk Hamilton, $12.99. Adam Bernardi does take the Gary Burton for $15. That is sold. Iron Maiden's at 80. Ozzy's at 112. And then Stanley Turrentine, Bernie Johnson, $13. And 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 and 1. And this is sold to Bernie Johnson for $13. Done. Cannonball Adderley did not get another bid, right? This is sold to Amenities for $15. That is sold for $15 to Amenities. Let's put that away. Thank you on that one. Now, let's take a look at La Ruta. This is La Ruta in CinemaScope. I think it is a band. It's definitely a band. It's a power pop album, a Spain press, 1997, $39.99. Is Dragon World Music. I honestly don't know what genre to put this under. It doesn't look like world music. It looks like rock. I mean, they've got guitars and pianos and drums. That could also be jazz with pianos, drums, and guitars, but it's typically rock in that kind of setting, the way they're standing there holding those instruments. Who knows, though? And then Iron Maiden's at 85 and Ozzy's at 120. This crate is buy it now, best offer. Eddie Harris, Silver Cycles. Jazz, Shrink, Eddie Harris, a 69 CT press, $24.99. Super Sax and LA Voices, Gold Stamp promo, $12.99. And Roy Clark's family album, Roy Clark, $9.99. Let's see what's going on over here with Too Short. That was a request. And then we got Too Short Cocktails. Too Short is a 1995 USOG white label promo, and this is in VG Plus condition, a $50 start. It is a double LP. I'm pretty sure that's a full album. It's a promo, Too Short, $50 start on that one. Next is Ozzy at $125, Ozzy $130. Amenities gets Eddie Harris for $19. Thank you. It was $24.99. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. I'm going to show a couple more records, and I got swapped. Nice. The Who, Quadrophenia, double LP, $34.99. Laruda is a Spanish garage beat band from Mirs, Austrias. There you have it. Too Short is called Cocktails. Cocktails. Too Short. It is a catalog number JDJ-41553-1. It's a promo on Jive Records. It's a $50 start. Over here, Roy Clark 5, Roy Clark 7. Just got on. What is the Iron Maiden? The Iron Maiden is at $85 with 007. Hoopy, just so you know, you've been outbid. It's an unofficial Sydney, Australia Center, Sydney, Australia, 2011. February of 2011. It's a final call. Is waiting for one other person. 007 has it for $85. The Aussies at $130 with Stanley Richmond. Kurt Barron, you've been outbid. And Roy Clark got an offer for $5. I said $7. Next is Flyback. T-Rex. Wow, don't see that one too often. T-Rex. Flyback, $36.99. Definitely a foreign press, $36.99 for T-Rex. Todd Rundgren Runt is $29.99 for Todd Rundgren. And Sinatra, A Man and His Music, a 2LP. Sinatra, $24.99. Too Short has a bid for $50. Todd Doris wants the Who, Quadrophenia. Great decision there. Too Short is a double LP. I believe sure it's a full album. It's called Cocktails. It's a double LP promo. Double LP promo. 007's in at $50. I have filled up a crate. Let me swap these out right quick. And we have already filled up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to sell a lot of stuff tonight, thanks to the new Start Your Ear Off Rod exclusives. If you wasn't on when I started the show, we've already sold out of Rush pre-orders. We sold out of Snakes and Arrows. We sold out of Feedback. And we sold out of a lot of stuff, honestly. We went through 6 crates of new vinyl. There was only 3 records left right over here. We'll show those in just a second. And George Burleson gets Roy Clark for $7. Thank you on that one. And then Too Short has a bid for $55. And I don't think anybody else is going to bid on Iron Maiden. I don't think anybody else is going to bid on Ozzy until right now. Ozzy's at $131. Too Short's at $65. And Neil Young and the Blue Notes. This note's for you. Neil Young is $24.99. Uma Samak, Voice of the Extaby. Uma is $14.99. And we have the Best of the Diamonds, $9.99 for that. And then Deep Purple, Powerhouse, Deep Purple, $29.99. We're in an EX Plus or better, buy it now or best offer bin. Iron Maiden, I'm going to do a 5-second countdown because I've already said this once. I've already said it twice, and I might have said it 3 or 4 times since there's been a couple questions. 007 Platinum's had this for $85 for almost 5 minutes now. $85, and that's going once, twice, 3, 2, 1, sold for $85. That's done. Let's put that in the crate. Aussies at $135 with Stanley Richmond. Kurt Barron, you're out. And then Too Shorts at $55 and now $65. We also have Climax Blues Band, Tightly Knit. That's in shrink for $19.99. Rachel Sweet, Protect the Innocent. Rachel Sweet is $12.99. Brady and Holly, Borderline. That is $14.99. And Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $12.99 for Jefferson Starship. Worldwide Attractions, Magnet, $9.99. And Leif Garrett, Feel the Need. Holy crap, it's a Leif Garrett album. $9.99. Two Left, that is Two Left. Two Left, Shakin' Stevens and the Sunsets for $9.99, and Davey Allen and the Arrows, $19.99. Ozzy out, final call. Let's look at Too Short. So Too Short Cocktails is a 1995 USOG. It's a double LP. Here is side C. It's got 3 tracks on it. Here is side D. It's got 3 tracks on it. The third one is Don't F for Free. This is in VG Plus condition, which is a very conservative grade over all 2 LPs, because some of these I'm looking at are really nice. There's side A. Jive Records. It's a white label promo. This one has 3 tracks. The other side has 3 tracks. It's definitely a full album. It's a double LP. It does have looks like some sleeve transfer on it. There's not really any markings or like really scratches or scuffs. It looks just like some sleeve transfer. VG Plus condition. I don't think this album originally came out of a jacket. If it did, this one doesn't because it's a promo maybe. And that is at $65 with 007 Platinum, okay? And then amenities on Jeff for $8. Jeff for $8. Jefferson Starship sold to amenities for $8, okay? And then over here, Ozzy out. Chad, what's the grade on the Ozzy? Kurt Barron, you've went out. Just FYI, you can't bid again if you've already set out, but Stanley Richmond has it for $135. It's a 1986 Pittman OG VG++ EX with the merch insert and the original inner sleeve. Merch insert and the original inner sleeve. That's a final call to Stanley Richmond for $135. Now, I'm not going to go back through this crate in detail because we still got plenty more of other stuff to go through. I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Oh, almost. Trying to get a knee adjustment going on here. Oh, yes. Okay. There we go. Davey Allen, the Arrow, sold to Chris Knapp for $15. All right. Too Short is still getting bids. Let's put up another auction. I'm going to read through here. If you missed something, you need a price, let me know, okay? Let's do this very Japanese-looking thing. It's right here in the front looking at me. Let's see what this is. We have what here? This is Yusuri Yasutra 4, Lum the Forever original soundtrack. A 1986 Japanese OG, $25 start on that. Don't know a lot about that, but that's pretty interesting. Okay, so if you need a price, let me know. Superstar Super Hits, 2 LP compilation from Columbia Musical Treasuries. Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte, Porgy and Bess, Schlagers, Warner Brothers sampler. The Yellow Submarine, the Beatles, Yellow Submarine, a 69 OG US, $49.99 on that one. Spyro Gyra, The Best of the Birds, Girl Crazy soundtrack. Paul Butterfield, Elvis Presley Now, Alfonso Johnson, and let's pause right here at the Billie Holiday Story. Okay, I was about to say, if Paul Brothers is watching, he'll definitely be on this soundtrack. He has, thank you, Paul, $25. Ozzy is sold to Stanley Richmond at $135. That is sold for $135. And then what about Too Short? Too Short over here. This is a 1995 USOG. It's a 1995 USOG. 007 Platinum has it for $100. Terry Gearhart says Superstar Hits for $15. This is sold to Terry Gearhart for $15. And then this Lum Forever has a new bid for $30 with Jeff Brindley. So we got some bidding activity on that one. Let's go ahead and put up The Clash, Sandinista, The Clash, and then Judas Priest. This is a 1980 UK triple LP with insert, EX edition, and hopstick. 36-track triple album from The Clash. $55 start on that. If you need a price or if you want to make an offer, go right ahead. We have Meet Me at the Crux, Dirk Hamilton. We got Dragon, La Ruta in CinemaScope, Super Sax, LA Voices, T-Rex, Flyback, Todd Rundgren Runt, Sinatra, Amanda and His Music, Neil Young and the Blue Notes. This note's for you. Uma Sumac, Voice of the Extaby, The Best of the Diamonds, Deep Purple Powerhouse, Climax Blues Band, Tightly Knit, Rachel Sweet, Protect the Innocent, Brady and Holly, Magnet, Leif Garrett, and Shakin' Stevens and the Sunsets. Porgy Details. This was Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte, Porgy and Bess, Living Stereo, RCA, no condition notes, nice, $9.99. So Loom has a bid for $50, a Clash is at $55, and Too Short, it has a bid for $125. Brandon Jones, it goes back to you. 007 Platinum, and Brandon Jones throwing punches. Wham, boom, haymakers, jabs. Adam Bernardi sold on Porgy and Bess. If you want a price, don't worry. Those are right here behind me. You can ask, claim at any time. Let's go right over here and grab another crate. Right back into it. Let's see if there's another check condition crate. Let's see if there's another check condition crate. I don't know if there is or not. Is there? There's one more check condition crate. So let's do another EX Plus Near Mint Minus crate, and then I'll go into a check condition crate. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Clash, Sandinista. Clash Sandinista is a 1980 UK original. 1980 UK original. One bid for $55. This record right here is a final call to Jeff Brindley for $50. And then Too Short is sold to 007 Platinum for $125, okay? Done and sold. All right, let's put up some new stuff, but first let's get started with this crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Mac Davis, baby, don't get hooked on me. Oh man, that's a big one. $9.90. Mac Davis. We have J. Giles Band. This is sealed. Wow, a sealed original. Does have a saw mark, of course. $39.99. And then 1969, is this Lee Hazelwood? No, Tim Harden. Sweet for Susan Moore. That is $19.99. Tim Harden. Terry Reid, Rogue Waves. $19.99 for Terry Reid. And Larry Gatlin, High Time. Includes statues without hearts. That is $9.99. So this is sold to Jeff Brindley for $50. The Clash just has one bid. It's about to sell for $55, one bid. Let's do a bonus crate pull. Let's do a bonus crate pull. And the bonus crate pull is Stevie Ray Vaughan. I'll take it. Nice. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. It's a double LP, 1986 USOG Carrollton Press, near mint gatefold jacket, $45 star. What is the Terry Reid? That one is called Rogue Waves, $19.99. Rogue Waves. Everly Brothers, Stories We Could Tell. Everly Brothers is $9.99. The Supremes and the Four Tops, the Magnificent Seven, $14.99 on that. Night City, N-I-T-E, Night City, $9.99. And that's Barbara as a picture disc. Barbara Streisand, Emotion, $14.99. J Neutron, Terry Reid, that's sold. The Clash is at $60. And Mac Davis is sold to John Durden. Almost missed that. Mega Blast 9 on John Davis. Mac Davis, and that is sold to Mega Blast 9. Jay Nutri got Terry Reid. The Clash has a new bid for $60 with Zumo. Amenities you've been outbid. Stevie Ray Vaughan is now up for bid. And let's see what else we have. For a $15 start, John Coltrane. John Coltrane. Ascension. John Coltrane. A 1974 U.S. reissue uses the Edition 1 recordings. It has the company inner sleeve, VG condition, $20 start on Coltrane. That's now for bid. Clash has a new bid for $65. And Stevie Ray Vaughan has a bid for $45. 50 Years of Bluegrass Super Hits, Volume 4. A double LP, $24.99. Clash has a new bid for $65. Stevie Ray has an opening bid, one bid $45. And John Coltrane has 0 bids, $20 star. Ray Parker Jr. Greatest Hits, $12.99. And the Blasters, $19.99 for the Blasters. Also, we have Spider Turner, Stand By Me, and Shriek, $19.99. I'm going to pause. I'm about to cough. Whew. Oh, I can feel the cookie activating within me. Oh. Come on, cookie power. Ah. Man. Felt like I just got Okay. First thing is this. The Clash is at $70, now $77. Zumo, you've been outbid. Amenities, the first bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan was $45, okay? It was at $45, not $25. It was at $45. And then John Coltrane just had that one bid for $20. We're about to sell that to Lax Macau over on YouTube. Can you remind me of your actual name again? Spider is sold to Adam Bernardi for $13. Sorry, I had to take a monster and cookie break. Zumo's back in on the Clash at 80, and now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 55. So Amenities is in on Stevie Ray Vaughan. You're out on the Clash. And here we go. Back to the buy it now best offer. Highway 101, $12.99. The New Society Band shoves it in your ear. The New Society Band shoves it in your ear, $12.99. Over here, we have A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum. That's a soundtrack. $12.99. $12.99. And Byron Berline Sundance. Byron Berline, $9.99. And Maxell Sampler, Jazz Sampler, $14.99. Matt Shirley. Shirley didn't just buy this. He did. One bid on Coltrane, too. Wow. Usually I don't say one bid on John Coltrane. Usually I say that auction has concluded after 300 bids, but this time just one bid. Sold. Stephanie Hill gets Highway 101. Sold. What is the Clash? Class details. Jeremy Burksell and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Sold to Amenities for $55. And the Clash is a 1980 UKOG. The last bid that came in on this was Zumo at $80, and Amenities is out. It's a 1980 UKOG hop sticker, all 3 LPs, EX sleeve. Asleep at the Wheel in shrink, $14.99. The Return of the Singing Cowboy, $9.99. And Lamb is $19.99. Cross between Green Warner Brothers label, $19.99. Next auction. How about a bonus crate pull? This will get your attention. Iron Maiden, Run to the Hills. Do what? Iron Maiden's a 1982 Euro OG 12-inch 45 RPM maxi single. Strong VG, a $45 start. Do what? We have Double, DOBLEULE, $9.99. And Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger, $9.99. And both sides, Strings and Things. Strings and Things. If you go to Zaxby's, they got something on their menu called Wings and Things, where you can get chicken strips, wings, French fries, a drink, and that's over at Zaxby's. Next auction is Judas Priest, Redeemer of the Souls. And then we have a 2014 USOG. Some copies of this has sold for as much as $160. We're going to start this one at just $65. What a cool cover. Priest. A $65 start. Highway 101 was sold. Clash has a new bid for $93 with Mark Lent. Zumo, you've been outbid. Mark Lent asked about it. He's bid. Neil Young, Trans, $19.99 for Neil Young. Bob Dylan, New Morning, $24.99 on Bob Dylan. And Roy Clark, a 2 LP compilation. Famous Twin Sets, $14.99. Over here, we have Oso put P for 65. That's probably for Judas Priest, right? Priest. 65 with Oso Avenger. And then which Lamb? This is Lamb. It's called Lamb Cross Between. $19.99. Over here, Iron Maiden at 45. RC for $10. Roy Clark sold for $10. The Mega Blast 9. Chicago, a double LP, 25 or 624, $19.99. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Beep bum bum. Zumo, you've been outbid on Clash. Mark Lent has it for $93. And Zumo's out. Sold to Mark Lent for $93. Iron Maiden has one bid with Hoopy for $45, going once, going twice. Priest has one bid for $65, going once, going twice. And Bob James 3, guest, Grover Washington Jr., $14.99. Doing a little bit of a Pink Floyd cover there with the Prism. $14.99, $14.99. And Tom T. Hall for the people in the last hard town. Oh, Tom T. Hall does have some initials on the cover, does have a sticker. No, that's actually printed on there. Tom T. Hall, $9.99. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $50. Priest, one bid, $65. Let's pull something else over here to auction. What do we have next? Portishead, do what? Portishead, do what? 1997 USOG VG, $10 start, a 4-track single. Laura loves Portishead, a 3-heart rating. Portishead, all mine. Never had it before. $10 start on that. Iron Maiden, $50, then $48. What is the Iron Maiden? Hall, $8. Sold to VW Wanda. VW Wanda. Also, George Duke, Night After Night. George Duke is $9.99. This is $9.99. Ms. Z Jones, MZ and the Jonestones, You Ain't Dead, $9.99. Danny Kerwin, $19.99. He was in a band called Fleetwood Mac. And then over here, we have Jimmy Smith's Greatest Hits, a Blue Note 2 LP, 1968 pressing, gatefold, a little bit of cover wear, no conditionals on the vinyl, $26.99. Tom T. Hall already sold for $8. Mega Blast, you were second. What is the Iron Maiden? Well, the high bid's $55 for James Davidson. It's Run to the Hills, a 1982 Euro OG 12-inch 45 RPM maxi single super sound version. Super sound version. VG condition, and the high bid's $55. Priest just got one bid, sold to Oso Adventure. One bid. Priest is gone. Wow, what a great... I figured this would sell for well over 100. Priest is sold. One bid, Redeemer of the Souls for $65. Unbelievable. And then over here, Portishead, VG, $10. Bernie Johnson on Duke. And Duke was George Duke. That sold to Bernie Johnson. Jimmy Smith sold for $25 to Amenities. Judas Priest just got a bid for $70. James, you're about 3 minutes too late. Super Sax and LA Voices Volume 3, $9.99. And over here, we have the Concrete Cowboy Band. The Concrete Cowboy the what? $9. The Concrete Cowboy Band, $9.99. Portishead has a bid for $10. Mongo Santa Maria, Ole Ola, $14.99. And we have Dexter Gordon Quartet, Manhattan Symphony. Dexter Gordon, $9. Let's find that Bruce Springsteen. Weird, I hadn't seen one yet. I've got Japan. I've got Modern Lovers. I've got, this looks like Hawkwind. Who is this? No, it's Clutch. I got Clutch. I got Marvin Gaye. I got Bruce Springsteen. Found it. I've got something else. I got Danzig. Oh, boy. I got the Beatles. I got Pink Floyd. I got Overkill. I got George Strait. I've got Crocus. I've got something else. I've got Kate Bush. I got another Kate Bush. I have something else. I got Sun House. I got Screw Jack. There's another record. There's another record. And then a couple more records. And then there's 2,000 more. Here is Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, The Handsome Man in Showbiz, live at the Meadowlands, 1984. An unofficial, made in Italy in 1984, Meadowlands Sports Complex in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Bruce Springsteen in New Jersey, August 17, 1984. VG Plus, $20 start. There's a note with cover damage because it's kind of dinged, it's kind of creased, and that's a $20 start for Bruce. There we go. Now, I left off with this. We had a late bid come in on Priest. It already sold. Portishead got a bid for 10. We have an out on Iron Maiden. We got a request for Sun House. We got an offer on Dexter and a claim on Dexter. Amenities, this is yours, but it will be $9.99. If not, it's sold to Bernie Johnson. George Burleson gets Mongo Santa Maria for 10. Mongo Santa Maria sold to George Burleson for 10. And then Springsteen has bids for 20 and 20. And then we got Milton Nascimento, Journey to Dawn, $12.99. La La Carte. This is another Warner Brothers sampler compilation, $19.99. And CJ and Co. Devil's Gun. I always thought that was a wild cover. $19.99. CJ and Co. Devil's Gun. The Osmonds Around the World, double LP, $14.99. Amenities does get Dexter Gordon at sticker price. And then Evening Ragas, Svazant Ra and Zakir Hussain. Some Indian music there. $19.79, $39.99. The Sitar. Cindy Bullins is $9.99. And Hubert Laws, Then There Was Light. Hubert Laws, $19.99 with Bob James, Ron Carter, Steve Gadd. Spikey McVeigh wants Milton. And this was right here, so does Spikey McVeigh. Okay, Iron Maiden is done. Let's see if we can do another bonus crate pull as good as that one. Iron Maiden is sold to James Davidson for $55. Yep. Okay, then over here we have Portishead. It was at 10, then 12, then 11, now 13. And then Bruce Springsteen, Bill Samus, you're out. Carol Puckett has it for $25. All right. Okay, there's two Lamb of... let's pull something from the bonus crate. Nice pull. Black Sabbath. Live Evil. Black Sabbath, a 1983 U.S. Club RCA Music Edition, EX Plus condition. Black Sabbath Live Evil, a $45 start. That's now up for bid. Any Beatles collectors, just FYI, I have part 1 of 5 of Dale's Pittsburgh Insane Beatles 45 and EP collection. We've got them tagged, we've got them cleaned, we've got them researched. it's going to be our bonus auctions for tomorrow. By the way, also New Year's Eve sale tomorrow. I'll definitely be live, and we'll be doing on sale new vinyl along with all the other new vinyl that comes in and whatever else that shows up. As far as John and Laura and Paul, whatever they get marked, okay? So another full night of auctions tomorrow. Beatles 45s, new vinyl on sale. Should be some cool stuff, okay? First thing is this. Portishead has a bid for 15. Another bid for 15. Hubert Law's 11. Bernie, let's do 14 on that one. It was marked 19. I'll do that one for 14, okay? Bruce Springsteen, he's out. We're about to sell that then. Black Sabbath, did I even tell what this is? It's a 1983 U.S. Club, RCA, double LP, EX, $45 start. Not going to go through this in detail. Just going to read the titles, okay? We'll include original 45. It will include a lot of really cool stuff. Foreign presses, U.S. presses. Let me go up here and see if I have them. By the way, I think Laura is dropping off something a crate. Laura dropped off a crate as I was walking up to the front. I actually need to get these back here so I don't forget to take pictures of them tonight. I've had them for 3 days, but I really want to get word out that we're selling these so the Beatles buyers can get on. There's probably several on right now, but we want to make sure everybody knows these are ready. And I think if I spend a couple hours tonight, I can get a bunch of buy it nows ready because I have a lot. But right here is kind of what they look like. I mean, I have everything from the Magical Mystery. There's that. There's foreign stuff. There's really early Parlophone here. This is, let's see here. Oh, yeah, there's really cool stuff in here. There's a lot. Seth's got them packed in here. There's Japanese with Obi, which I don't see too often. What else? Some interesting stuff here. French, Japanese. Oh, yeah. Holy moly. Oh, man. Good stuff there. I got 20 crates like this full. Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Still selling stuff from that incredible collection up in Pittsburgh. 20 crates full. Over here, we have Hubert Law sold for $14 to Bernie Johnson, okay? Over here, CJ Details. CJ and Company. This is CJ and Company, Devil's Gun, $19.99. Bruce Springsteen is sold to Carol Puckett for $25. That's sold to Carol Puckett for $25. Last bid on Portishead. Chadwick Smith, you're tied with Shakedown. So this has had bids for 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15. Shakedown has it for $15. And then Black Sabbath is a no bid. This is a buy it now for $45, Live Evil. EX Plus condition. CJ sold for $12 to Adam Bernardi. If you want a price on anything in here, just let me know. We have Jay Giles Band, sealed. We had Tim Harden. We also had Larry Gatlin, Everly Brothers, The Four Tops, Night City, Barbara Streisand, Picture Disc, Bluegrass, Volume 4, Ray Parker Jr., The Blasters, The New Society Band, Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum. We have Byron Berline, Jazz Maxwell, Asleep at the Wheel, The Return of the Singing Cowboy, Dublé, Jean-Luc Ponty, Strings and Things, Neil Young Trans, Bob Dylan, Lamb, Chicago, Bob James, M.Z. Jones, Danny Kerwin, Super Sax, Concrete Cowboy, A La Carte, The Osmonds, Evening Ragas, and Cindy Bullens. Portishead 15, Matt Sabbath, Matt Sabbath. MT Matt gets Black Sabbath for $45. Portishead 16, Portishead 18. The Blasters was $19.99. If anybody wants a price on anything in there, let me know right now. Chicago, really clean copy, double LP. It's called Chicago. It's their second LP. $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best price or best offer, I should say. How much was the Supremes? That was marked for what? That was the Magnificent Seven. That was marked for $14.99. $14.99 on that, okay? And then over here is Portishead, $18, final call. And let me find Bob James. Laura has brought up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 box sets. Wow. Is this the one I think it is? No, I saw a box set laying in the back today. I meant to grab it before it got buried. It's something a lot of people's been asking about. No telling what's happened to it today. It rhymes with, well, I won't say till I know where it is. Otherwise, people might ask for it every night until I find it. So I better not say. Okay, and then Chicago 15, Supremes 8. Let me find this. Mac Sabbath, they dress up like Ronald McDonald characters. Y'all have never seen that video of Ozzy? His son Jack takes them to him. They dress up like Ronald McDonald and the McDonald's characters, and they play Black Sabbath music. It's really cool. All right, Supreme sold to Adam Bernardi 8. Tracy gets Chicago for 15. And then let's find Bob James for Bernie Johnson. That was the one with the prism. Kind of looked like Dark Side of the Moon on the cover. And that one was Bob James 3 with Grover Washington. $14.99. CTI, $14.99, okay? Portishead's at 20. Somehow this is still getting bids. Shakedown and Victor bid 20. It's a 1997 USOG VG 4-track single. Portishead, VG, cover's not too bad. He's out, final call for $20, okay? And then Bob James, that's the price on that. Let's put up some more auctions. This is new check condition stuff, never shown before. New check condition stuff, new, never shown before. Buy it now or best offer. Here we go. I've got Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake. This is a 2019 U.S. Anniversary Edition, limited edition green vinyl with black smoke. Only 500 were made with insert. Lamb of God, $75 start. Bob James is sold to Bernie Johnson for $11. Sure, let's keep rolling. And I have the Impressions Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $14.99 on the Impressions. Joan Jett, there it is. Our nightly Joan Jett. VG Plus, $24.99. The Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. VG, $12.99. And Eddie Murphy, comedian. 080 there is VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99. And Billy Joe, 52nd Street. Billy Joe is VG Plus, $9.99. Portishead is sold to Victor Guerra for $20. Victor, you get Portishead for $20. Over here is Lamb of God, $75 start on that. Next thing is the next auction from the bonus crate. The Clash, another Clash record, this time from the bonus crate, a 1980 U.S. original of London Calling. There it is. OG has the original under sleeve, EX edition. $45 start. The London Chuck Berry Sessions, VG condition, $14.99, and Sagrita Madras, Magic Music from South India, VG Plus, $14.99, and Janis Joplin Pearl, VG, $14.99. Me and my Bobby McGee. John Bergenstorm on Eddie Murphy, that's so topographic on PG, and PG was for, what was PG for? PG was for something, and then over here we had what? Lamb of God, a $75 start. We had Eddie Murphy sold, and then we have Clash at $45. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and this is going to be Clutch. Yeah, let's do Clutch. Somebody asked what it was earlier. I didn't even know. It's Clutch Earth Rocker Studio and Live Album, 2013 limited edition picture disc, includes a bonus picture disc of live material. EX edition Clutch is a $25 start. $25 start. Typo, sorry, no problem. Clash has a bid for $45. We got VW Wanda on the Janis Joplin, that's sold. And then over here we have Paul Cruz next on Janis, and Sangria 10 for George Burleson sold. I think is what I said, Sangrita. Same thing, I think that's what he wanted. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music Volume 1. VG Plus, $14.99 on that. And we have Merle Haggard and the Strangers, Some Days We'll Look Back, VG Plus, $9.99. And Def Leppard, Pyromania, VG condition, $24.99. X, see how we are, X is VG Plus, $24.99. Lamb of God, no bid. Ashes of the Wake, 2009 15th Anniversary Edition. You can pick it up for just $75. $75 buy it now on that. Over here, Clash, one bid. Final call to amenities for $45. Clutch, one bid, $25. Merle, 5. Merle, 7. Michael Freiberger, you're 7. You're first. It will be $7 if you want it. Michael Freiberger. If not, it goes to Matt Shepard. And then over here, we have Tim Jernigan was going to pay full price. I've shot myself in the foot again over $3. That makes $9 tonight. We're keeping a running total. That makes $9 tonight. I've shot my foot. Oh my gosh. Dennis Jackson offered 10 for the Beatles. Let's go ahead and sell it. $10. Clash has a bid for $49. Stephanie Hill on Def Leppard. So does Stephanie Hill. Chris Knapp gets X. So does Chris Knapp. And then over here, if Michael Freiberger gets Merle Haggard for 7. And then Clash is at 50. Clutch is at 26. Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake, a 2019 15th Anniversary Green Smoke, $75. That's the buy it now price. Clutch has a bid for $30. Boston, we sold a promo copy earlier for $300. Here is an Orange Label original as well, VG Plus, That one's a lot cheaper, $24.99. Our next auction, what's going on? Marvin Gaye, a classic, a must-have, a 1971 U.S. Superior OG EX, $30. Not bad whatsoever. These have always been kind of hard to find and high grade. $30 start on that one. Clutch 26, Clutch 30. And then over here, Clutch is at 30, another bid on 30, another $30 bid on Clutch, another $30 bid on Clutch. And now Clutch is at 35, and now Clash is at 53. Steve Miller Band, Greatest Hits, VG, $14.99. Jungle Love, Neil Young, oh, that's a good one. VG Plus, his first self-titled album, $29.99. VG Plus, What Did You Do to My Life? I've loved her so long. Those are good. And then The Loner, If I Could Have Her Tonight. I've been waiting for you. Is coming to me for such a long time now. And then The Old Laughing Lady. That's some good music right there. Of course, I'm very biased. I'm saying that out of pure personal opinion, but that's some good stuff. We have Three Dog Night, Naturally, VG Plus, $14.99, and Aerosmith, Night in the Ruts, VG, $12.99, and Gil Scott-Heron, Reflections. Didn't expect to see a Gil Scott-Heron record on the bins tonight. VG Condition, $14.99. We have Clutch. It had a bid for 35. Now it has a bid for 40. And then Clash got a bid for 53. And then Matt Shepard offered 10 for Steve Miller. Let me make sure there was no more claims or offers. There was another offer for 10 and then a claim. I figured there was. So Matt Shepard, that's yours, but it will be $14.99. Marvin Gaye got a bid for 30. And then Lamb of God got an offer for 65. Jim B's offered $65 for this $200 record over here. Sounds like a good deal for him. Clash has a bid for 55. Marvin Gaye got another bid for 30. Steve Miller got another bid for 10. Then there was the claim for Steve Miller. Then Tim Jernigan straight up claimed Neil Young. Great decision. Susie Breedlove was second, so that is so to Tim Jernigan. John McPatriot on Aerosmith. Marvin Gaye got another. That's the third $30 bid. Steve Miller got another $10 offer. John Bergenstorm said he will take, Matt Shepard said he will take Steve Miller as sticker. There, Steve Miller got another offer. John Bergenstorm, you were second on Aerosmith. And then we have... What? We have the Beatles. Wow. Abbey Road, 1976. If you bear with me for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to hum a melody of every song on this album, beginning right now. Shh, me, boom, boom, shh, me, boom, boom. Okay, I'm just joking. But man, that is VG Plus, $26.99, mid-70s pressing of Abbey Road. Lamb of God, so did Jim B for $65. The Clash. The last bid that came in on the Clash, was Amenities at $55. Mark Lent, you've been outbid. Mark Lent is back in at $63. Mark Lent is back in. Amenities, you're out. Clutch, the last bid on Clutch. Daniel went out. Who has the high bid? Clutch. I'm showing Clutch. Who has this? Clutch. Mark Stanley at $40. And this is a 1971 Marvin Gaye, What's Going On? Mom and brother, there are too many. Oh, man, I got lyrics. Holy moly. What's happening, brother? God is love. Inner City Blues. Picket signs? Where's that one at? Is that What's Going On? There's too many of us crying. Brother. Marvin Gaye, 55, 56. Tim Jernigan on the Beatles. Great decision. Scott Markheim second. Marvin Gaye, 56. Clash out. That was after a new bid for 67. So it looks like we're done on the Clutch too. Here we go. Buy it now, best offer. Don't shoot me. I'm on the... Wow, more singing. Here we go. Danielle, my brother. VG, $9.99. Elton John, VG, $9.99. Nice. I love this one right here. High Flying Bird. Don't forget about Susie on Crocodile Rock. Texan Love Song, VG, $9.99. And we get Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. I love their cover of You've Lost That Lovin' Feeling, the first track. In Shrink, VG, $12.99. And the best of Sonny and Cher. Man, the beat goes on. There it is. The best of Sonny and Cher. VG, I Got You, Babe. We don't know. We won't find out until we're old. Babe. Dum, dum, bum, bum. I got you, babe. Bum, 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 bum. And then Chad Gay, Marvin Gaye, Chad Cher, Chad Bono, Chad Cher. I'm turning into everybody. Chad John tonight. I'm taking many personalities tonight. I was the Beatles earlier. I'm probably going to turn into Robert Plant here in a second and start screaming and moaning. We have the Clash. The last bid on the Clash. The last bid on the Clash over here. Mark Lent at $63. Amenities bid $67. Mark Lent went out. So right now, hammers up. Clash. OG. High bid on the Clash. The feed's moving so fast I can't find it. $67. $67. Clutch, it's way up here. I'm going to have to scroll for 2 or 3 hours to find this. Clutch. Mark Stanley, $40 sold. $40, okay? Over here, we got Marvin Gaye. What's going on? A 71 OG VG Plus jacket. Nice. EX vinyl. Really nice for that record. Okay? Now, I left off by saying Marvin Gaye, $55. Tim Jernigan got Abbey Road. Scott Markheim, second. Marvin Gaye, $56. Amenities was outbid. Marvin Gaye, $60 with Samuel Kopech. Amenities came back in at $67. Then, Robin Glenn got Elton John. Sold. Samuel Kopech got Nancy and Lee. Sold. Susie Breedlove got Sonny and Cher. It was VG, $9.99. Dennis Daly was second. Pam Murray was third. We have Joe Cocker with a little help from my friends. VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99. Awesome. With him covering the Beatles with a little help from my friends, and that's a good one too. I'm feeling all right. Joe Cocker, that's an awesome cover of that. The cover's kind of beat, $19.99. Santana, another Woodstock performer. Man, that's like 2 of my favorite Woodstock performances right there. Santana, VG $12.99, and they're even doing Soul Sacrifice, which is featured on that Woodstock movie. VG $12.99 on that. And then the Clash is sold. We need new auctions. This is officially sold to Amenities for $67. The last bid that came in on Marvin Gaye, just so we're all on the same page, is Amenities at $67. Calvin, I think, is the only person who hadn't said out yet, but he still may be bidding. Let's put up Danzig. Oh, man. Danzig, I can't believe more people hadn't asked for this. Danzig, From Beyond, live at the Palace, Hollywood, 1989. This is an unofficial EX $35 start. It's Danzig, and it is a 2LP. It's a 2LP, $35 start on that. There we have it. Next is Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66 Equinox. VG Plus, $9.99. Nice, the Marvelettes. Don't get that too often. VG, check out this, $99.99. VG 99. Ethel McClanahan wrote her name on the cover. Dang it, Ethel. But other than that, that is a tough one to get. The Marvelous Marvelettes. VG $99.99. Danzig 35, Danzig 40, and Marvin Gaye's at 68. Amenities, you've been outbid. How about a bonus crate pull? Oh my gosh. What a pull. I just reached in there and grabbed something. I was hoping it was a Subway cookie. Instead, I got Metallica Ride the Lightning, almost as good as a Subway cookie. It's a 1984 U.S. reissue because it's on the Elektra label. It is a specialty press. It does have the original on her sleeve. Let's make sure it's not autographed anywhere. It's in VG minus condition, no feelables, just scuffing. It's going to rock out. It's going to blow your socks off. You're going to have to go down to your local CVS, your local Walgreens, and you're going to say, ma'am, I need some socks. I was at home listening to Metallica Ride the Lightning that I bought from Chad at Collect Company, and my socks just freaking blew off my feet, and now I'm sockless. $55 start. There it is. Next thing is this. We have Danzig, another $35 bid. Jay Neutra was at 40. Marvin Gaye 69. Danzig 45. Danzig 50. Marvin Gaye 70. Grateful Dead. Working Man's Dead. Dead. Grateful Dead. Second label, VG, maybe a third label, $24.99. So that is a 70s reissue. Aretha Franklin, This Girl's in Love with You. VG Plus, $16.99. VG Plus, $16.99. And Deep Purple, who do they think we are? Deep Purple is VG Condition, $12.99. Deep Purple, who do they think we are? VG, $12.99. Marvin Gaye, 69. Danzig 45, Danzig 50, Marvin Gaye 70, Metallica 55. Do you buy your socks at Walgreens? Eric Squindo on Sergio for 7. I got 12 pairs of socks for Christmas is what Craig Sweden said. Marvin Gaye 72, Jay Beach gets Grateful Dead for 20, Metallica another $55 bid, another $55 bid on Danzig, Metallica a $60 bid, a $60 bid on Danzig, a $75 bid on Marvin Gaye. Everything I'm wearing right now came from Walgreens. I bought my car there. I bought my first house there. My socks, my shoes, all of my groceries, sticky pads, all these crates came from Walgreens. We have Jimmy Smith rocking the boat with Lou Donaldson, Quentin Warren, Donald Bailey, 63 mono, VG Plus, $24.99. And the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. Please just go ahead and buy it. It's only 16. Do not make me read this track listing. If I read this track listing, it's going to sell. So go ahead and buy it right now where you can. There's Keith Richards, VG Condition, $16.99. This is the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. It is sold to Matt Shepard. And then over here, I've got Uma Sumac and the music by Something Something, VG Plus, $9.99. First thing is this. I left off by saying Metallica 75, Danzig 65, Matt Shepard got the Rolling Stones. Was there anything before that? There wasn't. And then Eric Van Leuven on Lou for 20. Lou, that was the Lou Donaldson, Jimmy Smith record, right? Sell that to Eric Van Leuven for 20. Leuven got Lou. Metallica 80, Danzig 75, Danzig 75, Metallica 85. What do we have here? Clark Gable, Sophia Loren. It started in Naples. That's obviously a soundtrack. VG Plus $14.99. And then the Hondells, VG Plus $14.99. And REO Speedwagon 9 Lives, VG $9.99. And Jazz Raga by Gabor Szabo, VG $14.99. Whoa. Okay, let's run down all 3 auctions. What a check condition crate. Boy, my eyes are kind of blurry. They're spinning like okay, so we have Marvin Gaye, what's going on? 1971 U.S. Superior OG, gatefold jacket, EX condition. So this is OG and it's EX. And the last bid on Marvin, there's too many of amenities, has it for $77. Calvin, it's up to you. In the middle is Danzig, live in Hollywood, 1989, a double LP, live and official. This was a limited edition. And this was 75 with Black Sabbath Hoss. Black Sabbath Hoss. Danny Thomason has it for $75. Everybody else is out. And then over here, we have Metallica, Ride the Lightning. It is an OG year, second label, technically a reissue, Ride the Lightning. It's got scuffing, it's got swirly marks, it's got hairlines, it's been played, no feelables. I promise, when you're listening to For Whom the Bell Tolls, this is going to be blowing your socks off. And you're going to have to go down to Walgreens and say, ma'am, I'm sorry, I tried again. This record blew my socks off again. I'm here for more socks. The last bid on Metallica was John Bergenstorm at $85. Ray Red, you were second asking about Jimmy Smith. I've already sold it. John Bergenstorm on RS. If that was for Rolling Stones, you were second. And then we have Todd Saw on REO Speedwagon. I love Oreos. That's sold to Todd Saw. Gabor Szabo sold to Eric Van Leuven. That is sold. This is a best offer crate. Marvin Gaye 80, Danzig 85, Kelly Cook second on REO, Metallica 86. Is these check condition? Yes. Danzig condition, no condition notes. Marvin Gaye 88, Metallica 90, Metallica 91, Metallica 100. Price on Jazz Raga already sold. Marvin Gaye out, Metallica out. Metallica 95. Todd Saw said wrong REO. Wrong REO. Was there one earlier in the crate? So I guess that means you're passing. So if so, then it's sold to the next person. The next person on REO is Kelly Cook then. Change that from Todd Saw to Kelly Cook. Marvelettes info, Danzig 90, Danzig 95. Wow. So, first thing is the Hondales, VG Plus, $14.99. The Marvelettes is in VG condition, $99.99. There is some writing on the cover. The cover's in VG, the vinyl's in V, 63 Rockaway, $99.99. Price on Uma Sumac. This is Legend of the Sun Virgin, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Now, I saw Calvin go out on Marvin Gaye, so I think that just leaves, on Marvin Gaye, I think that just leaves Amenities, who has it for $88. First thing is the Hondale sold to John Durden for $10. Whoops, that's the wrong record. Sold for $10 to John Durden. Danzig's at 100, Danzig's at 110. Was this in mono? This record here is catalog number TM237H1227. It actually doesn't say it too clearly anywhere on the jacket or label, but that's the catalog number if that helps. What was the Boston record? Boston. We've already sold the white label promo tonight for $300. This is Boston by Boston, their self-titled debut, first label, VG Plus, $24.99. Next is this. Marvelettes has an offer for $60. Danzig has a new bid for $125. The last bid on Metallica was $105. That was where we was at on that. The Marvelettes is in that. We will put up Sun House in just a second. There's been anywhere between 200 and 300 requests for Sun House. Right now, there's 3 auctions, and we're maxed out. We're maxed out right now on auctions, but Marvin is about to be sold. I'm about to do a quick recap. I will see the Marvelettes right now, Patrick, for $75. We'll call it sold. You won't have to worry about it anymore. Poof, it's gone. First thing is Marvin Gaye is officially sold, and this is sold to Amenities for $88. This is sold for $88. Let's put that away. And then Danzig, $135. Mother, Twist of Cain. Chris Frazier said he would do $75, so it's going to be sold to somebody. Patrick or Chris, he said 70 sold. Make it 75 and it's yours. Boston is sold for $20 for Back to the Turntable. And then Amenities just offered 20 as well. Uma Sumac, I think is how you say that. This is VG Plus, $9.99. We have the Impressions Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $14.99. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, VG Plus, $24.99. Edgar Winter Group with Frankenstein, VG, $12.99. That's Frankenstein. If you didn't recognize it, Sun House. Here we go. Man, this thing should take off like a rocket ship. Sun House, the legendary 1941-42 recordings in chronological sequence. 1972 U.S. It has a very, very damaged cover. It has damage back here on the back. I think this is like completely detached down here. The cover is, let's call it poor. You're going to want to check the condition of the jacket. The vinyl's not bad though, $5 on that. Right now, Chris Frazier, you get the Marvelettes for $75. Metallica's at $115. Danny Thomason says he wants to see Danzig again. He wants to see the songs. He wants to see the jacket. He wants to see the matrix numbers, the label, the back of the jacket, the front of the jacket, the spine. And if you don't mind, go ahead and just tell me everything you can physically about Danzig. Okay, let's do it. First thing I have is Danzig. Let's show the front of the jacket. Classic Danzig logo. Down at the bottom, word for word, from Beyond Live at the Palace, Hollywood, July 7th, 1989. The KNAC, which is a radio station call symbol, FM broadcast. On the back, here's the track listing. I'm going to read it to you right now. It's a double LP. It's 4 sides of music. Side A, Am I Demon? Twist of Cain, Mother, Soul on Fire. Side B, She Rides, London Dungeon, End of Time, 777. Side C, Time in Hell, To Walk the Night, Last Caress, The Hunter. Side D, Evil Thing, Not of This World, When Death Had No Name, and I'm Evil. There's a picture of Danzig and the band. There's their logo again. Radio X label. Copyright and trademark 2017 Radio X, manufacturing UA, limited 500 copies, and it has a barcode. On the back, 2 labels on each side of each record. It's a double LP. That's how each label looks. The vinyl's EX. It's not a gatefold jacket, and we have a high bid of $150. I literally cannot tell you any more about that. Well, I could, but we're going to pause right there. I think the job is done. $150 is the high bid. That should get it all the way up to $200 of all that information. And then over here, Metallica. Brandon Jones has it for $115. John Bergenstorm is out. Brandon Jones has it for $115. Ride the Lightning. Ride the Lightning on that. Sunhouse. This is in EX condition. The cover is very damaged. The vinyl's in EX condition. This has 1 bid for $5. Final call. 1 bid for $5. Final call. Anything else that I've missed so far? Let me scroll. Let me look. We're about to go through a Laura crate next, which is all box sets. All box sets. Danzig has a bid for $150. Sunhouse has a new bid for $6. So far, we had Edgar Winter, Joan Jett, The Impressions, and Uma. And then we had Billy Joe, 52nd Street. You know you was a big shot. VG Plus, $9.99. Danzig's at $150. The London Chuck Berry Sessions, VG, $14.99. Three Dog Night Naturally, VG Plus, $14. Now Danzig's at $160. Gil Scott Heron Reflections, VG, $14.99. Joe Cocker with Little Help from My Friends, VG Plus, $19.99. Now Danzig's at $165. Now Danzig's at $170. Now Sunhouse is at $16. Santana, VG, $12.99. Evil Ways is on here. Persuasion, Jingo, Soul Sacrifice, VG, $12.99. Aretha Franklin, VG Plus, $16.99. Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? VG, $12.99. And it started in Naples, VG Plus, $14.99. Sunhouse is at $20 with Black Sabbath Hoss. Danzig's at $175, and Metallica is sold to Brandon Jones. We're ready for a new crate. We're ready for new auctions. We're ready for new everything. But this is sold to Brandon Jones for $115. Danzig is, they're in a steel cage death match right now. Vince McMahon has locked the cage, and who knows who's going to come out alive on top of this one. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is one of my favorites, and one of my favorites definitely from Pink Floyd. And we have a real 1977 U.S. Pittman OG. This has the original on her sleeve. It's a gatefold jacket, and this is a 77 Pittman OG. It has the original on her sleeve, $35 start. Pink Floyd Animals, there it is, okay? Over here, we have the following. Sunhouse at $21. We have an offer on Santana for $12 and Joe Cocker for $16. So, Dennis, Santana's basically sold at sticker price. If you want that, it's $12. That's up to you. And if you want Joe Cocker, I'll do it for $15. Okay? So, this is pending. Bernie offered $12 right after you claimed a double offer there. So there you have it. Danzig, who has it? Jay Nutra for $190. Black Sabbath Hoss, you're out. Sunhouse is at $20 with Black Sabbath Hoss. Danzig's at $200. Pink Floyd's already opened at $40. If anybody else wants anything in that check condition bin, be my guest. I'm very curious what kind of box sets Laura has marked over here. Let's go ahead and take a look at them, and let's go ahead and get started. So there's a whole crate of box sets. Laura, are these the ones that came off this back rack? There's been a bottom shelf back rack over here that's had like an entire box set collection we haven't touched in months, probably all year, and they're laying right back here. So let's see what we got. Could be some awesome stuff in here. What an awesome night so far. I'm out of cookies, but you know what I do have? I do have a little bit of Monster left. I'm going to mute my mic. All right. I'll do Joe for $12. You just let me know on Santana. I'll do Joe Cocker for $12. You let me know if you want Santana. It's going to be $12 for sure if you want it. Or you can pass it to Bernie Johnson. Okay, over here. Danzig, $210. Black Sabbath Hoss is done. Final call on that. Sunhouse, $23. It's up to $24. Mega Blast has it for $24. Danny, you're out. And Pink Floyd has bids for $40, 35 and 40. Amenities was in first at 40. Everybody else is out. All right, time to crack our knuckles. Let me touch my toes again. Oh, finally. Oh, that was much needed. That was my right knee. I don't know what that is when it happens, but it's such a relief. It felt like somebody just popped a big bubble wrap pop right in my right knee. Oh, what a relief. Now I can stand for the next 7 hours. We have Santana. Santana is sold for $12 to Bernie Johnson. Done. Here we go. We have this. It looks like Third Man Records, $59.99. Third Man Records, Vault Package number 30. Jack White, the Keels, the Dead Weather, William Tyler, the Rancantors, the White Stripes, a 2016 USOG 3 LPs, a 7-inch, and a flag. $59.99. Third Man Records, Vault Package number 30. $59.99. $59.99. That is available. Sold to Glitter from the Litter Bin. That is sold. My crate over here is full, so how about we just start a new one? I don't think I can fit Jack White in here. Maybe I can. I can. Good. All right. That's going to fill up that crate. And let's start a new one. All right. Let me grab this right here. Here we go. Here we go. Does anybody want a mystery box of 45s, $125? I finally have got them sorted. I finally got them stacked up. I took pictures of them. Forgot to post them in the group today, so they're going in the group tomorrow. I've got 25 approximately boxes. They're mystery boxes of 45s. It's a whole long box, $125 shipped. Danzig is sold to J Nutra for $210. That is done. $210. Danzig is sold. Congratulations. Thanks to all that was bidding on that one. That is sold. Sun House, the last bid on Sun House is Black Sabbath Hoss at $30. Sun House, final call. And wow, Pink Floyd never did move again, did it? Bizarre. $40. $35 and then $40. Joe DeGaldo did say out. Amenities gets this for $40. That is sold to Amenities over on YouTube. Beautiful copy there. I've got to admit, I'm a little bit confused. Wilco, Alpha Mike Foxtrot, Rare Tracks 94 to 2014. 2014 USOG limited to 7,000. It's a box set of 4 LPs, Wilco, $99.99. Sold to Michael Freiberger. Sold to Michael Freiberger. Are we done on Sun House? Let's put up 2 more auctions. Black Sabbath has it for $30. I guess everybody has set out. We have next, let's pull something from the high-end tab. Let's do another Lamb of God. Lamb of God, I don't know if I know this one. Oh, yeah, Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a 2008 U.S. reissue sealed, $55 start on Lamb of God. And then let's do a bonus crate pull. They've been awesome tonight. Oh, man, another good pull. Iron Maiden, self-titled, a 1980 Euro original 12-inch in shrink EX, $55 start. Now up for bid. What is next? Bob Dylan and the Band, The Basement Tapes Raw, Bootleg Series number 11, a 2014 USOG 3 LP. It does not have the 2 CDs though. Missing the 2 CDs, just $59.99 for Dylan. Sun House is sold to Black Sabbath Hoss. Thank you, Danny, and that's sold for $30. That's sold for $30. There's Lamb of God. There's Iron Maiden. Then we need one more auction over here. Let's move this over. Let's move this over. 55 and 55 on those. That's easy to remember. 55 and 55 on those. And then over here, I have Overkill. And this is called I Love You. This is called Overkill, I Love You. And this is a 1987 Euro OG. It is in VG minus condition. No feelable marks, but heavy scuffing. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Next is, I don't know, it's the Smashing Pumpkins Tread Garden by Kaleidoscope, Volume 2, The Saltest Bear, 2010 USOG limited edition picture disc with CD. Smashing Pumpkins is sold to Shakedown, $39.99. Sold to Shakedown. No peeking on this one. What do we have? Wow, Machine Head of Kingdom and Crown. Machine Head is $94.99. A 2022 German OG limited edition box set. A 2 LP, a CD, a slip mat and more. Silver and clear and golden clear. Machine Head. And you get a no peeking Laura Snoopy sticker for $94.99. Sold to Mark Stanley. So to Mark Stanley, that's done. Over here, Lamb of God, final warning, Iron Maiden does have a bid for 55 of Hoopy 31. Man, this looks nice. It's a 1980 Euro OG 12-inch, 45 RPM. It's the 4-track with 2 live tracks. I think they typically call that one Sanctuary. Overkill has bids for 15.15. Did I get Sun House? Yes, you did. Machine Head sold to Mark Stanley. And then this next one, oh boy. Let me tell you the price first, $224. $224, and it is Bruce Dickinson, Solo Works, 1990 to 2005. Man, what a box set. Bruce Dickinson, $224, 6 albums on 9 LPs, $224.99. $224. These are all sticker price. Bruce is $2.25. And then we have John Mayer, Where the Light Is, live in Los Angeles. A 4 LP, just $34.99. EX, $34.99. Lamb of God is sealed. Philadelphia, to my knowledge, it's on black vinyl. And there is no bid yet. It is sealed. Jim B is rubbing his fingers together. He's rubbing his hands together too. He's like, oh boy, another Lamb of God no one's going to bid on, and I'm going to be able to triple my money. Holy moly, please nobody bid. He got the last one for like $50. It was a $3,000-$4,000 record. Lamb of God is no bid, final call. Over here, we have Iron Maiden at $60 and Overkill's at $17, which means Hoopy, you've been outbid. And now Iron Maiden is at $61. And then Mark Stanley has Lamb of God at $55. And then John Mayer is sold to Susie Breedlove. And then over here, we have this. Bob Dylan and the band, The Basement Tapes. This is $59.99. It's 3 LPs, no CDs. No CDs. Who asked about this? Spiky McVeigh, 50. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I just almost passed out, but I'm good to go. Eric Squindo on Bob Dylan. I'm assuming, Spiky, you're passing. So this is sold to Eric Squindo. Thank you on that one. And now Lamb of God is at 60. Now it's at 62. Cason's out. Cason's out on Iron Maiden. James Davidson, 65. Overkill's at 22. I've got George Strait. George Strait, sorry I didn't answer you the last time, did I? I thought I did. I answered you in my head. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? Nobody on Bruce Dickinson? No Japanese Tonight, no. And man, I forgot about those Japanese CDs again. Shoot. The new Japanese CDs. I need to put, you know what I need to do? I need to put the Japanese CDs we have in stock on sale tonight, because we're about to bring out new ones tomorrow. Nobody on Bruce Dickinson, $224.99. This is Solo Works, 1990 to 2005, $224.99. All right. That's going to go right here behind me. Let's go into another crate of vintage buy it now best offer. And when I mean vintage, I mean pre-owned records. Most of them are, quote, vintage. Kids nowadays call the 90s vintage. That's old school. The early 2000s, 2005, 2010, that's old school. Early 2000 teens, that's old school. Old school music. All right, here we go. Let's go through these right here. Buy it now or best offer. Here we go. Here we go. Bruce Dickinson. No offers on those right now. $225 buys it. It's a steal. Jim B's thinking about it. He's going to put it on Discogs for $5,000. Okay, Lamb of God over here. Final call. Jim B has this for $71. Must be an absolute steal. $71. Lamb of God. Who did he outbid? Mark Stanley. Over here, Iron Maiden. This did not get another bid. It did. It's at $75. We're still bidding on that. And over here, Overkill. Overkill's with Kyle Hansen at 27. Hoopy bid 28. Kyle Hansen out. Next then, Chad, you pull the starfish up front and send it to me. Tony McDaniel wants to buy Limp Biscuit, chocolate starfish, and the hot dog flavored water. This is a 2 LP silver and brown vinyl sold. Does anybody else want one? That's $44.99. They also think that Tay-Tay's the bomb, so there's that. We also have Steve Miller Band. Damaged, seam split. Does anybody want a seam split Steve Miller Band? I was doing this. I did it $5 off last night, $31.99. It has a seam split. It has a seam split. $5 off makes it $31.99. Steve Miller Band's greatest hits. A lot of blue back there. Look at all the blue. Division Bell, Steve Miller Band, Rust in Peace. A lot of blue back there. Overkill's at $30, and we have Billy Ocean Love Zone. Billy Ocean's $9.99. Judy Garland, I Feel a Song Coming On, sealed $14.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Lamb of God, Mark Stanley, it's up to you. He's out. This is sold to Jim B for $71. Iron Maiden, over here, this is James Davidson has it for $75. Overkill has a new bid for $30. Our next auction is going to go up right now. From the bonus crate, Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Nice. And this one's actually really clean. Near mint minus 55. Wow, that is beautiful. Flying High again. Diary of a Madman does have a little bit of cover wear. $55 start on that. Next is this. Company's Coming, Red Foley, $9.99. And the Butterfield Blues Band, The Resurrection of Pig Boy Crabshaw, $29.99. Overkill's at $30. Everybody else is out. Mama Kershaw's Boy, Doug Kershaw, $19.99. And then Merle Kilgore, Ring of Fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. That's Merle Kilgore's version. Adam Faith, that is $19.99 for Adam Faith. And Oscar Peterson plays the Harold Allen Songbook. Harold Arlen Songbook. That's a 1960 Verve, $19.99. Super clean. All right, and let me put these right back in here. Okay, so first thing is Iron Maiden. I hope we were done. 5. James Davidson, $75. 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold to James Davidson for $75. Nice. Overkill. It was up to Kyle Hansen. Victor Guerra has it for $30. No, Kyle Hansen's out. Who's it up to then? Hoopy. Did Hoopy go out on this? Hoopy, you're out on Overkill, just FYI. And then Ozzy has one bid for $55. Nobody on Steve Miller. Does have a seam split, $31.99. Todd Saw said he'll take it. Steve Miller. So do that for $31. Does have a seam split. Sold to Todd Saw. Black Sabbath Hoss on MK. Merle Kilgore sold to Black Sabbath Hoss. They're sold. That's sold. And we got Bradley Kincaid, the Kentucky Mountain Boy, Mountain Ballads and Old Time Songs, album number 5, $9.99. And the shirts, Streetlight Shine, the shirts is $9.99. Another thing I was discounting last night was these corns. I got seam split corn. We already sold 4 last night. I've got 2 left. That's that newest reissue of See You on the Other Side with I'm Coming Undone. It's on pink vinyl. They do have a seam split. They're $10 off. $10 off makes those $29.99. That's corn. $29. I've got 2 left. We sold 3 or 4 or 5 last night. Overkill is sold then. That's sold to Victor Guerra for $30. Final call to get a bid on Ozzy for $55. A super nice copy. Next, let's pull something else from back here. This is another one from tonight's high-end tab. And this is what? What do we have here? Watchtower, energetic disassembly. Watchtower, energetic disassembly, thrash progressive metal, an 85 US repress. Jacket has made in Canada. Text added to back cover, which is not on the OG version. Also released in 1985. EX, $95. The cheapest copy on Discogs right now is $202 with shipping from Germany. And There are 0 copies for sale in the United States. Wow. Sounds like a pretty desirable record. $95 start. That is up for bid. And then Mavis Staples. Time waits for no one. Mavis Staples. Gold stamp promo, 1989. $24.99. The Birds, younger than yesterday. Shrink wrapped. The Birds, $24.99 for The Birds. And Aerosmith Rocks. Aerosmith is $24.99, and Timothy B, as in the Eagles, as in Timothy B. Schmidt. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. William has locked in a bid on Ozzy, $56 with William David Meadows. Going once, going twice. What else can I pull from the bonus crate? What is this? The American Analog set, the Golden Band. The American Analog set, the Golden Band, a 1999 USOG Emperor Jones label, EX condition, $95. Don't know a lot about that, but sounds like it's a pretty desirable record. We have Robert Greenidge and Michael Utley, Jubilee, gold stamp promo, $9.99, and 10-wheel drive of Gina Raven, $16.99. Lens Farm, Roll-On Ruby, a 1974 promo. Lens Farm has a promo sticker, has a punch hole, probably because it's a promo. It's a white label promo. $19.99 for Lens Farm. And another Lens Farm, Happy Days, another 1974 UK, or a 1974 UK. That's $19.99. Ozzy is sold to William David Meadows for $56. Two kind of higher end records back there right now. I think they were both $95 starts. That's going once and going twice. And then our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is George Strait. This is, does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? An 84 USOG RCA Club VG condition, $15 start on George Strait. Let's move that over. That's now up for bid. We have the second bridge, Brooklyn Bridge, $14.99 on Brooklyn Bridge. Flamingos, 1984 sealed. Looks like a compilation. They were an earlier rock doo-wop band on Chess. Sealed for $14.99. And Hargis Robbins, one more time. Hargis, I think he had a nickname called Hargis Pig Robbins, affectionately known as Pig, right there. $9.99. I don't recall seeing that one before. Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace. Macca's, $24.99. T.S. Monk, More of the Good Life. T.S. Monk is $14.99. And the Memphis Sounds of Lonnie Mack. Lonnie Mack is a 2LP, $26.99. The Platters, Sing of Your Moonlight Memories. The Platters is $9.99. And Charity now. Charity's a 1969 press, $29.99. Okay. This is a no bid. This Watchtower, $95 buy now. A bargain. And then the American Analog, buy it now, $95. And George Jones does have a bid for $15. Going once, going twice, okay? Watchtower sold to Paul Cruz for $95. American Analog is going right over here. George Strait has a bid for $15. GMB was second on Watchtower. And then over here, what was Spiky and Price? Right over here, Spike McVeigh wants to know the price condition of Pig Robbins. Pig Robbins, $9.99, shrink wrapped, EX Plus or better, is riding the blinds on Lonnie Mack. Memphis, Sticks, this, that, don't see that one. I'm looking, I don't see that one, no. $26.99, 2LP, Richie Family, All Night All Right, sealed for $39.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, Crocus. And we have something else here. What is this? We got Crocus Metal Rendezvous. This is an 82 US, original under sleeve, no condition notes, $15 start. And Hanover Fist. This is an 88 USOG. It's a 5-track single, synth pop, sealed, $5 start on that. Spiky McVeigh gets Hargis. That's sold to Spiky McVeigh. And Lee Michaels, Space and First Takes, $14.99 on that. Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, Walk This Way, $24.99 for Aerosmith, $24.99. And The Birds, Fifth Dimension. Looks like a nice copy in shrink wrap. Super clean, $24.99. George Strait, one bid, sold Brandon Jones, $15. Crocus is a $15 start. Hanover Fist is a $5 start. And I think it's time to pull something else over here from the bonus crate. So let me move over Crocus. Let me move over Hanover Fist. And I have the following. I have from the bonus crate, Poison. That's always good. Look what the cat dragged in. This is a 1986 USOG EX condition. Does have some cover staining down here at the bottom. Not too bad. It does have the inner sleeve. $35 start. John Bergenstorm on the classic Errol Smith toys in the attic. Fathers and Sons, this is billed as Muddy Waters, $29.99. Also on here is Otis Spann, Michael Bloomfield, Paul Butterfield. That is $29.99. Errol Smith, Back to the Turntable Groove, you were second. Nice. Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. Howlin' Wolf is a 1986 press and shrink wrap, $49.99. That's an 86 pressing of that classic blues album. Watchtower's already sold, and we have the Best of the Grateful Dead, Skeletons from the Closet. That one's $34.99, and then Rush 2112. Nice. A 1979 PRC press, $39.99. Rush, $39.99 on that. And over here, we have the Youngbloods. This is $19.99. $19.99. Lucifer's Friend, Good Time Warrior. Lucifer's Friend is $19.99. And Graham Parker, Up the Escalator, $9.99 for Graham Parker. And the last two in here was Spyro Gyra for $9.99. And Lightning Hopkins, Greatest Hits, a 72 press and shrink prestige, $24.99 for Lightning Hopkins. Wow. A lot of cool stuff still left in there. I went through that crate fast. Just a few claims. Most of them still available. Crocus got one bid. So did Rock Show for $15. Nobody bid Hanover Fist. That's a buy it now for $5. And Poison has a bid for $35 with John Bergenstorm. That's going once, going twice. Next auction is Kate Bush. I forgot about some of these other ones over here. We got Cloud Busting by Kate Bush. Kate Bush is a 1985 UKOG VG Plus condition, a 3-track single. There is a note from Laura. Laura loves Kate Bush. Let's count those hearts again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heart rating. That is in VG Plus condition. $15 start. $15 start. Cloud Bursting, Kate Bush. First thing is this, Info and Grateful Dead. That is an early 80s pressing of Skeletons from the Closet. It's really clean. It is $34.99. Has a barcode on the back. Next is Lightning Hopkins 20, Lightning Hopkins condition. Lightning Hopkins was super clean, near mint minus and shrink. I'm going to go ahead and take your offer for $20, okay? That is super, super nice. That's sold for $20. Man, I just seen where Calvin offered $22. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. That makes tonight's total $14. That makes tonight's total $14 of foot shooting. Spyro Gyra 5, hand 5. I will sell this to you for $7. I'm going to go ahead and sell you hand over fist. Amenities gets that for $5. So here's the order. Lightning Hopkins sold a Mega Blast for $20. Spyro Gyra 5, I countered at $7. It's marked for $10. Then I sold Mega Blast, Lightning Hopkins. Grateful Dead, $34.99. Calvin, you were second to Lightning Hopkins. Poison got a new bid for $36. Black Sabbath Haas wants LF. Price on LF. LF, price on LF. Lucifer's Friend, Good Time Warrior, is $19.99. Sold to Danny Thomason. Poison's at $40. Kate Bush has a bid for $15. And Poison's at $40. And James Davidson's out. Okay? And Amenities get Spyro Gyra for $7. Not a problem. Okay? So, Poison, Kate Bush, 40 on Poison, Kate Bush 15, going once, going twice. Next auction from the bonus crate, REM, nice pull, Life's Rich Pageant. REM is a 1986 USOG. It is mastered by Bob Lugwood, RL in the dead wax. It has the inner sleeve, VG++, a $35 start, okay? Boom, there it is. Now, I'm just going to read these titles. If you want to make an offer, let me know. I'm just going to read through the titles. Here we go. Let me stretch my leg right quick. Let me move these Beatles 45s over here. If you missed my announcement earlier, we got a pretty decent collection of Beatles 45s to sell tomorrow. Might try to add more to it. I just got to get them spread out, let everybody know we're selling them, get them started early. We're going to do new vinyl on sale tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have too much new. I kind of scheduled our deliveries so we probably wouldn't have too much show up tomorrow, since tomorrow's going to be end of the year closeouts. It is New Year's Eve. We will be bringing in the new year live here, and then I'm going to probably end and go home and watch Stranger Things. Price on 2112. The 2112, first of all, it does have some moderate shelf wear across the top. It is a 79 press. No condition notes, $39.99. Poison is sold for $40 to John Bergenstorm. That is sold for $40 to John Bergenstorm. Let's put that away. Kate Bush just got one bid. Patrick Lear, $15. That's sold. REM is a $35 start. No bid yet. Let's move that down. Let's jump back over here to the advertised auctions, and I got another Kate Bush, and I'm going to go ahead and pull Japan. So Kate Bush and Japan. Japan is first. Japan is a 1984 UK. Great album is the note. The title is not so great. Adolescent Sex is the name of the title. Japan is an 84 UK, $25 start on that. And Kate Bush on stage. Kate Bush is a 1979 French OG, 4-track EP, $15 start, VG Plus condition. And don't forget, Laura loves Kate Bush. That's a $15 start. Boom. All right, if you need a price on anything in here, let me know. It's about that time of the night. It's about that time. We've already been doing best offer most of the night on new arrivals, but guess what? Guess what? We're about to do even more best offers. I think I'm going to do the $9.99 80s crate. Let's do those for $6.99, and then we might even can bundle the leftovers. Shout out to Tyler and Tanner. They've been working on trying to clean up this store today. I have books to go through, okay? I was definitely going to wait till it slowed down a little bit. So we have Fred Goodwin's book collection. We've been trying to go through this row over here, and we're just trying to get stuff out of this building for the end of the year. I think Paul's going Friday to buy like a 20-tub collection in Nashville. I think he's buying like thousands of records on Friday. So this building is already full of vinyl, and somehow we're still packing more and more and more in here. So we're trying to get rid of other stuff. I might do a big announcement and try to hopefully locally sell somebody our CD inventory. All these I hadn't gone through, the jazz collection. I mean, hopefully I can convince somebody to come out here and get them. Thousands and thousands of them. Thousands and thousands of them. I've got them galore I need to get rid of. Okay, so Rush, and then if anybody needs a price, here we go. I got Billy Ocean, Love Zone, Judy Garland, I Feel a Song Coming On, Red Foley, Paul Butterfield Blues Band, Doug Kershaw, Adam Faith, Oscar Peterson, Bradley Kincaid, The Shirts, Mavis Staples, The Byrds, Errol Smith, Timothy B. Schmidt, Robert Greenridge, Michael Utley, Gina Raven, Lynn Farrin, back-to-back, two different ones, the Brooklyn Bidge, Flamingos, Paul McCartney, T.S. Monk, Charity, The Platters, Lonnie Mack, Richie Family, The Byrds, and then next behind that was Lee Michaels, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, The Youngbloods, Grateful Dead, and Graham Parker, okay? So first thing is this. Billy Ocean, $7. William David Meadows, sold, $7. Nobody bid on REM. This is a buy now for $35. This is an 86 USOG. REM is an 86 USOG VG++. That is a $35 buy now on REM Life's Rich Pageant. That was a no bid. So REM is available for a $35 buy now. And then Japan. The last bid that came on Japan and the information. Japan is a 1984 UK reissue. An 84 UK reissue. No condition notes. $25 start on Japan. And right now there's no bid. Kate Bush has a bid for $15 and another bid for $15. Final call on that one. Final call on that. We got a request for Modern Lovers. I'll do that right now. Billy Ocean sold for $7. Michael Freiberger on Red Foley for $5. I'll say Red Foley also for $7. And then Howlin' Wolf. Howlin' Wolf is Moanin' in the Moonlight, a classic album, an 86 chess press. 86 chess masters in shrink, $49.99. Mark Lent gets REM, sold for $35, okay? And Michael Freiberger gets Red Foley for $7, sold. So Calvin asked about Howlin' Wolf, and then Matt Kamer. Mark Lent got REM. And we have over here, Chad, do you keep a year-end physical inventory or running inventory program? We basically, we had a set amount I started years ago, kind of what I declared our inventory. We kind of keep track of how much we buy, and we kind of keep track of how much we think is going out, and that's about the best way we can do it. Just because we acquire so much and it's not really cataloged, it's kind of a big guessing game, but we try our best. I mean, we know how much we spend when we buy collections. We kind of have an idea based on quantity, kind of per record, an average, and we kind of keep track of that, and we pull it out week to week, and we kind of just guess. I mean, I think I know how much money I have tied up in this stuff, but we really don't know, and I really don't know what I've paid for any of it. At some point, it all just kind of gets jumbled, and we just dollar cost average it. So that's why at the end of the year, especially on new vinyl, I'm just like, let's get it all zeroed out, and then we'll start ordering again for next week. So Howlin' Wolf, we have an offer for $35. He was first asking. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. $35. Howlin' Wolf, that's sold. Kate Bush is sold to Patrick Lear. One bid, $15. Japan did not get a bid. It's a $25 buy it now, okay? I'm about to start showing some books right now. So from 10, from this point on, the rest of the night, we're going to do best offer, half off, and plenty of other auctions, okay? More best offers, more half offs, and just books and whatever else, okay? I've got a blank table set up over here to put the sold books and another table to put the leftover books. The leftovers are going to get stickered and put out in our store, and we sell the heck out of them locally. Locally, we sell the heck out of books. People come in, you know, they walk in. A lot of people still think we're kind of an antique mall. A lot of people go to antique malls and antique stores to buy books. And boy, do we have them. All right, how about we go ahead and do this crate, buy it now, best offer, okay? I think this was a crate. Yeah, this was a crate that y'all went through one of the nights I was out in Vegas, and we've never went through it. Will there be any more records? Oh, buddy. Todd, I've got so many records, your head's going to spin. Probably between now and 2 a.m., there's going to be over 20,000 more records shown. Here we go. Next auction is this. I have going up for bid at this moment, without further ado, the Modern Lovers, and this right here. We've got 3,000 to 4,000 more auctions, 10,000 to 20,000 more crates to go through. The Modern Lovers is a 1976 U.S. repress, still OG year, but a new catalog number. It does have cover damage. It's in VG, $25 start. I usually have these music on vinyl presses. There's cover damage up here along the top, $25 start on Modern Lovers. This one here is, I don't know. What is this? This is Angel Dust, Gabriel Bondage. And this is a 75 USOG. It's a prog rock album. $25 start on that. $25. Was there a Howlin' Wolf? There is, but it's already sold. First thing in here is Keith, 98.6, Ain't Gonna Lie. $12.99 for Keith. Whitney Houston, I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. Whitney's a 12-inch single, $16.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. All the Lamb of Gods are sold. Split Ends, Time and Tide. Split Ends is $24.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, a sealed RCA Club. A sealed RCA Club, $39.99. Modern Lovers, $25. Modern Lovers, $25. Japan is the only no bid tonight, and American Analog, $95 and $25 on those. That's the current no bids right now. Let's put up something else from the bonus crate. We have from the bonus crate, yes, I like the sound of that, Fragile, a 1975 repress. It has the booklet, the inner sleeve. It's in VG plush with shrink in the hop sticker. Yes is a $15 start. And then over here, we have John Cougar, American Full. That's in shrink wrap, Hurt So Good, Jack and Diane, $19.99. Cindy Yarborough on Rush, that's sold. Lovers has a new bid for $23. Hold on a second. Amenities made an offer first. Amenities, this will be yours, but it will be sticker price, because right after you, somebody claimed it as sticker. And then Modern Lovers is at $30. Next thing is this, Spirit, the 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus, $19.99. Blackfoot, Tomcat, $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Wow, so far so good. Great records in here. The Angel Dust doesn't have a bid yet. Gabriel Bondage and the 1975 prog album. Yes is a $15 start. Modern Lovers has two $30 bids. Amenities was first on Rush at sticker price. That's sold to him. And then Grover to Washington Jr. Wine Light with Bill Withers, just the two of us. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. No More Mr. Nice Guy, $29.99. And Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., Simon and Garfunkel, $14.99. Original label, looks like a really nice copy. $14.99 on that. Phil Spector's Christmas album, a gift for you. There is some cover damage down here at the bottom, $34.99. Tim Vigari on Grover Washington, that's sold. Yes has a bid for $15, going once, going twice. Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age, that's a double LP, $14.99. And Mr. Soul, Sam Cooke, 1980 UK, $24.99. Green RCA label. Cooper 20. I'll say Alice Cooper for 22. Got to have that $2, Todd. Over here is this. We have Angel Dust. I buy it now for $25. A no bid if anybody wants it. 1975 Prague album of Gabriel Bondage. $25 on that. Modern Lovers 33, Modern Lovers 14. Final call on yes. Lewis said he would do 22 on Alice Cooper if Todd passes. Uma Sumac, Legend of Sun Virgin. Another copy. This is a little bit later pressing, but also in better condition though. $19.99. Alice Cooper's either going to be sold to Lewis Kulik or Todd Saw. Next is yes has a new bid for 16. Having a Wild Weekend, the Dave Clark 5, $9.99. Yes is a 1975 repress, Presswell, Atlantic Inner Sleeve. It does have the book with it too that came with it. VG Plus condition. It's in shrink and it has the hop sticker. It has a bid for 15 and now 16. Now Modern Lovers is at 35. And then Tracks on Sam Cooke. Sam Cooke, Mr. Soul, has Wish You Love, Willow Weep for Me, Chains of Love, Smoke Rings All the Way, Send Me Lovin', Cry of a River, Driftin' Blues, I Love You for Sentimental Reasons, Nothing Can Change This Love, Little Girl, These Foolish Things. 1980 UK. $24.99. Next thing is Dan Fogelberg track listing. Spectre label and condition. John Denver JD, $9. Man, I hate it when Craig goes to bed. I lose my track listing guy. We have a new bid on yes for $20. Phil Spector is early 80s press, $34.99. It's on Phil Spector International. Phil Spector International. Clean, $34.99. Alice Cooper is sold to Lewis Kulik for 22. Victor Gary gets Angel Dust for 18. And we have the main ingredient, Euphrates River, $19.99. And the Beatle Beat, this is the Bugs doing the Beatles, $19.99. Matt Shepard gets John Denver for $7. We have Modern Lovers for $38. And Journey, Look Into the Future. Journey's $36.99. Yes, the high bid is Mike Pierce at $20. I'll be the roundabout. Leo Sayer, Endless Fly. You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, $9.99. And Paul Simon and Shrink Wrap, VG Plus, $14.99. We have Styx, The Grand Illusion, VG Plus, $14.99. Dan Fogelberg is sold to BMK 918 for $10. That is sold to BMK 918. The Eagles' Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $24.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Born in the United States of America. Our next auction is the Beatles, and this is live in Budokan, 1966. So this is the Beatles doing a live show in Budokan, Japan. It's an unofficial July 1st, 1966, a $35 start. Give me that rock and roll music, $35 start. Bruce is VG Plus, $9.99. We also have The Godfather's Family Wedding Album. Wow, VG Plus. This is music from The Godfather. VG Plus, $19.99. See, there's the portrait. They cut out Michael. And then, very cool. Oh, man. Everybody's getting married. No Sicilian can something, you know. Okay. Styx, $10. And Black Sabbath Hoss on Godfather. Vito Clurioni. We have next Styx, $10, sold to Back to the Turntable Groove. Come Sail Away with me. The Modern Lovers, Michael Freiberger has it for $38. Yes, got a new bid for $23. Mike Pierce, you're out. Beatles, $35 start. And Kansas, Song for America, VG, $9.99. Let's read through those one more time. That was a great crate. Buy it now, best offer, everything in here. Keith, 98.6, Ain't Gonna Lie, $12.99. Whitney Houston, I Just Want to Dance with Somebody, $16.99. Split Ends, Time and Tide, $24.99. John Cougar, American Fool, in Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Bruce Springsteen, also $19.99. Green from Asbury Park, Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. Blackfoot, Tomcat, $19.99. Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., Simon and Garfunkel, original label, $14.99. Matt Shep over here, JC15. John Cougar sold to Matt Shepard, 1980. We have Uma Sumac, $19.99. Keith who? He's just called Keith, like Cher. And then Having a Wild Weekend, that's $9.99. Mr. Soul, Sam Cooke, unbelievably still available. Green RCA International label, $24.99. Yes, has a new bid for $24. Alan Hagen, you've been outbid. Nobody bid on the Beatles. A $35 buy buy it now. You can pick this up right now for a $35 buy it now. Susie gets Blackfoot Tom Catton. That is sold to Susie for $15. See you later, Blackfoot. And then Phil Spector, $34.99. We have Main Ingredient, Euphrates River, $19.99. And the Beetle Beat is $19.99. First thing is Whitney Houston, $12. Sold to BMK 918. BMK 918 on Bruce Springsteen, $12. I'll go ahead and sell you. I'm assuming you wanted Greetings from Asbury Park. Sell that to BMK 918 for $12. Sam Cooke, Tim Vergari. I was literally about to counter at 18, and Bob's offered 18. So let me know if you want it. Japan Condition. There's only been 2-3 no bids tonight. The Beatles live at Budokan, $35. Japan, no condition notes on the vinyl. VG Plus cover, $25, and American Analog is $95. That's our 3 no bids. Modern Lovers right now, the last bid that came in on this is the final call. Michael Freiberger at $38. In the middle is Yes, which Alan Hagen's out. That's a final call then to Mike Pierce for $24, and then Tim Vergari does get Sam Cooke for $18, okay? And my crate's full. Let me swap out crates right quick. That filled up quickly because of the box sets, but that's already 8 full crates of vinyl tonight. Holy moly. All right, that's done. Let's move this right over here. And let's move that right here. And then over here, we have the following. Journey, Looking to the Future, $36.99. Leo Sayer, Endless Flight was $9.99. Mark Lent does get Japan. But first, let's sell Michael Freiberger, Modern Lovers, for $38. That's sold, so I can get this a little bit easier. Japan is sold to Mark Lent for $25. Yes is sold to Mike Pierce, South Side of the Sky, sold for $24. And then Paul Simon, VG Plus, $14.99. Shrinking Hype, Eagles Greatest Hits, $24.99. Sold to Greg Smith for $18. Bruce was VG Plus $9.99, and Kansas Song for America, VG $9.99. Let's go through another new crate. We need all new auctions. If you're like, wait a minute, Chad, I was still going to buy about 5 more things out of there. Go right ahead. Be my guest. But first thing we're going to do is we're going to go through another crate, and that's going to be another crate very similar to that. And these have no condition notes, and these are going to be buy it now or best offer as well. And I'm going to put up several more auctions. We have not even done with the advertised stuff yet, plus the bonus crate stuff, etc., etc. First thing is Susie and the Banshees. Wow. Surprised more people hadn't asked about that. Susie and the Banshees Peekaboo, a 1988 USOG Gold Stamp promo. There is a version with promo labels that came in a generic Geffen sleeve. 4-track single, a 4-track Susie and the Banshees Gold Stamp promo, nice, $15 start. And then Screw Jack. But first, let's do Hellstar. We got Hellstar, Burning Star. Hellstar is a 2013 Grease reissue EX with the original inner sleeve. $15 start on that. I'll pull something from the bonus crate in just a moment. Everything in here, you can go ahead and buy them or you can make an offer. Totally up to you. I keep talking about books. I better show the first handful. I mean, this literally could be anything. So I'm going to grab them, and are these tagged or anything? I guess the best way to do this, let me try to sort through them. I'll figure out what should be $14.99, and then I'll do okay, because we sold one of these tonight. And then I got these gigantic John Wayne books Fred had. Let me scan these and figure out, because we got a bunch of them. I'd love to price them where we can sell literally our entire inventory, but here we go. So, all right, let's start showing some of these. Here we go. First thing, Susie, Eagle. Susie, 15, Hellstar, 15. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Paul Simon is $19.99. And Stray Cats, Built for Speed. Stray Cats is $24.99. Built for Speed, $24.99. Also, Chicago 16, $9.99. Gene Autry, Sing South of the Border. Gene Autry is $19.99. And Genesis, self-titled, $19.99. That's all, $19.99. I can't see you, Mama. Mama's on here, Home by the Sea. Just as I thought it was going all right, I found out I'm wrong when I thought I was right. It's all the same, it's just the same. That's all. Genesis, $19.99. We have the Beatles. This is a Winchester press of the Beatles again, also known as Hey Jude. Really clean copy, $39.99. Confused by the Beatles, was that live? Let me show that again, but first, Mike Conway on Chicago. Final call on these for $15.15. What about the bonus crate auction? Bonus crate auction is AC/DC for those about to rock. It does have some cover damage right here, but it is a 1981 USOG Allied Press, VG++ condition, mastered by Bob Ludwig. Should be, possibly, maybe. VG++, $15 start on AC/DC, mastered by Bob Ludwig. $15 star. Matt Shep offered $30 for the Beatles, sold. So the Beatles, this is a bootleg unofficial. The Beatles only ever had a few live concerts that's ever been officially released. I guess Hollywood Bowl, and I really can't name too many more after that. So a lot of their stuff is bootleg, plus they did thousands of shows, but very few of them were professionally recorded. So Budokan's a better show, 66. It is a bootleg. It's never been officially released. It's probably had hundreds of variants of bootlegs. It is a $35 buy it now, okay? Here comes some books. We have A Concise History of Painting from Giotto to Cezanne. I don't know if I said that correctly. I'm going to start going through Fred Goodwin's books. These are all $14.99. Some of these names I can't pronounce right off the bat. A lot of book paintings here. Surratt, $14.99. And then I have Modern Art in 19th and 20th Century, Selected Papers. Modern art book, that is $14.99. Tom Brokaw, The Greatest Generation. We sold one of those the other night. There's another one. It's a hardback, $14.99. And then Slaves in the Family, Edward Ball, National Book Award winner, $14.99. Okay, first thing we have is this. Was there a Hawkwind? Already sold. Hawkwind's gone. Tim Vigari gets the Beatles for $35. Everything in this crate is buy it now, best offer. Yes. The Jacksons, 2300 Jackson Street, that is sealed, $29.99. The Tubes, Young and Rich, the Tubes is $19.99. AC/DC has a bid for $15 with Michael Nath. Hall & Oates is $19.99. And Foreigner Double Vision, $19.99. The Foreigner Double Vision. What's the plan for the rest of the night? We're going to sell records and we're going to go through books. We have Tunes for $15. That's Tubes sold to Matt Shepard. Bob Riger gets Genesis for $15. And the Boogie Boys is $19.99. And Laura just delivered another box of box sets. I had a feeling that was coming. We have another box of box sets coming up next. We have Susie and the Banshees. This is first sold. The only bid, Donna Bertram, $15. Curran Evans, the only bidder, gets Hellstar for $15. AC/DC, one bid, $15. We have Foreigner, self-titled, $19.99. Some good looking records in here. No condition notes on these. And these are all buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Our next auction is Screwjack and then King Crimson. Here is Screwjack. Screwjack is a Screwjack in the Entropy Project. It's a split record. It's hardcore. It's only a $5 star. And then King Crimson, Lark's Tongues and Aspic. Mid to late 70s, USRPRC Richmond reissue. Exact year unknown, but the label Rimtex appears from mid 70s or later. Original on her sleeve, $15 start for that, okay? Next, AC/DC has a new bid for $16. Kansas from the last crate, $5. I think you meant Kansas from the last crate, $7, right? See, Buck, I'll sell that to you for, how about we make it $6.99. Stephanie Hill wants Double Vision for $15 sold. AC/DC, $15. And then Houdini, Back to Black. Houdini is $19.99. Willie Nelson, Red-Headed Stranger, $39.99 for Willie Nelson, Red-Headed Stranger. And then Huey Lewis and the News, 4. That's a sealed original, $24.99. Charlie Buck gets Kansas for $7. We got Orleans, Let There Be Music. Orleans is sealed, $14.99. We have AC/DC. The last bid that came in on that was $18. Screwjack has a bid for $7. And then King Crimson is a $15 start. Matt Shepard offered $20 for Huey Lewis. Sold to you for $20. Next is Help, The Beatles, a 76 UK. The cover has some discoloration, but it is nice vinyl, $49.99 on that. King Crimson has a bid for $16. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, $34.99. King Crimson has a bid for $15. And then Mr. District Attorney. This is radio broadcasts, like radio stories, like what people would have tuned into and listened to on the radio back in the early 50s. $19.99. AC/DC has a new bid for $20. King Crimson has a new bid for $20. Van Halen 2, $44.99. Dance the Night Away, $14.99. Screwjack has a new bid for 9. Rafe, you've been outbid. Cheap Trick, that's their self-titled debut. Cheap Trick by Cheap Trick is $19.99. Now King Crimson has a new bid for 22. And Poco, Ghost Town. Poco is $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $14.99. Nice. Gatefold jacket. Details on King Crimson. This is a mid to late 70s US reissue, a PRC Richmond press. It does have the original inner sleeve, and it's in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. What cover is on Les? Les, L-E-Z, Led Zeppelin. This is cover variant number D. Cover variant letter D, $34.99. AC/DC 22. Matt Shepard, Cheap Trick, $13. Sold. Earlier, Matt Shepard, you said you put W13. I didn't know what that was for. King Crimson has another new bid for 25. The Clash. This is Radio Clash 12-inch single, 1981. Gold stamp promo on the sleeve, $19.99. Duran Duran is EX $22.99. We have, that was for Houdini. Sell Houdini to Matt Shepard for $13. Sell William David Meadows, Van Halen for $37. And then conditional AC/DC, Sean Miller was going to pay full price on Van Halen. I just shot myself in the foot over $7. That brings tonight's grand total to $22 of foot shooting. First thing is next is Tim Vergari said sold, and he asked what cover variant on Led Zeppelin. That is sold to him then. Michael Freiberger gets the Clash at $15. Aaron Andrus just offered $17. I just shot myself in the foot over $3. I think that brings my total up to now about $30. AC/DC, let's take a closer look to it. An 81 USOG Allied. It does have some light cover damage, VG++, and that's being very, 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 very conservative. Karen Evans has that for $19, $19, $19, $19. Clash, 15, 12, 17. It went to Michael for 15. As soon as I sold for 15, Aaron offered 17. Duran Duran sold to Alan Hagen for 16. Peter, you were second at 15. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust, VG+, $14.99. Paul Simon, Live Ryman Simon, VG+, $14.99. Screwjack had a new bid, by the way, $9. Rafe, let me know if you want to bid again. This is at $9, and then King Crimson. Over here, we have Sting. Sting is VG+, $14.99. I don't think that has anything to do with the police. And then Hall & Oates Voices, VG, $9.99. Michael Nath has already had AC/DC at 22. Ever since Michael Nath bid 22, the bids are going backwards. That's never good for me. That's never good for you. The bids are going backwards. What else do we have over here? Let me show you these John Wayne books I'm talking about. I think Fred got these wholesale back in the day, and he used to sell them at rodeo conventions and everywhere else. Yeah, these used to retail for $100 back in the day. Let me scan these and get an accurate price. Chad, if you kept track of foot shooting. No, we need to do that for 2000. We need to do that for 2026. We need to keep a running total. I mean, it's got to be averaging $50 a night over 365 days. Probably, I bet, 20 grand worth. Probably adds up to more than you think. That'd be a nice little extra bonus every year if I didn't shoot myself in the foot. Oh, man, that's a lot of foot shooting. Let me scan this on Amazon. Let me scan this on eBay. Okay, on eBay, they're 68 and they're 63. All right, let me see how much they are on Amazon. And pretty cool John Wayne book. And don't worry, I got plenty. Something else they dug out from Fred Goodwin's collection. You just never know about Fred, I'm telling you. This guy had so much stuff. This guy had a lot of stuff. Why can't you scan barcodes on Amazon? Surely you can. Barcode. There we go. There we go, Amazon. What do you got? Show me the money. Hardcover, $71. Okay, that's about what I thought. So, all right, so these are on eBay essentially for in the 60 range. They're on Amazon for 71 range. This looks like a really cool, it's called John Wayne, A Western Celebration. I have a couple boxes of them. It's a hardback book. I wish I had one open to flip through it. What can I sell these for that makes sense after having to pay probably extra postage? I mean, you're talking about a book that lists for $100. If you had this in a Barnes & Noble or a Books A Million, they would be $100. Do I have more of them? Looks like I got some in shipping boxes. Yeah, I got them in shipping boxes. $45 for John Wayne. $45 for John Wayne. If not, I'll have to start listing them on eBay and Amazon myself. But $45. John Wayne, The Star of a Western Celebration. Text by Jane Patty, a production of William Russell's Western Classics. So looks like a pretty cool thing here. So they list at 100. Cheapest on Amazon is 71. Cheapest on eBay was 68, it looks like. $45 on John Wayne, a Western, and they're sealed. They're brand new and sealed. Looks like a cool book. $45. I probably have 40 of them over here, it looks like. $45 on those. All right, next thing is this. Wow, there's a lot going on. So first thing is AC/DC was at 22. Somebody bid 20, then somebody else bid 22. AC/DC 23. I did not say the police. I did, but there's no police record. Peter Haas offered NL $10. Nick Lowe sold to Peter Haas. AC/DC 25. Screwjack got a new bid for 10. AC/DC 30, AC/DC 31, label and year on Sting. VG Plus $14.99. This is called Pleasure. It's on ABC Records. VG Plus $14.99. Screwjack has a new bid for 12. Where are we on King Crimson? This is Lark's Tongue and Aspic, a mid-70s U.S. press and VG Plus condition. And the last bid I had on King Crimson is probably the winning bid. Mike Pierce at $25. He's had that for like 5 minutes. This is sold to Mike Pierce for $25. Let's put that away. And then over here, I have REO Speedwagon, a decade of rock and roll, shrinking hop, great REO Speedwagon, EX $32.99. Willie Redheaded 20. Give me 25 and it's yours. It's marked $39.99. Very cool. $39.99, 25 on that. Here we go. We have Billy Joe 52nd Street, EX $12.99. CCR Revival, Willie and the Poor Boys, EX $32.99. This is a heavy cover. It's the original dark blue and gold fantasy label, $32.99. Not Sting as in the police. First thing is, what is the book on the left? John Wayne, A Western Celebration. It's a hardback book from Fred Goodwin's collection. He used to sell these. They're listed at 100, Amazon 71, eBay 68, $45. Pass on Willie. Screwjack. Victor Guerra has that for $12. Final call. And then AC/DC is with amenities at 33. Ron Duffield, let me know if you want back in. Michael Knapp's out. The 3 art books for $30. All right, sell these 3 books here to Paula for $30. Consider those sold to you. Thank you on that one. Billy Joe, $8 to Peter Haas. Sell that to him. We're doing a best offer crate. Great stuff in here. Alice Cooper, Flush the Fashion. VG Plus, $19.99 on Alice Cooper, Flush the Fashion. And Chicago, 17. EX Condition, $9.99. Prince, For You. What's that doing in there? VG Condition, $24.99. Matt Shep offered $15 on Alice Cooper. Grace Jones, Night Clubbing, VG $12.99. Cheech and Chong, Los Conchinos, VG Plus $19.99. And then VG Plus $14.99 for Jethro Tull Aqualung. Sitting in the park bench, Matt Shepard is in on Alice Cooper for $15. Sell it. And then Cheech and Chong, Matt Shepard, $15. Sell it. Eric Van Leuven, Prince, $20. Sell it. AC/DC, sold to amenities for $33. Screwjack is sold to Victor Guerra for $12. And then Rafe offered $15 for Grace Jones. Sell it. Lewis Kulik was second on Prince at $20. Tim Vigari was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Tyson Morgan offered $22 for CCR. Sell it. And then Hart, Dreamboat Annie, VG Condition, $14.99. Talk, the party's over. There is some writing on the cover. VG Plus $24.99. And the Rolling Stones, it's only rock and roll, and I like it. VG Plus $24.99. Our next 2 auctions from the bonus crate is Black Sabbath and Crocus. First is Crocus the Blitz. An 84 USOG inner sleeve is included, near mint minus, $15 start. Black Sabbath Mob Rules, an 81 USOG VG minus, also a $15 start. Dio, Back to the Turntable Groove, that is Aqualung, $10 sold. Grace Jones already sold. Heart, this will be yours, Mike, but it will be sticker price, because right after you came Bill Fox claiming it. Next over here is one of my favorites, Elton John's Madman Across the Water. First label too. Levon. All right, I got some more books over here. I've got 5 stacks, 3 carts, 2 boxes, and a truckload. Let's see what these are right here. Oh, these are pretty cool. These are some kind of series they've done here. $14.99. Books galore. Hang with me for the next 4 hours. You'll probably see enough to fill up 2 libraries. I'm not joking. First thing is Mike Conway passes on Hart, so Bill Fox, you do get that $14.99. Crocus has a bid for $15. Pat Benatar, Live from Earth, VG Plus $9.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I almost cut my hair. That was just the other day. VG Plus $24. Does Elton John have the booklet? Let's check the gatefold. Great question. It does. You can sing the lyrics to Levon. Levon sells cartoon balloons in town. His family business thrives. Oh, man, that's a good one. Rotten Peaches. Moved on 6 miles from we were, yes, Boston at last, and the plane's touching down. Holy moly. L.A. lady. Nice. Jesus freaks. Out in the... Something was clicking in his and Bernie Taupin's mind around this era, where they were just writing and their pens were made of gold and the paper was just on fire. Band on the Run. Wow, another one. VG Plus, $19.99. McCartney, Wings. Elton John was VG, $14.99. Sorry, I get so excited seeing that record, I forget. VG, $14.99. Crocus, Final Call, 1 bid, $15. Black Sabbath, no bid, $15 start. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, VG, $14.99. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. VG Plus, $24.99. It does have some writing on the cover. Okay, here's 3 books. These are $14.99 each. Marines, Commandos, and Air Fighters. Marines, Commandos, and Air Fighters. The Elite Against All Odds. Some kind of book here. There's one about the Marines. There's one about Commandos. And there's one about Air Fighters. So there you go. $14.99 each on those. I've got 3 of them. Next thing is the first person who asked about Elton was Tim Graham. Tim Graham asked about Elton, and he is claiming it. Okay, and then it was Tim Vigari, and then it was Wayne, and then Matt Shepard, then Tim Vigari got it, and then how much was Pat Benatar? Pat Benatar, Live from Earth, was VG Plus, $9.99. Then another offer on Elton John. Crocus has a new bid, and the Beatles, Dennis Jackson, offer $10. Sell that to Dennis Jackson for $10. Todd Saul wants the Marines book for $14.99. We have Peter Frampton Comes Alive, VG Plus, $19.99. Jackson 5 Skyrider, VG Plus, $19.99. And More of the Monkees. The vinyl's in VG Plus. The cover's in shrink wrap. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. And then I saw her face. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-beep, ba-da-ba-bum. And then Tim Graham said sold, and he asked about what over here. He got Elton John, yeah. Tim Graham did get Elton John, okay? And then Crocus did get a new bid, Alan Hagen, 16. Now, I got to tell Alberto Ballesteros. I like that last name. Seve Ballesteros. That is a legendary Spanish golfer. Alberto H. Ballesteros. Make sure if you want to bid on Black Sabbath, you can put BS15, okay? Make sure you put the numerical, because that's currently an auction. No one has bid. You can be the first one. After you lock in that bid, you can possibly get outbid, but you might win the auction. But first, you got to make sure you put at least the number, okay? Crocus is at 18, and Ryan Mustaine wants PF for Peter Frampton. And Todd Saw does get Pat Benatar, and he says he's not even negotiate. He's going to pay full dang price. He's in. Okay, I have the Quarterly Journal of Military History, Volume 4, Number 3, Volume 2, Number 4, Volume 2, Number 3, and Volume 4, Number 4. The Quarterly Journal of Military History. I don't know, $14.99 or all 4 for $40. $14.99 or all 4 for $40. Okay, there's that. Now, Crocus is at $18. Alan Hagen, you've been outbid. And Alberto has Black Sabbath for $15. Nick, it's at $15. Let's read through this crate. Maybe just the titles, maybe a few prices. If you need a price, let me know. And these are all buy it now or best offer. Okay? Buy it now or best offer. I told Tanner, I said, here's the books I'm looking for. Pull out anything odd and unusual. Of course, anything educational, especially about war and military history, especially Civil War, World War II, but just about anything. Any kind of biographies relating to big Hollywood stars or musicians, of course. And they've come up with quite a bit. There's a lot of stuff over here. I'm seeing stuff about American history. We already sold the history of the art books. There's a ton of stuff over here on war, presidents, etc., etc. I know I love that stuff. I think y'all do too. And I'm trying to go through them as fast as I can. There's just so much. And then we'll probably do like we normally do. We'll stack up all the spines and I'll post them in the group, okay? Black Sabbath has a new bid for $17. So all of a sudden, nobody wanted to bid. Alberto bid. Now we're at 15. Now we're at 16. Now we're at 17. And Crocus is at 20. Here's what's left in here. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, $19.99. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, $19.99. Next thing is Stray Cats Built for Speed, $24.99. That's still available. So is Gene Autry, Sing South of the Border, $19.99. The Jacksons, 2300 Jackson Street, sealed, $29.99. And I'm telling you, do not hesitate to make offers. Includes nothing that compares to you. Wasn't that a Prince song? Contains nothing that compares to you. Is that the same song? I've never noticed that. Of course, I don't know much about Prince's catalog other than the albums and a few songs. Hall & Oates H2O, $19.99. The Boogie Boys was $19.99. And then Foreigner, their self-titled, feels like the very first time. We have Orleans, Let There Be Music, sealed, $14.99. The Beatles, a 76 UK. So the cover does have some discoloration, but man, what another beautiful UK. The other night, we had some beautiful UK copies. There's another one. Black Sabbath 25 with Alberto. Crocus is at 21 with Rock Show. Alan Hagen, you're out. Todd Doris offered 15 for Hall & Oates. Consider that sold to Todd Doris. And Mr. District Attorney, $19.99 on that. Poco is $9.99. That's for Ghost Town. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. I love that one there. By the way, I was hanging stuff at my house Monday morning, and I ran across, I've got one signed by Carl Palmer. I've got one signed by Keith Emerson. I need a trilogy signed by Greg Lake. Just Greg Lake on the front. And then I'm going to frame them all together. I've got one signed by Carl Palmer I actually got in person. I met Carl Palmer at a show. I found Keith Emerson in a collection. And now I need one just signed by Greg Lake on the front so I can frame them all together. I thought that'd be really cool. Or I could sell them all and then just use the money to buy one signed, but I would never sell the one that I've got from Carl Palmer in person, of course. I would never do that. So I thought that was awesome, though. That was one of my first signed albums I ever got, and seeing them sign it in person was awesome. And I was wearing a George Harrison shirt. I was wearing my George Harrison All Things Must Pass, and he said, I like your shirt. And I said, thank you. I like your music. And he's like, seriously, George Harrison's one of my favorites of all time. I love the Beatles. That was a quote from Carl Palmer. So he's like, George was always my favorite. Hall & Oates 15. We have GA for 13. And that was for, what was GA? GA for 13. What was that? Gene Autry. Sell that to Matt Shepard. Wayne Bartow got Poco for 7. Crocus got a new bid for 22. And then the Beatles' Help was $49.99. Wayne Bartow gets Emerson, Lake and Palmer for 12. Yeah, $49.99. It has some like discoloration on it, but the vinyl's beautiful. Yeah, it kind of got stained or something. $49.99. All right, Black Sabbath. So are you a first-time buyer, Alberto Ballesteros? If you are, thank you and welcome. If you've bought before, welcome back. I just know I don't say your name too often. This is sold to you for $25. And then Crocus has a new bid for $25. And Paul Simon, Live Ryman Simon, VG Plus $14.99. And another Hall & Oates Voices. Hall & Oates is VG $9.99. Sting is still available. Yeah, this is more like a disco soul type album. VG Plus, nothing to do with the guy from Police. REO Speedwagon, A Decade of Rock and Roll, Shrink and Hop, EX $32.99. Foreigner was $19.99. Crocus is at $25. And Willie Nelson. Now, this is marked $39.99. I've already told somebody I would do $25. A Grammy award-winning classic country album. The Redheaded Stranger, Willie Nelson, $25. Welcome back. Here's our next auction. Holy moly, look at this. A great pull from the bonus crate. Frankenstein and Other Rock Monsters. Quite right. The Romantics. Ozzy's on here. Survivor. Tommy Bolin, Saxon Girl. David Johansen. $15 start on that. Willie Nelson, like I said, it's already been marked down to 25. Chicago 17, that is EX 999. And then we have William David Meadows on LLLW Willie Nelson. We'll figure out what that is. Talk is VG Plus 24.99. There is some writing on the cover. The Stones was VG Plus 24.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash Deja Vu VG Plus $24.99. Deja Vu, one of my favorites there. Frankenstein 15. Band on the Run VG Plus $19.99. 410. I'll do it for 12. Not ready to get these down as much as half off, but I'll do it for 12. William David Meadows does want Willie Nelson for 25. Got that confirmed. Bob Dylan Slow Train Coming VG Plus $24.99. And then more of the Monkees. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. And then I saw her face. VG Plus $14.99. And the Jacksons was VG Plus $19.99. Okay. All right, here we go. Frankenstein, $23. Crocus, are we done on Crocus? Out, sold to Rock Shoal, 4267 for $25. All right, done. Carl Palmer. Then I seen Carl Palmer again at the Ryman. He opened up for John Anderson and the Band Geeks. That was one of my last great concerts I've went to this year, other than Paul McCartney and Metallica. I've seen some of my favorite bands this year. Metallica, I guess twice. Paul McCartney, twice. And then I saw John Anderson at the Ryman with his new band, and that was amazing. The band that tours right now is Yes. I pass usually at their shows because I just don't like what they're doing. It's kind of like they're split. But if I just see John Anderson, just hearing his voice doing those Yes songs, oh, it's magical. You got to go see it. You got to go see it. If you get a chance to just go see John Anderson and the Band Geeks, I mean, he basically comes out and does like the best of Yes, and his voice is still 1972. I mean, it's amazing. He can still sound like that. Preston Rose on the Monkees for $10. That's sold. Frank 23, Frank 25. DK Evans, I'm going to sell you the Beatles for $42. I figured somebody would jump on that for the vinyl being that nice. What happened to it? The Beatles is sold for $42 to DK Evans. Thomas Clark offered $34. Let me make sure who asked about it first. Who asked about it first? Thomas Clark asked about it first, okay? We got to give him dibs, DK. He asked what the price was earlier. So, and his offer came in literally right after yours. So, if you want it, Thomas, it is $42. Frankenstein, $26. Frankenstein, $30. And then he passes. Okay, so this is sold to DK for $42. Wayne Bartow gets Deja Vu for $14. Boy, I spoke too fast. That's okay. Go ahead and sell that to Wayne for $14. John Anderson. You're talking about country John Anderson. He's good too. Seminole win. I'll be honest though, I like progressive rock. Yes, John Anderson a lot better. Was there a Sealed Jacksons? There's one right here. Sealed, $29.99. Yeah, John Anderson of Yes. Then there's country John Anderson. Frankenstein's at $35. Another battle between Oso and Kelly. Y'all have similar taste. Y'all were battling over Blink-182 5 hours ago. This is an 84 USOG EX edition, Frankenstein and Other Rock Monsters. Cool back cover. Look at that. Gold stamp promo, okay? All right, and anybody else on this crate? We've read through that one thoroughly twice. I've only done like a couple handful of books, but we've also sold a couple handfuls, so that's good. Let me see what else I can pull out over here. Let's okay. That sounds interesting. Okay, here we go. There's some cool books here. All right, these are $14.99. These are all $14.99. We have Treason Must Be Odious, Military Occupation and Wartime Reconstruction, Nashville, Tennessee, 1862-1865. Winston Churchill, a biography by Piers Brendan. Andrew Jackson and His Indians, Robert Remini, author of the Battle of New Orleans. World War II, Time Life Books, History of the Second World War. hardback book by Time Life, lots of photos and information, and Unexplained Mysteries of World War II. Unexplained Mysteries of World War II. What happened to Amelia Earhart? Were there great treasures looted during the World War? Why was Leslie Howard killed? How close to Hitler perfecting the atomic bomb, etc., etc. Unexplained Mysteries of World War II. That sounds interesting. $14.99. Over here, we have Frank 40, Frank 45, Frank 40, Frank 50. We got a new bidder now. There's 2 World War II books, Unexplained Mysteries, and then the thicker Time Life book there. Okay. Man, this fascinates me, all the art. Golly, those mines, they had all that art and gold stored in. Oh my gosh. All the stolen art the Nazis took. They burned a lot of it when they knew everything was over. They started just destroying all of it. Foreigner, $14. I actually already told somebody I would do 12 on it. This is sold for $12. $12. $12, Josh Brown. Okay? And then Kelly wants the mystery. Sold to Kelly Vladarchuk for $14.99. All right. Frankenstein is sold to Aaron Andrus for $50. Sold to Aaron Andrus for $50. Let's find another crate. You know, we haven't done a half-off crate yet. We hadn't done a half-off crate yet, and it's about that time. Those are still left. Don't hesitate to make offers if you change your mind on any of those, okay? All righty. I'm going to have to figure out a good place to put books after I sell them. I might move a table over here. Actually, let me just roll this cart closer to me. And that way I can put them right back on the cart. And then if they don't sell tonight, we'll just wheel them up front, price them, and put them out. Okay. Let me go ahead and take the... Oh, no, we got another crate from Laura, the box sets. Oh, my gosh. I forgot. Laura had this whole time. I could have been telling everybody so they didn't go to bed. Laura's priced another crate of box sets. Man, I forgot about these. Here we go. Another crate of box sets. Wow. Whew. Here we go. I got another crate. Yeah, I have another Laura crate. Let's do these. The last one, everything sold except Bruce Dickinson. We have Rise Against, or is it? Yeah, Rise Against. $249.99. A 2018 U.S. 8 LPs on clear vinyl. Rise Against entire discography, 1999 to 2018. $249.99. Rise Against. Rise Against. $249.99. The last crate like this was awesome. Next auctions, Black Sabbath and Iron Maiden. We're not done with auctions either. We're nowhere close done to auctions. Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy, 78 to 82 U.S. reissue, VG condition, VG cover, $15 start on Black Sabbath. That is an Aussie album, of course. And then Iron Maiden, 2 Minutes to Midnight. Iron Maiden's an 84 UK, 12-inch, 45 RPM single, VG minus. It does have a few light, feelable marks, so it's going to pop maybe a couple times. Iron Maiden's a $10 start. Here's another book. I'm going to get this tower done. That way we can take these off and I can start clearing up the table a little bit better. I have Through Indian Eyes, The Untold Story of the Native American Peoples. That is $14.99 Through Indian Eyes. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put the sold book or the unsold books back here behind me and show them one more time. World War II, Time Life Books, History of the Second World War. That was $14.99. I had Andrew Jackson and his Indian Wars, Winston Churchill, and Treason Must Be Made Odious, Military Occupation after the Civil War, Reconstruction in Nashville, Tennessee. I had these quarterly journals of military histories. They're $14.99 each or 4 for $40. The volume 4, volume 4, volume 2. Looks pretty interesting there. Military history, military journals. Those are 14 each or 4. And then we had this, which was Commandos and Air Fighters. We already had one about the Marines. These are also $14.99, or I said I'd do the last 2 for $20. So there's those. And then the first 2 books that were left over from earlier tonight was Slaves in the Family and Tom Brokaw, The Greatest Generation. Now, earlier, Christmas Eve night, I had 2 of those. I had one of these up there on the shelf, and there was 2 people backup. And I wish I could have found that one, because I could have sold that one. So those are $14.99. And then Susie gets this book through Indian Eyes. That's sold to Susie Breed Love for $14.99. Okay? So, Black Sabbath and Iron Maiden, okay? We started with Black Sabbath at 15, Iron Maiden 15, Iron Maiden 10, Iron Maiden 10. Susie got the Indian book, Iron Maiden 12, Iron Maiden 12, Iron Maiden 35, Black Sabbath 25. Rise Against was $250. Black Sabbath Live Evil Super Deluxe, 4 LP, sealed, $74. Geezer, Ronnie James Dio, Tony Iommi, and Vinny Appice. Sealed, $74.99. Black Sabbath Live Evil in the crate. Next is Porcupine Tree Coma Divine. Porcupine Tree is a 2012 UK reissue, a 3 LP set. The note from Laura says, Great Prague, $54.99. And there's a no peeking, excuse me, Laura Garfield sticker. That is $54.99 Porcupine Tree, okay? Next is Cynthia Herdron on Porcupine Tree. That is sold. Next thing is White Stripes. The White Stripes Under Amazonian Lights. Third Man Vault Package number 23, a 2015 USOG, a 2 LP and 7-inch DVD postcard, red and black marble vinyl, $44.99. $44.99. All these are sticker price. Fair offer for Rise Against. We had an offer earlier. On Bruce Dickinson, but I passed. So we've had somebody say, what is Black Sabbath? What is Black Sabbath in the crate? And somebody has claimed Black Sabbath. Somebody else has asked about Black Sabbath, and somebody else has claimed Black Sabbath. Okay, before we go any further, Jim B. Brent Robley was first on the White Stripes, then Jim B., then James Hicks, then Tim Vergari, then Cynthia Herdron. So Matt Shepard, I've got to keep Rise Against at sticker price. Danny Thomason was first to ask about this. This is Live Evil. This is the only way this has ever been reissued. It comes as a 4 LP box. It has a 40-page book, poster, etc., etc. It is $74.99. If I had to buy a new sealed copy, it would be at least $30 or $40 more than that. Danny, you've got first dibs. Second dibs goes to Brandon Jones, if he wants it. And then somebody else bought it, MT Matt, and he said he could put back the album he got earlier. But MT Matt, that's not going to happen because Danny Thomason says he wants it. Okay? Now, let's update these auctions. I told y'all these box set crates are killer. Great stuff at great prices. This Iron Maiden record is a final call to Hoopy at $35. And then this Black Sabbath record is a final call to John Bergenstorm at $25. Rise Against, the only thing still left. This looks like Melancholy. It is Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, and the Infinite Sadness. The 2012, $84.99. $84.99. Danny Thomason was first on Black Sabbath, and he gets it. Brandon, you are next. Now, I can order those brand new sealed from distribution. They're probably like... They might, well, I don't know, we might can get them for a little, like, we might can sell them to y'all for a little over 100. So if anybody's interested in a new Black Sabbath box, those are still in print. I just hadn't ordered any in a long time. Melancholy, of course, these new cost about $115, $85 on that. And then here's a pre-owned Pulse, $79.99. Wow. So we sold an OG the other night for $300 plus. These new are about $115. Okay, Smashing Pumpkins sold to Tim Vagari. And then John Bergenstorm was next. Great price on Melancholy, and that's sold. Now my crate's full. So let me just set that right here. We have filled up yet another crate, and we hadn't even done half off yet. Let me grab a new empty crate to start filling up. Let me do that. And now we have Black Sabbath Hoss on Pink Floyd. That's sold. Okay. And then over here, Matt Shepard Does Take Rise Against. That's sold to Matt Shepard. And then next is Motorhead Undercover. $69.99, a 2017 Euro OG compilation LP and CD with patch and lanyard. Motorhead, $69.99. And then Oasis, Stop the Clocks. Stop the Clocks is a 2006 Euro OG compilation, $149.99. I've never seen that before. Stop the Clocks, $149.99. All right, so Black Sabbath is sold to John Bergenstorm for $25. Hoopy 31 gets the Iron Maiden, and Hoopy gets that for $35. That is sold, and then Brent was second on Pulse. Black Sabbath Hoss first on Motorhead, Alice Kane second, and Vladarchuk first on Oasis. Okay, so MT Matt wants to order a new Black Sabbath. Order new Black Sabbath. Make a note for that. Essentially put him on a wait list for Live Evil. And if anybody else wants on there, let me know. And we need to go back and find his Live Evil album and put it back, okay? There's that. That was a wipeout. So the only box set left for tonight was the Bruce Dickinson solo discography, which was $224.99. It's a 6 albums over 9 LPs. This is sometimes in print. That's kind of in print. That's not in print. This is sort of in print. That's definitely not in print. And that's definitely not in print. $224.99. Danny's offered $190. Now Danny's offered $195. Now, see here in a minute, somebody's going to claim it, and they get it for $225, and you're going to wish you would have went ahead and said, I'll take it for $225. Bruce Dickinson solo works. Most of those are rare or out of print. Now, I think it's time for a half-off crate. Let me see what's going on right in here. I think what better to do half off than check condition. So already discounted records, and then we're going to take a metric of 50% off. Holy crap. So let's do it. These are going to be no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. No more, no less. There we go. If someone buys Bruce Dickinson, then we can have 2 air horns. That's true, because we sold out of her first one. Now it's time for the half off. Yeah, we owe Laura Laura air horn from earlier. We sold her entire box set crate. Is there any more of those back there? That's got to be about all of them. There's got to be about all of them, because there was a whole shelf full. They've been back there forever. I was like, man, why don't we get these out? Laura was on top of it. All right, while Danny Thomason's about to buy Bruce Dickinson, I'm going to drink some M&Ms, okay? I'm going to drink some M&Ms right quick. Steve McGee wants the Bruce Dickinson box set. Steve McGee wants the Bruce Dickinson box set. Danny, new arrivals from Paul and Laura are always sticker price on the first night, especially box sets when they're $100 below market price. I'll give you 30 seconds to say sold or pass, and then I'll sell it to Steve McGee, $224.99. Okay? Steve McGee gets it for $224.99. Sold to Steve McGee. All right, here we go. Half off crate, no more, no less. I'm going to show 3 records, and then we're going to put up 2 more auctions. We have REO Speedwagon, high infidelity. Somebody was literally asking for this last night. $5 REO Speedwagon, Supertramp, Crisis, what Crisis? VG $7.50, John Prine, VG $12.50, and Deep Purple Machine Head, VG Plus $12.50. Deep Purple Machine Head, and it has the lyric poster with it. Rafe gets REO Speedwagon. Matt Shepard gets John Prine. And we have Point Blank Airplay VG Plus $7.50. Next is Stephanie on REO, then Lewis Kulik on REO. We have sold out a lot of crates. Let's put up some new auctions. Judas Priest and Crocus. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, is a 1982 USOG. The cover is heavily damaged. It's got stains and paper pulls on it, heavy staining on the back. The vinyl is VG Plus, maybe even better, VG Plus, just a $10 start. Crocus Hardware is an 81 USOG, a Terre Haute press, VG Plus, $10 on Crocus. Paula over on YouTube gets Supertramp. There goes Mark. You were 3rd on REO. You were 2nd on John Prine. Tim Vergari 3rd on John Prine. Paul Cruz 4th on John Prine. And Point Blank is called Airplay. VG Plus $7.50. And Deep Purple is still available. Smoke on the Water, $12.50. Okay? Def Leppard, High and Dry, VG $12.50. Danny Thomason gets Point Blank. That's so to Danny. Next is Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, VG Plus $7.50. VG Plus $7.50. Sheila E., The Glamorous Life, VG $6.50. Matt Shepard on Def Leppard, sold. Next is Rafe on Arlo, sold. And we have Led Zeppelin 4. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. VG Plus $15. Sheila E. So did Jim B. Alan Hagen, you were 2nd on Def Leppard. And back-to-back Led Zeppelins, $22.50 for The Song Remains the Same. Wow. Back-to-back Led Zeppelins, $15 and $22.50 on those. Holy moly. Thomas Clark, you get first dibs. Crocus does have a bid for 10. Final call to get a bid on Judas Priest. 1 second. Okay, so Thomas Clark's first, and he wants both. Great. Those are sold to Thomas. He had dibs. Next was John McPatriot. BK was next. And then Crocus 13, then Leslie. Next is Charo and the Salso Orchestra. Boy, she's kind of showing some stuff there. VG Plus $7.50. Oh my gosh. House of the Holy, VG Plus $17.50. Oh my gosh. VG Plus $17.50. Eric Clapton backless. Promises of me. EX $11.50. Rafe on Led Zeppelin. Then Thomas Clark, Tracy Songer on Charo, and then BMK on Led Zeppelin. Then Jim B on Led Zeppelin. And then Matt Shepard needs to pass on Def Leppard. So Def Leppard is going to go from Matt Shepard. Scratch that out. Alan Hagen, you're getting the Def Leppard, okay? Alan Hagen, you're getting the Def Leppard. Spikey McVeigh has thrown a flag on the play. There is? Who's throwing a flag? And what is the reason for the flag? And then Greg Beddinger next on Led Zeppelin. Judas Priest is 15. John Griffin next on Led Zeppelin. Okay, so Judas Priest does not have a bid at all. Right now, the bid counter on Judas Priest is 0. That's the bid counter, 0. Screaming for Vengeance. The cover's damaged, but the vinyl is okay. VG++. Usually when you see a damaged jacket like that, it got wet, but the disc is perfectly fine. And that's not bad at all. But it does have the inner sleeve, and the cover's glossy. Probably got wet. Something got stuck to it. There it is, okay? I'll let BMK speak up if he wants to. The first person on Led Zeppelin was Thomas Clark. That gave him dibs for both. He got both of them. Then it was John McPatriot, and then it was BMK. So he was actually third in line on Led Zeppelin, if that's what you're talking about. And then Judas Priest has a bid for 10. Now it has a bid for 15, and Crocus is at 15. And then the other Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, that one went to Rafe, and then Thomas Clark was next. Then BMK was third again. Then Jim B was fourth. Greg Bedinger was fifth. John Griffin was sixth. And we have Eric Clapton and Deep Purple still available. And Clapton was EX 1150, and Deep Purple was VG Plus 1250. There has been a lot of false flag operations in the chat lately. There's a lot of people working for the CIA in here. Y'all trying to set up clandestine false flags to try to overthrow foreign governments to corrupt power for the United States benefit. Now, I'm okay with that, just as long as you don't botch it and it doesn't turn into a Bay of Pigs and then JFK gets shot. So you could prevent all of that. Be careful with the flag throwing, okay? First thing we have is Eric Van Leuven on Deep Purple. That is sold to Eric Von Leuven. That is sold. And then we have Foghat, Full for the City. Slow Ride, da-da, 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 $8.50 on Deep Purple. Foghat. And the Monkees. Hey, hey, we're the Monkees. VG, $5. VG, $5. And the Doobie Brothers is What Were Vices Are Now Habits. Another Park, another Sunday. $5 on that. While I was up front talking about the CIA and government corruption, I went and got a Diet Coke Santa Claus theme. No sugar, no calories. Now, I've had enough sugar tonight to cure polio. So this is probably going to be something I need. I need to balance it out. No sugar here. Healthy Diet Coke. We're in a wonderful half-off crate right now. Boy, this is a potent Diet Coke. My throat is burning. Man, something about those Santa Claus cans, they just hit different. Those Santa Claus cans just hit totally different. John McPatriot got Foghat. Slow Ride. That's so to John McPatriot. Michael Freiberger, second. Black Sabbath, third. Priest, 17. Whoops, I pulled the wrong record. I pulled the Monkees instead. So this is so to John McPatriot, then Michael Freiberger, then Black Sabbath. Preston Rose got the Monkees. John Griffin, fourth on Foghat. Joe Delgado, fifth. Paula, second on the Monkees. Greg Bedinger on the Doopies. The Doobies. Whew. Whew. Poor Eric Clapton, man. Surely somebody needs slow hand in their life. Another Foghat. Rock and roll. I love that cover. VG Plus, $7.50. And Ted Nugent, Scream Dream, VG Plus, $5. Rick Derringer, All-American Boy. Rock and Roll, Hoochie Coo, VG Plus, $7.50. Judas Priest is at $18. Crocus. I think I could have sold this 20 minutes ago. Soda Rock Show for $15. Wait a minute, he just said he's out. Who the heck has this then? Crocus is sold to Rock Show for $15, right? Rock Show, you were the high bidder on this at $15. And then Priest is at $18 with James Hicks. So you just got that for $15. Next auction is Chad's about to sneeze. Oh, man. George Michael, I Want Your Sex. He's getting right to the point. An 87 USOG 12-inch single, shrinking height, VG $5 on that. Paula wants Foghat, Rock and Roll. Sold to Paula. Done. Next, wait a minute. Till Tuesday, I felt like there was something inside of that album jacket. Other than a record. I felt something slide around in there. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe that was I guess it was. Yeah, I felt like there was like a 45 or something down in there, which is not supposed to be in there. Okay, so that's sold to Paula. Till Tuesday, EX $10. Cheap Trick in color. It has a promo sticker, and it's actually a white label promo. Just $7.50 on Cheap Trick. White label promo. So Judas Priest is at 18. Team Vergara, you're out. George Michael, a $5 start. Stevie Wonder characters, VG plus $8.50. And E.G. Daily, Wild Child. E.G. Daily, VG plus $5. Josh Brown on Ted Nugent. And then right after that was Till Tuesday for Leslie. So Josh Brown, Ted, Leslie, Till, Eric Van Leuven, Cheap, Trick, Chris Bachek. Next on Cheap Trick, Troy Robinson has George Michael for $7. Urban Cowboy soundtrack, just $5. VG cover, VG vinyl, just $5 on Urban Cowboy. Jackson 5, Maybe Tomorrow, VG $6.50. And Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. Uptown Girl, EX, $6.50. Priest, that's folks, Judas Priest, sold to James Hicks for $18. I got to go ahead and sell that, and that's done. All right. So, man, what's left over here in the bonus crate? We've almost sold a whole crate of bonus auctions tonight. First is Brandon Jones got the bid in first, or the claim in first on Urban Cowboy. That's sold to Brandon. Leslie came in on George Michael at 8. Rafe got the Jackson 5. Stephanie, you were second on Urban Cowboy. Tim, your bid on Priest just came in late. I'm sorry, I've already sold it. Lewis next on Jackson 5. Paula 3rd, George Michael 10. Trust me, I would take it if I could. And then Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. VG $5. James Hicks says, I need that Eric Clapton. That's sold to James Hicks. Thank you on that. EX $11.50. Hank Williams Jr., Strong Stuff. VG plus $8.50 for Hank Jr. And another Ted Nugent, this time a little bit earlier. Ted Nugent with the Amboy Dukes. Call of the Wild. VG plus $5. Wait a minute. VG plus $5. Yep. Sound like a great price. Okay, I have David Bowie live, and I have The Clash coming out of the bonus crate. Wow. So The Clash, Combat Rock, an 82 Pittman OG. This does have the original on her sleeve. EX edition, The Clash, $30 star. Rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah. What's those other lyrics? What's he say there in the hook? Shalena's on a line. Craig Thomas, I thought about you. I don't know if you watched Stranger Things, but the last episode of the last episode drop, of course, one of the characters on there loves The Clash, and he used it to bond with his brother, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if you watched Stranger Things, but Nancy and him was in a room together, and you would thought they was about to die, so they started giving confessions to each other. And Nancy told, what's his name? She said, I'm going to be honest. I hate The Clash. I was like, oh no. Craig Thomas wouldn't like that. We have David Bowie. David Bowie is a U.S. repress, Black Label 76. VG Plus on disc 1, near minus $40 start. $40 start on that, okay? So we left off with James Hicks said no autocorrect. He did not want Eric Clapton. Dang, poor Eric Clapton. He's going back in the crate. George Michael 11. Matt Shepard got Hank Williams Jr. John McPatriot got Ted Nugent. Sold and sold. Troy Robinson $13. Clash is now up for bid $35. George Michael $15. Clash $40. George Michael $17. And then we have over here, we have Clockwork Orange, EX $17.50, and Elton John Blue Moves, VG plus $8.50. No spoilers, Chad. That wasn't a spoiler. No spoiler other than that Nancy hates The Clash. Craig, you would like Stranger Things because The Clash that song is a big part of that whole show. Should I stay or should I go? I mean, it starts off right in season 1. That song is very critical to the bond between Will and his brother. They bond over The Clash, and that's a big part. And there's posters, and I've just noticed Clash. I think the Duffer Brothers were really into The Clash, and they've used that a lot in the show. George Michael 17. Melinda Daring is going to take the Eric Clapton. Hold on, my crate is full. Before I do anything else, my crate has filled up over here. This is now the 10th full crate of records we've sold tonight. Wow. That's also what happens when big pre-orders come in like Rush that we had earlier tonight. That's also what happens when John prices 5 crates of killer vintage OG. That's also what happens when Laura prices 2 complete box set crates. Melinda Daring gets Eric Clapton. Matt Shepard gets Elton John. X-Wing 81 gets Clockwork Orange. Do I know if there'll be any more Iron Maiden? Well, that's in the bonus surprise crate. Let me go check. And then over here, we have this. We have, yeah, Nancy's from Nashville. And she's about my age. I was like, man, why couldn't have I found her? That'd be awesome. I'm dating a member of Stranger Things. In my dreams. We have George Michael, Troy Robinson, $17. Troy Robinson, Leslie, do you want back in? Troy has this at $17. So Rafe is the only bidder on Clash. Rafe is the only bidder on the Clash, and that's $30. Combat Rock, $30. EX Condition. And then David Bowie Live. David Bowie Live is a U.S. repress, VG Plus, and Disc 2's Near Mint Minus. David Bowie does not have a bid yet. It's a $20 start. So George Michael is I Want Your Sex, Montgomery Mix, Lust, Rhythm, Brass and Love, The Last Request, and then Hard Day. Hard Day. The new smash hit from George Michael, I Want Your Sex, not Montgomery, Monogamy Mix. Monogamy Mix. Did I say Montgomery? Monogamy Mix. Rhythm 1, Lust. Rhythm 2, Brass and Love. Rhythm 3, A Last Request. B-side, Hard Day. Nearly 20 minutes of music, unavailable on any album. The Clash Combat Rock is a 82 USOG, yes. Now, Seth didn't put it. Laura usually does. That is the first label, and Inoculated City should have a commercial. That's how you know if it's a true first press. Seth probably doesn't know about that because he don't know about the Clash because he's lame and I just fired him. But, sorry, Seth. So, I don't know if that's got the Inoculated City commercial, but there it is. Box sets are already sold. Rush is already sold and sold out. Jeff, you're very, very late to the party. Plus, we had a whole crate of Randy Rhoads memorabilia, and that all sold too. We have Rick Derringer, All-American Boy. Here's what's left in the half-off crate. Surely we can sell the rest of these. Rick Derringer is $7.50. All-American Boy, Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo. The Clash already had a bid for $35 of Rafe. He was the very first bidder on the Clash, and then Aaron Andrus bid 40. Aaron Andrus is at 40. We're way off on the Clash. Aaron Andrus has had it for $40 for nearly 5 minutes, honestly. Yeah. And then we have Stevie Wonder Characters, VG Plus 850, E.G. Daily, Wild Child, VG Plus 5, Billy Joel and Innocent Man, EX 650, and Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, VG5. Rush, Snakes and Arrows, and Feedback. Those were pre-orders over in Whole Lot of Records. They're both sold out, and they're both waiting list. Feedback came in, and Snakes and Arrows. Those are been out of print for years. They back in print for Start Your Ear Off Right. They come out Friday. Okay, George Michael looks like Troy's going to get it for 24. Leslie's done. X-Wing, let me know if you want back in on Clash for more than 40. Okay? Steppenwolf, Billy Joe, E.G. Daily, Stevie Wonder, and Rick Derringer. Anybody else? Maybe I can bundle these last 4 or 5. I'm going to make sure there's no lag claims. As soon as I start counting for the bundle, there'll be a claim pop up because somebody's on YouTube and they're a minute and a half behind. And their feed pops in late, and then I have to recount, and then somebody's claimed the bundle, then we have to readjust the price, and then it's this chaos. Building catches on fire, everybody's running around screaming, and then, you know. Okay. There it is. Alex Kane on Rick. I have a feeling he gets that for $750. So to Alex Kane. If John Barry's watching, he buys this bundle, we got to go straight up front to the $6.99 crates then. All right, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 left. $3 a piece. $12 for the last 4. George Michael is sold for $24. 2, Troy Robinson. And David Bowie is a buy it now for $20. That's the only no bid tonight. Dang, Melinda just claimed Billy Joel. Well, no one's claimed the bundle yet. $650, so to Melinda. So I knew that was happening. Okay, now the last 3 records, $9. Steppenwolf, E.G. Daily, and Stevie Wonder. Last 3 records, $9. Aaron Andrus. Now, I never did hear back from X-Wing, but now we have a new bidder, and now Aaron's right back in at $50. And now Brandon Jones gets these last 3 for $9. There we go. Then Topographic, and then Cynthia gets David Bowie for $20. That was the no bid. And Leslie, you were next inquiring about it. So Steppenwolf, E.G. Daily, Stevie Wonder, 333 to Brandon Jones, and The Clash at $50. That was the cheapest bundle ever. Yep. Usually I just beg people to buy the last three so we could do an air horn. That doesn't qualify for an air horn now because we had to bundle them. Man, somebody would just straight up bought them. We could have had an air horn. Golly, what to do next? The 80s crate is $6.99. Should we do the 80s crate at $6.99? Just a random crate of $6.99? Another half off? Another new vinyl half off? Jim B said, what? Half off new vinyl? Let me lick my lips. Like I'm about to eat a big bowl of spaghetti. Hot spaghetti with meat sauce all over it. Fresh garlic bread. Salad. Yummy. David Bowie was a U.S. repress. It was a $20 start. It was up for the longest and nobody bid. Then I made it a buy it now and Cynthia got it for $20. It was a $20 buy it now. Nobody bid at $20. Okay? So, The Clash is up to one person. Kyle Davis, if you're out there, it is all up to you. Let's go through some more records, okay? Let's go through. Looky. Chad may go get another Subway cookie. Whoa. Gosh, look at all this stuff. This is records after records. Boy, we've blasted through some vintage stuff. Do I have even any John vintage stuff? I'm going to have trouble finding stuff for the vintage 9 a.m. crates. I mean, we have blasted through so many buy it now best off or half off this week. I mean, golly, I've got this Paul crate. Plus, he hadn't been here a few days. I told him, I said, if you miss a few days for vacation, at the rate I go through your crates and sell stuff, we're going to be like trying to scrape up vintage stuff for the morning flip crates. I've got to be putting new arrivals in there. All right, let's do a $6.99 crate here. I think this is the one I want to do. Oh my gosh. All right. Everything in this crate is $6.99. Okay? Here we go. $6.99. $6.99. The Clash. Boy, that's weird. Aaron Andrews, I better go ahead and sell this to you. I lost 2 different people that was trying to bid against you on this. Either they fell asleep or they refused to say out. So this is sold to you for $50, okay? Let's put this right back here. Let's put that in there, and let's put up a couple more auctions. 7-Eleven. I stop at a 7-Eleven about twice a week. About twice, yeah. Okay, AC/DC. Let There Be Rock. Let There Be Rock. Man, I love that. What a riff. A 77 USOG VG minus $5 start for AC/DC, alternate current, direct current. U2 War. All is quiet on New Year's Day. You're going to be listening to that tomorrow night. And over here we have an 83 USOG VG minus. Let me see if I can get this old retail sticker off that says $30. Not $30. Boy, somebody had this for $30 somewhere, probably at a garage sale. I'll see people posting in groups and stuff. They'll be like, look at the prices of these records at garage sales. They'll be like $30, $50, $180. U2's a $5 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, those are now up for bid. There you have it. Dun, 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 dun. All right, everything in here is $6.99. Let me see what's going on right over here. One second. Where's that Diet Coke at? Let me see here. Laura sent me pictures. Let's see what my Uncle John sent me. Hold on one second. Okay, here we go. So, sorry. If I didn't do that now, I'd lose focus for the next hour. Okay, so the only new vinyl that came in tonight that's still left is Alt J and the Flaming Lips. 29 and 38, by the way. I'm going to put those right there. Susie Breedlove needs a pack of inner sleeves. This is sold to Susie Breedlove. MoFi inner sleeves. This is $26.99. $26.99. Susie Breedlove. No, she wants outer sleeves. I don't have those over here to tag, but we'll write down your name. Put down Susie Breedlove, a pack of outer sleeves, $29.99. Here's been the bids. AC/DC 5, U2 7, U2 12, AC/DC 6. Everything in here is $6.99. The King Bees. The King Bees is a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Same price for Martini Ranch. The Martini Ranch is $6.99. How could the laboring man find time for self-culture? $6.99. Sean Miller wants Flaming Lips. That is the new Rhino Reserve. That was a pre-order. That was my last copy. So out of 6 crates of new vinyl tonight, the only thing left is Alt J, an Awesome Wave gold vinyl, $29.99. I still got 2 left. Michael Freiberger on Martini Ranch for $6.99. Everything in this crate is $6.99. Color Radio, gold stamp promo, full album, $6.99. Bill Tochin on King Bees for $6.99. A lot of cool 80s stuff in here. A lot of cool 80s stuff. The Look again. The Look is a 1982 Canadian press, $6.99 on that. AC/DC's at 8, and U2 is at 12 of There Goes Mark. Also $6.99 is Graham Parker, Squeezing Out Sparks. It does have a clip corner because it's got a promo sticker on it. $6.99 for Graham Parker. Same price for the Bongos, Numbers with Wings. $6.99 for Bongos. Everything in here is $6.99, including the Paley Brothers. That is in shrink wrap. Sire Records, 1978, $6.99 for the Paley Brothers. The Fools, Heavy Mental, not Heavy Metal. I say that all the time. Heavy Mental. The Fools is $6.99 in shrink wrap. Scott Goddard, Your Fool. Scott Goddard is in shrink, $6.99, and Pez Band. Pez Band, $6.99. AC/DC 7, AC/DC 10, and then Howlin' Wind, Graham Parker, $6.99 for Howlin' Wind. And Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood. That's Elvis Costello, a 12-inch single, 1986. Rafe on Pez Band. Everything in here is $6.99. AC/DC 7, AC/DC 10. Novo Combo, The Animation Generation. That is $6.99. Shakedown on the Costello, $6.99 Records. Where this is going to be a fun crate. We might bundle the leftovers. Jules and the Polar Bears, Fanatics. Jules is $6.99. U2 has a new bid for $15. U2 has a new bid for $15. And we have Marshall Crenshaw, Mary Jean, and 9 others. Marshall is $6.99. That's a full album, $6.99 on Marshall Crenshaw. And Jane Wilden. Jane is $6.99. Tim Vergara, you were second on Costello. There Goes Mark. You've been outbid at possibly the most last minute. Paula has it for $15. And then AC/DC's at $10. Tim Vergara, just so you know, you're out on that one. Ron Duffield on The Fools. That is sold right back here. And then Michael Freiberger on Jane Wilden. Then Eric Van Leuven. And then Victor. And then Victor Guerra. Victor, you've changed your font. It's in blue now. Your font's in blue. It's harder to see. It's good when y'all's font is like in red or white. I can see it better. Cynthia Hurgin on MK, and I'm assuming you meant MC for Marshall Crenshaw, right? We have new music from American bands, Sharp Cuts. This is $6.99. Gold stamp promo. DFX2 Emotion. DFX2 Emotion is $6.99. And Rachel Sweet and Then He Kissed Me. Rachel Sweet is $6.99. Michael Freiberger on Sharp Cuts. That's sold to Michael. U2 has a new bid for $18. Paula, you're out. Greg Smith's in on AC/DC at 12. And another Martini Ranch. That's the same thing we just sold. Another copy. And Slow Children. Slow Children is $6.99. And Roman Holiday, Cooking on the Roof. Roman Holiday, that's a full album, $6.99. Let's go ahead and introduce a third auction then. Axe. A-X-E. Axe. Not to be confused with AC/DC over there. Axe is a 1982 USOG in shrink, but the vinyl's VG minus, $5 start on that. Cynthia Hurgin on MR, and that was for Martini Ranch. We sold one earlier. There's another one. Graham Parker and the Rumor, Stick It To Me, $6.99 on Graham Parker, and another Marshall Crenshaw, $6.99 on Marshall Crenshaw. There's another one. And then Shoes, present tense. Shoes is $6.99. Eric Van Leuven on Slow Children. This is all $6.99. You sold it to Paula 820. So I'm assuming There Goes Mark is at 18, U2, and I'm assuming that means There Goes Mark is out. So U2 is at 20 with Paula. That's going once, going twice. Axe is at 5. AC/DC's at 13. Now it's up to Greg Smith if he wants to bid again. Everything in here is $6.99, including the Wooden Tops Giant. The Wooden Tops is $6.99, and we have the Inmates Shot in the Dark, $6.99. I'm assuming you would accept more than $6. No. Even if you try to offer me more, no way. These are just $6.99, no more, no less. Okay? We have a few books to show right quick. What do we have here? We have what for $14.99? Give me 1 second on these. We got some old etiquette books from probably a way back. And some interesting stuff here. Here we go. We have His Way, the unauthorized biography of Frank Sinatra. I'll go ahead and make that $9.99. Frank Sinatra. Then we have the Spanish-American War, $14.99. The Blue Jackets Manual, U.S. Naval Institute. U.S. Naval Institute, 17th edition, $14.99. And The Brick Book, Robert Haywood, unique how to build book of full imaginative ideas. There you go. So you watch this, or you read this, and you can literally build anything you want in brick. Anything. $14.99. Okay, next thing is AC/DC did get a new bid for $15. There Goes Mark gets Marshall Crenshaw. Mark gets Marshall for $6.99. Colleen Cook was second. And Axe has a new bid for $7. And Ian Gom, Gone with the Wind. Ian Gom is $6.99. We have Wax, Magnetic Heaven. It's also $6.99. And I Am Siam, Talk to Me, I Can Hear You Now, $6.99 on that one. Alex Kane on Blue Jackets. That sold to Alex Kane for $14.99. Did you see the John Wayne book I had earlier? I have this huge John Wayne book for $45. They're sealed. I've got a bunch of them. A Western Celebration. I've got a bunch of them. $45 on that. Okay, over here we have Bonnie Hayes with the Wild Combo, $6.99 on these. Also, Utopia, Deface the Music. Utopia, $6.99. And Bebe Buell, Covers Girl, that is $6.99. Cynthia Hurgin wants the Inmates. That is sold to Cynthia Hurgin for $6.99. And another one. Wow, is that the same record? Yeah, we got another one. There's another one for $6.99. Another Sharp Cuts. We sold one of those earlier. That's another good one. Another compilation. Paula gets U2 for $20. Let's go ahead and tag that. Axe has bids for 5 and 7. Somebody's outbid. Hoopy has it for 7. Paul Cruz, you're out. And then AC/DC. This is officially sold. Greg Smith, $15. All right, that's done. And then over here, Tracy gets the Sharp Cuts for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Hello, My Name is Blotto. What's yours? That is $6.99 for Blotto. Also, we have Nick Kershaw, When a Heart Beats. Nick Kershaw's an A5 UK, $6.99. And Bourgeois Tag Yo-Yo, $6.99. Paula gets the other Inmates record, so both Inmates are sold. And we have Utopia, which is Todd Rundgren, $6.99. $6.99 on that. Etiquette books. I'll start showing them right now. Okay, first though is Cynthia Hurgin on Lotto. Blotto, that's so to Cynthia Hurgin. Also $6.99 is another Bourgeois Tag Yo-Yo, so $6.99 on those. And then Thrashing Doves, Bedrock Vice, $6.99 on Thrashing Doves. $6.99. Rank and File is $6.99. Adam Bernardi wants I Am Siam. I Am Siam is sold to Adam Bernardi. Michael Freiberger on Thrashing Doves. Paula on Utopia. And then Axe is sold for $7. And that is sold to Hoopy31 for $7. Marshall Crenshaw Downtown, $6.99 for Marshall Crenshaw, and Scritti Politti just $6.99. Perfect Way. Also, we have Bruce Woolley and the Camera Club English Garden. Bruce Woolley $14.99. Okay, I think I have one AC/DC record left in the bonus crate, and then there's two higher end records for Thursday Night Metal Night that's been specifically tagged for that. So first thing I'm going to do is show you AC/DC If You Want Blood. This is a low-grade copy. Rough is the grade. That's literally what we've assigned to it, rough. G condition, $1 start on AC/DC. $1 start. Last week we sold a Kiss Alive for $1, and Tanner texted me. He said, is this really $1 or was you joking? I was like, no, Larry Gonzalez bid $1. Nobody else bid, and we sold it to him for $1. So there's AC/DC for $1. Maybe this one will sell more than $1. We have Garden Book, Popular Mechanics Press. On Your Own Wood. Nice. Norman Rockwell, 4 Seasons. These are all $14.99. Vaughn's Parade and Float Guide. Wow, that's a weird book. A parade and float guide? So what's going on here? It's like history of parade floats and how to build them and how they were made. $14.99, that's a specialty book. Vienna. Treasures of the Hermitage. Those are all $14.99. We have Rank and File, There Goes Mark. Have I pulled that yet? I haven't. That's sold for $6.99. AC/DC 1, AC/DC 2. Tracy wants the Parade Float book for $14.99. Sold. Also, we have Boom, There She Was. Scritti Politti featuring Roger, $6.99. Paula wants Norm. Do I think AC/DC will skip? I can't guarantee that. I don't think there's many feelable marks. It's just a lot of scuffing. I don't know. It could. I mean, a lot of it depends on your setup, how heavy your turntable arm is, honestly. Paul on the Hermitage book for $14.99. AC/DC's at $4. Yachts, SOS. Yachts is $6.99. Back to the 80s at $6.99. We have Angel City 2-minute warning, $6.99. Cynthia Herdron on SP. Did I miss a claim? Cynthia Herdron got MC. I think I missed her Marshall Crenshaw. I did. You got Marshall Crenshaw, and she got Scritti Politti. I missed both of those. Then There Goes Mark got Rank and File. AC/DC's at $4, and then Cynthia Herdron, I got your SP there. Another SP, Scritti Politti, okay? B book, Norman Rockwell, and book Hermitage, okay? So she also gets the Norman Rockwell. So Paula got the Hermitage book and the Norman Rockwell, and Tracy Songer got the Parade Float book. AC/DC 6. Alex Kane got Angel City for $6.99. That's sold to Alex Kane. And Translator, No Time Like Now. Translator is $6.99. Another Marshall Crenshaw, Field Day, $6.99 on that one. And Mondo Rock. Mondo Rock's a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Ian Matthews stealing home. And check this out. Ian Matthews is on blue vinyl, mushroom label. Cool. $6.99 on that. AC/DC 5, AC/DC 6, AC/DC 5. Michael Freiberger on Translator. Rock Show, you were next on Angel City. Okay, you were next on Angel City. I'm going to mute my mic right. Ian Guerra got Ian Matthews, Cynthia on Mondo Rock, and then we have Pablo Cruz Reflector. Wow, Pablo Cruz all the way down to $6.99. What's the world coming to? David Lindley, El Rayo X, $6.99 on David Lindley. Brian Briggs, Combat Zone, Gold Stamp Promo, $6.99, and Bram Chakowski, Funland. All those are $6.99, okay? I'll tell you what else is $6.99. Pablo Cruz, that is sold to Chris Frazier. And then what is Yachts? Yachts is the name of the band. The album's called SOS. No condition notes. This is a white label promo from Polydor, and that is $6.99. Brandon Jones next on Pablo. Adam Bernardi on BC. MC, I'm assuming that's for Marshall Crenshaw. And then AC/DC is sold to Levi Hilton for $6. That is sold for $6. Is Bruce Woolley, UK. Let's go back and find that. Bruce Woolley, UK. Bruce Woolley, UK. Bruce Woolley, UK. Sorry. This is English Garden. It's looking like it. Yeah, made in England. It is. It is. Cynthia Hurgin on BT for Bram Chakowski. And Greg, your bid on AC/DC just came in. Already sold it. The Flirts Jukebox and the Flip is On the Beach, Surfs Up. $6.99 on that. And The Unforgiven is $6.99. That's in shrink with hop sticker, $6.99. Okay, another stack of books here. These are $6.99. And give me 1 second. And here we go. $14.99. Showers for All Occasions. Jermaine Haney for brides, parents-to-be. This book, you read this and it'll tell you how to put on showers. And what year is this one? This is like one of those etiquette type books I was talking about. I don't know if this is 1954. $6.99 on that. We'll do these little pocket ones here for $6.99. Michelangelo, Klee, and Pop Art with Andy Warhol featured there. We'll do those little pocket things for $6.99. And then $14.99, Corcus, Punt, Pitch, Pass, and Punt. Parties on a Shoestring, Marnie Wood. Wood Carving by Frida Skinner. And Setting Your Table, It's Art, Etiquette, and Service. It has the dust jacket, a little bit of damage on the top, and this is from 50, I'm going to guess, can I get a year? 41, a little bit earlier than I thought. 41 on Setting Your Table. Okay, next thing we had is Cynthia on BT, have already pulled that. I did. And then Bruce Woolley is sold to Spikey McVeigh. Ada Bernardi on Unforgiven. Paula wants all three books. These here, $6.99 each, sold to Paula. And then also $6.99 is Mike's Murder soundtrack. That's cool for $6.99. Danny was second on Unforgiven. Martha and the Muffins, $6.99. And then we have the Scenarios Pet Rock. The Scenarios is $6.99. Another Unforgiven. Let's give that to Danny. Another copy. Give that one to Danny. Same condition. Bruce Woolley again and the Camera Club. $6.99. This one has the original inner sleeve. I'll go ahead and check right now. A white label promo. Nice. Bruce Woolley, a white label promo, $6.99. No condition notes on any of these. Robert Johnson, Close Personal Friend, in shrink, $6.99. And then China Crisis, Hannah, China Crisis, $6.99. Cynthia Hurgin on the Scenarios, that's $6.99. Cynthia Hurgin on BE, and that was for something. BW, Bruce Woolley, that's so to Cynthia Hurgin. And then we have the Scenarios again for $6.99. Boontar Jones on China Crisis. Eric Van Leuven's going to go ahead and pick up the Yachts. That's sold to him for $6.99. And then Joan Armatrading, The Key. Joan is $6.99. We have Toronto, Get It on Credit. Toronto is $6.99. Graham Parker and the Up Escalator, $6.99. Rank and File, Long Gone Dead, $6.99. Rank and File. Pearl Harbor and the Explosions is $6.99. We also have the Spizzles for $6.99. Tracy Songer on the Scenarios. That is so to Tracy Songer. The Scenarios is gone. The Parachute Club, $6.99. And Fetchin' Bones, Cabin Flounder, $6.99. Boy, y'all bought about half of that crate. Maybe one more read-through, we can sell the other one. What do we have here? We have, here's another little pocket book I'll sell for $6.99. Seashores, a guide to shell, sea plants, shore birds, and other natural features of American coast. This has definitely got some age on it. What a cool little book. 1955. 1955. That's pretty cool. Look at all that. Okay, and then we had Mystery of the Ages. 14. Do you ever ask yourself, who am I? What am I? Why am I? Weight Watchers Program Cookbook. Awesome. Holy moly. A Weight Watchers book from what year? 1973. And then we have Prayer, Asking, and Receiving. Evangelist. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Evangelist John Rice. We have over here, there goes Mark, Colleen Cook, and what happened? So Michael Freiberger was first on Rank and File. Michael Freiberger first on that. There goes Mark second. Colleen Cook on JA. And J.A. was J.A. Colleen Cook, J.A. J.A. Colleen Cook. What was J.A. Colleen? And then Adam Bernardi got Fetching Bones. And then Susie Breedlove says, I'll take the blue LP. That's already sold. Tracy gets the Seashore book for $6.99. Tracy gets the Weight Watchers book for $14.99. And then Alex Kane, I only had 2 Unforgivens, and they're both sold. These are like last night. I only know of 3 titles or so. You must have not listened to much 80s New Wave. You must not be listening to much 80s New Wave, because that's pretty much what all this is. Colleen Cook on The Key. That's Joan Armatrading. Got it. Joan Armatrading is $6.99. Joan Armatrading. That's the one she's talking about. The Key. Is that even, where is that? Is that still available? How long ago was that? I guess I still have it. Let's see. Parachute Club, The Spizzles, Pearl Harbor, Graham Parker, Martha. Well. All right. Let's do a quick run through here. Still showing some books. What happened to that? I don't see it in here. Let me read through them. Did I already sell it to somebody? 60s, 70s. I just listened to 80s hair metal. You got a lot of world of music out there to listen to. Holy moly. I think I put Joan. I wonder if I tagged somebody for the wrong record. I might have tagged somebody for the wrong record. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back. This, did I not pull Yachts? Okay, there's Yachts for Eric Van Leuven. Scenarios for Tracy. Michael Freiberger on Rank. And then Fetching Bones. Joan, well, there we go. Joan Armatrading. That worked out good. Okay. Joan Armatrading for Colleen Cook. I might have put it in there and didn't realize it. And I didn't even remember. Okay. Here's what's left. Then I might try to do a bundle with somebody to close these out. $6.99 for Color Radio. The Look Again. Graham Parker, Squeezing Out Sparks. The Bongos, Numbers with Wings. The Paley Brothers, Scott Goddard, You're Full. Howlin' Wind, Graham Parker. Novo Combo, The Animation Generation. Jules and the Polar Bears, Fanatics. DFX2, Emotion. Rachel Sweet and Then He Kissed Me. Roman Holiday. Graham Parker and the Rumor. Shoes, Present Tense. The Wooden Tops. Ian Gom, Gone with the Wind. Wax, Magnetic Heaven. Okay, and then we have this, Cynthia Herdron on CR. CR for Cynthia. And the first thing that was CR was Color Radio. And then Cynthia also got the Bongos. That is so to Cynthia. These are all $6.99. Bonnie Hayes with the Wild Combo, Good Clean Fun. Utopia, Deface the Music. Bebe Buell, Covers Girl. Nick Kershaw, When a Heart Beats. Bourgeois Tag Yo-Yo, I've got 2 copies of it. Brian Briggs Combat Zone, David Lindley, El Rayo X. The Flirts, Mike's Murder soundtrack. That's sold to BMK 918. That was good timing. Martha and the Muffins, Dance Spark. Robert Johnson, Close Personal Friend. Toronto, Get on Credit. Pearl Harbor and the Explosions. Graham Parker, Up the Up Escalator. The Spizzle, Spiky Dream Flowers. And Parachute Club. The Parachute Club, At the Feet of the Moon. Okay. We have Cynthia Herdron on Bourgeois Tag, I bet. Yo-Yo, is that right? So to Cynthia Herdron. Yep. I'll make sure everybody's lag has come in. Let's go ahead and show a few more books. These are $14.99. I have The Bridge at Tokyo Ri, A Story of Individual Heroism. Eisenhower, The President, Crucial Days, 51 to 60. St. Vith, Lion in the Way, the 106th Infantry Division in World War II. And The Truth About Wyatt Earp, Richard E. Irwin. Very cool. Very cool. The Truth About Wyatt Earp. Those are all $14.99. Cynthia Herdron also wants The Flirts. She also wants PC. And she also wanted The Spizzles. Okay? And PC was for Parachute Club. She also got the Spizzles. Paula wants Nick Kershaw. And then she also got Robert Johnson. Okay. That's sold to Paula. These are all $6.99. Somebody's going to get a good bundle. Pretty manageable and really good 80s stuff. Graham Parker, Pearl Harbor, Toronto, Martha Muffins, David Lindley, Brian Biggs, Bourgeois Tag, Baby Blue Ale, Utopia, Bonnie Hayes, Wax, Ingom, Wooden Top, Shoes, Graham Parker, Roman Holiday, Rachel Sweet, DFX2, Jules and the Polar Bears, Novo Combo, Graham Parker, Scott Goddard, Paley Brothers, Graham Parker, and The Look. Those last few books was Eisenhower, World War II, a White Earp book, and The Bridges at Tokyo Ri. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 down, dun, dun. Let me get these books lined up over here as we sell them. I need to take dun 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 hum ba da dee 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 up on the housetop, click click click, down through the chimney, old Saint Nick, ho ho ho. It's never too late to get ready for Christmas. Never too early to get ready for Christmas. Paula wants Howlin' Wind, which was back here, Graham Parker. Okay, that should be the last claim. I'm going to count them. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 records. Okay, 24 records. And here's my price. $95. 95 divided by 24. $3.95 a piece. You get everything that's left. Just $95 for 80s bundle. How could you say no? $95 for the rest of the crate. Somebody might be all over that. Less than $4 a piece. Less. Not more. Less than $4 a piece. I'm going to put the unsold books back here on this cart. And we got to figure out what our next move is going to be. All Graham for 20. Well, one of them just sold, and now they're already in a bundle deal. There goes Mark. You might want to consider buying all of them. Think about that, Mark. $75 more, and you can have everything. $75 more, and you can have everything. If this crate sells, we'll probably do some kind of other craziness. We got to get someone bought in first. We got to get someone to say, you know what, Chad? I am bought in. Let's do it. Let's do it. Sure. I mean, what's $95 for all this amazing music I'm buying? That's a drop in the bucket for the entertainment value. Some people pay $95 to ride a roller coaster one time. Just zip, zip, and it's over. And you're like, dang, that went $95. You can own these for the rest of your life. You'll have these sitting on your shelf for years going, wow. So glad I purchased all these from Chad. It's beautiful, mint condition records at a great price, pennies on the dollar. It's wonderful, fantastical, so magical, wonderful. Chad's about to show some more books. He's talking aimlessly because I'm walking around over here trying to find more places to put books, because I know we're probably going to sell more before this show's over tonight. The chats went silent. There hadn't been a comment over 2 minutes. There's 177 people watching, and everybody has just went silent on me. I got to fix my shoe right quick. Oh. I'll have to get everybody woke up for the final segment. I'm glad Jim B's still watching. Thank you, Jim B. He's not going to miss a deal. We know that. So my question right now is this. Where's everybody watching from? Where is everybody watching from? That'll get the chat back rolling. Make sure everybody's paying attention. Make sure everybody is very much alive and with me. Where's everybody watching from? No CDs tonight. I don't have any CDs I'm aware of. Did I say I had CDs? Whew. Always cool to see everybody's location. Oh, Japanese on sale? Yeah. I wish I would have remembered that hours ago. Oh, boy. All right. Let's see what's on this bookshelf here right quick. Make sure I got everybody paying attention. This is the first time I've paused. I've sit down to fix my shoe, and I never sit down because after the sales, if I sit down to like to eat, I usually just like pass out. The last several nights I've ate and then fell asleep literally with my head on the counter for about an hour, and I've lost an hour, and I wake up mad because I could have just went ahead and finished what I had to do and go home. But we've been pretty nonstop. We've been nonstop for all night. And I just really slowed down right now. Whew. That's probably why I have sold 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 crates. And I'm trying my best to sell this bundle, but there's no takers yet. Whew. I can see the chat. I'm over here kind of almost across the room, sitting in a chair. I had to fix my other shoe now. Got to make sure my laces are good and tight in case I need to take off running. We have sold a lot, I know it. I need to finally try to get where we can get these videos posted and I can go home and rest, because my New Year's resolution was I hadn't officially wrote it down. New Year's resolutions don't count officially till you write them down, but I got to start these shows at 5 o'clock. I have to. If I start them at 5, we can end every night at 1. Except maybe like Fridays and Saturdays or holidays, we can go all night. We can do a part 2, whatever. But it works out perfect at 5 to 1. But starting at 6:30 and not selling the first record till 7 puts me behind almost 2 hours. So if I could have started at 5 tonight, we probably would have sold 16 crates of records. So at some point I got to reset, and I got to go to bed and wake up at 3:30 in the afternoons is my new schedule. And then come here and sell records. Okay, I'm on my feet, and I'm about to show you some more books. These are all $14.99. Maybe we can sell a bunch more. I have Conan the Liberator. The Liberator. The Liberator. Conan, a vintage paperback. Night Flyers. George R.R. Martin. Night Flyers. Lose on First, Chris Costello, the tragic life of Hollywood's greatest clown, warmly recounted by his youngest child. Plain Talk for men under 21. There you go. Billy Burke with Cameron Shipp with powder on my nose. She's not talking about cocaine either. And then we have Cagney, John McCabe. Night Flyers is sold to Spikey McVeigh for $14.99. And there's Conan the Liberator. The Liberator. Okay, so let's see what happened since I walked away. Let's show those Japanese CDs. All gram for $20. Bundle deal was $95. Nobody? Dang it. I hate having... John Barry would have been all over these. We got viewers in Illinois, California, Daytona Beach, Northern Michigan, Nebraska, Michigan, Arizona, Maryland, Texas, Kentucky, Georgia, Texas, Illinois, Texas, D.C., Michigan, California, Romania, South Carolina, Louisiana, North Carolina, Texas, South Carolina. And then we have Night Flyers, and we have Tracy Songer wants Billy Burke, which was Billy Burke with Cameron Shipp with Powder on My Nose. That's so to Tracy Songer, okay? These are all $14.99. We have Cagney, and we have Plain Talk, and Lose on First, Chris Costello, and Conan. Those are all still available. Okay, we'll do another handful, another half-off crate. Possibly. I don't know if I have many half-off crates. I probably have another $6.99. One second. Okay. All right. Well, I'll save these for the next time we can do some bundling. Half off. If we do one more, we do need to fill up my last crate. We are almost full here. Man, there's not much over here. Honestly, there's golly, there's we can do the. I got John's $14.99 records. We can do those for best offer. I got John's $14.99 stuff. Let's do those best offer. And I think y'all are going to like these, okay? And these are all $14.99. Or, excuse me, well, let's just say they're all best offer because there's some stuff in the front too. Okay, there's some different stuff. Susie Breedlove says she'll take David Lindley. All right, so we did sell one out of there. $6.99. Susie just said she needs to stay out of debt, and she just bought another record. So she's trying to squeeze every bit of her New Year's resolution before it rolls over. That's sold for $6.99. Jetstream says he'll take the Sinatra book. It's still available. That was, let me find it. I'm keeping everything right here behind me just in case. This is sold to Jetstream for $9.99 and the Tokyo Rebook for $14.99, okay? I see that one right here. This is sold to Jetstream. And here in a minute, when we get done with probably this crate, maybe we might keep showing a few more records, and then we're going to try to just read through all these books for probably the last hour here, okay? This is sold to Jetstream for $14.99. Sinatra was $9.99. All right, so we had the Long Riders, Two-Fisted Tales. There is some cover damage on the back, $14.99, the Long Riders. Red Rider, Neruda, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. Big Red Music is on red vinyl. It's a compilation, $14.99 for Big Red Music. And The Tourist, Reality Effect. The Tourist is $14.99. Stepping into the 80s, that's a compilation. Joe Jackson, Jules and the Polar Bears, etc., etc. Step into Christmas. Step into Christmas. Step into Christmas. We can forever and ever. Step into down. Come on with me. Step into Christmas. Christmas with me. I guess I could show these Japanese CDs and just say their best offer. That's probably what I'll do tomorrow. So here's some CDs. I think this first batch is a lot of Taylor Swift. Taurus for $10. Sell that to Cynthia Herdren. These are all buy it now or best offer, and just don't hesitate to make offers, okay? That's sold to Cynthia for $10. And then here's some more books. These are $14.99. Step into Christmas. We have the American Heritage History of Flight. History of Flight, American Heritage, $14.99. Famous airplanes, blimps, flight, flying. Cool book. The dust jacket is a little beat up. $14.99. We have battleships and battle cruisers. 1905, 1970, $14.99, and World War II, $14.99. What happened? What just fell off over here? A bottle of Claritin. That's my emergency stash. I need that sometimes, okay? So, first thing is Chad Snyder on the Flight book. That's sold to Chad Snyder for $14.99. That looked cool. That's sold to Chad for $14.99. We have Dave Edmonds. Dave Edmonds is $14.99. Also, Slammin' Watusi's Kings of Noise Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. The Boomtown Rats in the long grass. Boomtown Rats is $14.99. And the Boomtown Rats, I think that's self-titled, also $14.99. The shipbook, yeah. Siegfried Breyer, Battleships and Battlecruisers, 1905, 1970, exclamation. It's got a lot of chats. That looks like something in Russian. It's got maps. It's got diagrams. It's got physics. It's got scales. It's got numbers. It's got a lot of complicated looking words and graphs. Shell weights. This is a very technical book. Gosh, the time it would take to put all this together. Whew. Looks like 10 years worth of research. Battleships and Battlecruisers, 1905, 1970. There's World War II. Everything in here, Lena Lovitch is buy it now or best offer. Lena Lovitch Stateless, $14.99 on Lena Lovitch. We have the best of Dave Edmonds, $14.99 on that. Rockpile, Seconds of Pleasure. Rockpile's a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Ozenhoft, Falco. Falco is $14.99. Boomtown Rats again, Rats, $14.99. And Boomtown Rats again, retrospective. Wow, somebody needs a Boomtown Rats bundle. Nick Lowe and his cowboy outfit, all new material. Nick Lowe is $14.99. And the Tourist already sold. I already sold it to Cynthia for $10. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. The Del Fuego stand-up, $14.99. Okay, here's some Japanese CDs that I'll do best offer. Let's do these three first. We have the Rolling Stone Some Girls Japanese CD, $40 OBO. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits, $25 OBO. It does have a little bit of a crack right there. Gene Simmons is $29.99. And then Tears for Fears, I've got 3 of those, $39.99. So those are all new sealed Japanese CDs. Paul Schaefer on Falco for $10. Sell that to Paul Schaefer for $10. Thank you. And the Hawaiian Pup, Split Second Precision. The Hawaiian Pups is $14.99. And Martha and the Muffins, Metro Music. Martha and the Muffins is $14.99. Bram Chakowski, Pressure. Bram is $14.99. And the Long Riders, State of Our Union. The Long Riders is $14.99. Okay, here's 2 more books for $14.99. The first one is Born Again, A Chosen Book. What really happened to the White House Hatchet Man, Hatchet Ed. Eisenhower at War by David Eisenhower, 1943-1945. Eisenhower, $14.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Another copy of The Long Riders. Nick Lowe, Nick the Knife, $14.99. And The Lotus Eaters, Set Me Apart. The Lotus Eaters is $9.99. That's a 3-track. And then World War II book is sold to Melinda Deering for $14.99. That's sold to Melinda. Also, we have Nick Lowe, The Abominable Showman. The Abominable Showman is in shrink, a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Me Sex, Where Do They Go? Me Sex is $14.99. Once again, all pretty much 80 stuff, and these are buy it now best offer. Most of them, if you want to go ahead and offer 10, I'll probably take it. If you want to just go ahead and claim it, that's okay too. Martha is sold to Tracy Songer for $12. These are all best offer. I'll take 10, 12, claim it. It's up to you. Tracy gets that for $12. Guy Shard on the Rolling Stones Japanese CD. Sell that to Guy Shard. Thank you on that. And then Long Riders, Ada Bernardi. I had 2 copies. I'll give you this little bit better looking one. That's that. Okay, and then here's the rest of the Japanese CD. Thank you on that, Guy. And then we have Sticky Fingers. That one was $49.99. Reputation, CD, DVD, 2017, $99.99. When we tagged this, the cheapest one for sale was $125. There's Reputation. And then Steely Dan, Katie Lied, $25 on that. These are all buy it now, best offer. Taylor Swift Karaoke, lead vocals not included. This is her just the music. There was only one listed for $150. We had that one at $95. And then Taylor Swift Red. This was a 2012 Japanese promo over barcode Promo over barcode, none listed in the United States, 75 on that one. Some pretty more scarce Taylor Swifts there. Next thing is Long Riders for 10. That sold. And then Nick Lowe, and he's talking about this one right here, sold to Preston Rose for $10. Thank you. Also, Icicle Works. Icicle Works is $14.99. And then Split Ends, Time and Tide. We had one of those tonight. There's another for $14.99. Sniff in the Tears, Fickle Heart. Sniff in the Tears is $14.99. That has their big song on it, Driver's Seat. And Red Rockers, Good as Gold. Red Rockers is $14.99. Sounds like we need some more books and more Japanese CDs. These are $14.99. We have Frank Capra, the name above the title, an autobiography. Frank Capra, Andy Weir, Project Hail Mary, The Martian. Is that like the Matt Damon book? And then this is signed by Douglas Fairbanks. I don't have it JSA'd, but $15. The Salad Days, an autobiography. Douglas Fairbanks Jr., that is. Douglas Fairbanks Jr. Paul Schaefer on Sniffing the Tears, sold for 10. Cynthia gets Split Ends for 10. Those are sold and sold. I was going to see if Guy Shard needed any of those kind of tougher to get Taylor Swift Japanese there. He may or may not have them. Let's Active Cypress. Let's Active is $14.99. And then the Del Fuego Stand Up. Del Fuego's $14.99. Let's Active again. Every dog has its day. That's also a quote from Tony Montana from Scarface. Every dog has its day. Something like that. And then he shoots that guy. Steve Walsh, Schemer Dreamer. $14.99. And then the Bongos, Beat Hotel. Bongos, $14.99. And Pete Shelley, I don't know what it is. Pete Shelley, $14.99. Diesel, Watts in the Tank, WTTS, $14.99. And Cats is $14.99. And Jason and the Scorchers still standing, $14.99 for Jason and the Scorchers. $14.99 on that. Move those over there. Let's see what else I got over here. These are all $14.99. I got The Martian. There it is. The Martian, Andy Weir. And then Dexter by Design, Jeff Lindsay. I guess that's about Dexter. There's another one, Dexter. And then Prey, Michael Crichton. $14.99 on all those. Okay, first thing we had was PS for 10. That was Pete Shelley. That sold to Boontar. Bongos for 10. That sold to Cynthia. Cats for 10. That sold to Cynthia. And then Let's Active for 8. How about Let's Active for 10? That seems to be the go-to price here. $10 on that, Victor. Tracy wants both Dexter books, sold to Tracy and sold to Tracy. I didn't ever know what that show was about until I read the basic plot the other day, and I was like, that sounds pretty interesting, honestly. $14.99, sold to Tracy Songer. We got Shoes, Tongue Twister. Shoes for $14.99. And Graham Parker, Heat Treatment. Graham Parker, $14.99. The Kane Gang, Miracle. The Kane Gang is $14.99. And Athletico Spias, 80. Do a Runner. That's $14.99. And Lena Lovitch, Stateless. I think that's our second copy of that. $14.99 for Lena Lovitch. I think there's another one in here somewhere. Could have been in a different crate. I thought it was in here. Yeah, there it is. Got two copies of that. The Wooden Top, Straight 8 Bushwhacker, $14.99. Shoes is sold to Cynthia Herdren for $10. That was, what have I done with it? That was this one. Yeah, that's sold to Cynthia for $10. And then Kajagoogoo, Hang On Now, and 83 UK, $14.99. King Bees is $14.99. That's a 1980 Spain press. Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parker Gorilla, $14.99. Fetchin' Bones, Bad Pumpkin. Fetchin' Bones, 1986, sealed, 14, unopened. And then we had Bow Wow Wow, Do You Want to Hold Me? And then Dublé, and it's an 86 sealed, $14.99. Boontar on Kajagoogoo for $10. That's sold to Boontar for $10. Thank you on that one. And Cynthia was second. And then Egg for 10. I think he's still trying to get Kajagoogoo. KGG1. P and then Egg. I think he was going after Kajagoogoo there. While I'm thinking about these kind of books, you know, more like fiction novels, I know the other night I bought a whole collection of these and I thought we sold every one of them, but evidently we didn't. And I know where they're at. I'm going to pull them off the shelf here And I'm going to see what they're marked. They're marked. Okay, they're not marked, so let's just do them $14.99. And these might have come from somewhere else, but I'm pretty sure somebody's going to be interested in these. This author, he's kind of popular. Stephen King, Just After Sunset, all $14.99. Stephen King, Full Dark, No Stars. Stephen King, Different Seasons, and Stephen King, Duma Key. Those are all $14.99, okay? Paula wants Bow Wow Wow for $10. It's not on there, Chad, plus she's already bought it. Now, I don't know what these other ones are. What are these other? Okay, these are just a different price point. They're still buy it now, best offer, okay? I think we went through some of these the other night. They're still buy it now, best offer. Rachel Sweet, Fool Around. Just make offers. I'll sell them to you if it's fair. Rachel Sweet, $19.99. Joe Jackson, Jumpin' Jive, $19.99. Utopia is $19.99. NRBQ Live is $19.99. Digging Uncle Q. The Land That Time Forgot is $26.99. The Untouchables, Wild Child, $19.99. NRBQ, Tiddlywinks, $19.99 on that. And then this was Joe Jackson, the 10-inch of Look Sharp. It's supposed to have a button there, I think, not included. $39.99 for that. Let's see. Just see right here. Taylor Swift Reputation CD DVD, okay? He wants this one right here. This is sold to Guy Shard for $99.99. Thank you. That's sold to Guy Shard. Next is what CDs? We're going through our Japanese CDs, not the new ones that I keep teasing you with, Mark. Before I show those tomorrow, I'm going through these buy it now best offer. Taylor Swift, Steely Dan, Rolling Stones, Tears for Fears, and Gene Simmons and ZZ Top. All buy it now or best offer, okay? All buy it now or best offer. Joe Jackson for $15. I will say this Joe Jackson for $20. I'll sell that for $20. You've bought a lot. I'll go ahead and do that one half off at $20. Paula wants Stephen King, Full Dark, $14.99. Did not go to the Tennessee game. No, I skipped that one. I've had more fun right here selling 14 crates of vinyl other than going and freezing my butt off and watching Tennessee get embarrassed. I passed on that. We have Full Dark was sold to Paula for $14.99. Dublé for $10. That was the sealed copy back here. Sold that to Cynthia for $10. And then Fairbanks sold for $14.99. And that is sold to Tracy Songer, $14.99. And it's autographed. And then Cynthia Herdren got Joe Jackson for $20. Okay, did I miss anything else? Boomtown Rats bundle. All right, let's find those. Boomtown Rats bundle. So we had how many total Boomtown Rats? Let's go back. I'm not done showing everything in the crate either, but let's go ahead and knock out that chunk. We had, let's see here. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. I think there's 4 Boomtown Rats. Was there any before that? 4 Boomtown Rats. So, I mean, I kind of already were marking a lot of these down to 10. We'll go ahead and say $8 a piece. 8 times 4, where I come from, is $32. So $32 if you buy all 4 of them. Okay, well, we'll put them right back there. And then here's the rest of the crate. These are also best offer. $34.99 for the Doors, absolutely live. I went to almost every Tennessee game. I mean, we only missed 1. I went to every Tennessee game, home and away, except maybe 1, 2. But after they got beat by Vanderbilt, I'm done for the year. And it sounds like we're in a hole losing to Illinois in Nashville, kind of almost like a home game. Jethro Tull, $19.99. The Doors sold to Matt Shepard for $22. Done. Making deals here, making deals. Man, this Joe Jackson needs to be put in a cardboard. I wish John would have went ahead and did that. Let me see if I can find a cardboard pad to put some of these in. Here we go. Put Joe Jackson in a cardboard pad. And then there goes Mark, gets the 4 Boomtown Rats for $32. All right, that's done. Let's put that right over here. And then 32 for these 4. All right, those are sold. My crate's getting really full over here. Holy crap. Let me show some more Japanese CDs too. Bear with me. We're rolling all of a sudden again. And then let's try to fit Fetching Bones in here for 10 before I start a new crate. And then here's what's left. Black Oak, Arkansas, 19. David Bowie, Station to Station, OG Tan Label, 34. David Bowie Peanuts, OG, 44. Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis 19, Iron Butterfly Ball 19, Hendrix High Live and Dirty Red Vinyl, Jim Morrison, $24.99, and then Fugs, which were $29.99 each. Okay, that's more of the 80s collection. All right, first thing, let me take this stack of sold books around the corner. Thank you. Those are done. Let's get a new pile started. I was going to kind of pause on vinyl after this, so I have a feeling we can sell a ton of books and possibly Japanese CDs. And to really focus on that, to get everybody's attention, I'm probably going to say that was probably one of the last crates of vinyl. With that being said, we hadn't sold this much in a while. That's amazing. That's a lot over here. So, best price on the 2 DBs. So, David Bowie, we had Pin-Ups and we had Station to Station. So, I'll do these for... give me 1 second. Let's just say 60 for both of them. 60 for both of them. 30 and 30. Any music. So right now we're going through Fred Goodwin's personal collection. Now, if you know anything about Fred Goodwin, when I bought his music collection, his book collection, his daughter tried to count them. It was somewhere around 10,000 books. And literally, when I go through these, I've never seen them. It's kind of like when I'm going through records. When I open up a box or whatever stacks Tanner's got me, I've never gone through them. He had hundreds of music-related books, yes. But trying to figure out what's in the next stack is the question. Okay. Here we go. These are sold to to Leslie Holt for $60. Okay, thank you on that. The Japanese CDs that have been shown so far that still remain are Taylor Swift Red, which is a promo version, Reputation Karaoke, Steely Dan Katie Lied, Stone Sticky Fingers, Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair, Gene Simmons, and ZZ Top's Greatest Hits. Okay, let's put those right over here. So, this is Hendrix High Live and Dirty Red Vinyl, $24.99. And there is something that has to do with Jim. I forget this entire story here, but something to do with Jim Morrison at that show or something Morrison related. All right, let's grab another handful of books right here behind me. I'm working off this cart back here behind me. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me grab a new empty crate because we're still selling some LPs. I got to put her David Bowie's over here. All right, there's her 2 David Bowies. And then Matt Shepard gets Queensryche for $44.99. And then this Hendrix Jim Morrison related record sold to Victor Garrett for $18. And Guy Shard wants the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. Okay, that's sold. Too Busy to Clean, over 500 tips and techniques to make house cleaning easier, $9.99. Harry S. Truman by Margaret Truman, $14.99. This looks cool. 1,000 something for children, illustrated by somebody. Looks kind of old. Looks kind of old, a lot older than me. This is, looking for a copyright date here. It's missing the informational page, title page, the 6th printing. 1,000 Poems for Children. There we go. 1,000 Poems for Children. A choice of the best verse, edited by Roger Inkpen, etc., etc. Definitely got some age on it. I'm going to say 20s or earlier. Looks 20s based on the style of the woman in there, or the children. Could be even older. I don't know. Could be older than that. I don't see a copyright date. $14.99. All right, let me knock out this handful. All right, we got Our Glorious Century, Key Events, Pictures, Places, Personalities, Reader's Digest. Steel Rails to Victory, a photographic history of railway operations during World War II. That sounds interesting. And Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse and Friends coloring book, 1986. Has much of it been colored? Not really. And then we'll say $9.99 on that. The Swing Era, 36, 37, 40 to 41. We'll say $9.99 each on those, the Swing Era. Oh, here's another one. So we got 36 to 37, 40, 41, 41, 42. Well, looks like we're missing a few years. And then World War I, an illustrated history, $14.99. World War I, an illustrated history. Okay, now earlier I moved my card out of the way so I could get to the rest of these Japanese CDs. Let me move all of our sold records over here. And these. Okay, now I can get the rest of the Japanese CDs out. 1923, thank you. 1,000 Poems is 1923. Let me move this. Promises. I don't care if you know. I don't care if you know. I got a hand on, and I don't love you, and you don't love me. Somehow. Randy Rhoads. We got Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Supertramp, Breakfast in America, $29.99. The Beach Boys, 2020, $29.99. These are buy it now or best offer for the first time. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter, $29.99. The Best of the Talking Heads, $29.99. And Nightwish, Century Child. So $29.99 on those. These are all new sealed Japanese CDs. Best offer for the first time. Nightwish, Talking Heads, Cinderella, The Beach Boys, and Supertramp's classic Breakfast in America. All right. What's left on this book cart? I got, let's see here. Get the rest of these off. We got Peter Taylor in the Tennessee Country. The Complete Touch Typewriting Instructor. There we go. This teaches you how to use a typewriter. You need that in everyday life. If not, then you're going to be left behind. $14.99, and you don't want to be left behind in life. While people are over there typing their typewriters, you're going to be like, man, one, I wish I had a typewriter. Two, I wish I had a typewriting instruction manual. Years of War. This thing looks pretty beat, but it looks like it has some age. World War. Wow, that's pretty cool. Can England invade Europe? Was this a magazine during World War? During World War II that was out? It looks like it. It looks old enough to be. The cover is really loose on it. World War. Looks like it's a 10-cent magazine. That one's coverless. Those have got some age on them for sure. The D-Day Invasion, World War II. Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson. Treasure Island. Illustrated Classics, 1911. It's not really illustrated, though. Yeah, well, there is some in there. There are some pictures. Treasure Island. It's in a laminated book jacket. This just almost fell off on me. Uh-oh. What's happened? There we go. Well, almost. Oh, no. I've made a mess here. This is about, I was about to say, that's just about to fall off. Let me fix it like that. Okay. And then D-Day invasion. Scary. Wow, y'all went silent. Y'all went really silent on me. Radio silence. Okay, let's do another handful. Everybody's sleeping. Chad's going through books. This is perfect sleep. The Best of Morrissey, $29.99. Rolling Stones, the Singles Collection, $45. The back case does have a couple cracks. Foreigner, the Definite Collection. Foreigner is $24.99. There's a few of those. Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl. I think we're about to get into our Life of the Showgirl variants. So there's those three. Taylor talking on the phone. I have 3 of those. What edition is Treasure Island? What edition is Treasure Island? Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, illustrated. This is copyright 1911. By Charles Scribner's Sons, printed in the United States of America, all right reserved, etc., etc., etc. Does not mention anything by any kind of edition. Over here is D-Day Invasion. This is sold to Melinda Daring for $14.99. Thank you on that. And then Katie Lied, Cinderella, $20 each. So I had Cinderella and Katie Lied. Cinderella, $29. Cinderella, $25. And then Katie Lied was also $29. I'll do those. Well, that one was $25. I'll do Cinderella for $25. I'll do Katie Lied for $20. So I'll do $20 on Steely Dan if you can do $25 on Cinderella. There's Taylor Swift. And yeah, I think we got a bunch of the Taylor Swift Life of a Showgirls. I need to really put these out in the store. And then here's more Tay-Tay. Life of a Showgirl, Taylor in white dress. Life of a Showgirl, Taylor wrapped up in ropes. Life of a Showgirl, Taylor playing her piano. Speak Now, $29.99. Reputation, Japanese, $29.99. So I had Japanese Reputation, $29.99. Speak Now, $29. And then the different Life of a Showgirl CD covers. There's one, there's the other, there is the third one, and then there's the fourth one. Treasure Island is $14.99. And then there's the other non-Taylor Japanese CDs. We got a pending offer on Katie Lied and Cinderella. Okay, there's the other Japanese non-Taylor stuff. There's those two. And let's finish out this shelf. Oh, there's only one. And then I'm going to get into more stacks over here. So we got House World Hints and Handy Tips, the most comprehensive, best organized, hardest working collection on how-to facts and shortcuts. There's that. That shelf is cleared out. I'm about to take some of these off so I can put more up here. So I've got like a little rolling cart next to me. And there's like 2 more. I'm going to bring it over, read them off. What does it sell? Read them off one more time. Put them on the cart. Then they're going to go up front, get priced, and put out in the shelves. Okay? I'm waiting for Rock Show to say, sure, that's a great deal. Thank you, and I'll take them on those 2 CDs. He said sold. He forgot the D, but we'll go ahead and tag the Steely Dan for $20 and Cinderella for $25. And I'm going to put these back on the cart. But first, let me read the titles in here. And let me move those over there. Okay. And Somebody needs Treasure Island. I mean, that's the third person who's asked about it. I know somebody wants it. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave it out before somebody changes their mind. And we have, let me put these back on the table. So there's the household hints. So Project Hail Mary, Andy Weir, Frank Capra, the name above the title, Eisenhower at War, 1943, 1945, Born Again, and then the ships and cruisers, the battleships and cruisers. There's all those, okay? $14.99. All right, and then we had these kind of rough but cool World War. How about we bundle these together? So we'll say all three of these for $14.99. All three of those for $14.99. Okay. So there's that. Treasure Island. So with the books, I'll read you everything I can in the title page, okay? I'll use your judgment if it's the version you're looking for. So Treasure Island, on the very first page here, it says copyright 1911 by Charles Scribner's Sons, printed in the United States of America. That's as much information as it gives you. That's as much information as it gives you. That's all I can tell you. Now, Victor, if you want it, it's yours. If not, just let me know. Okay. And then the World War I book. And then these here were The Martian, Andy Weir, Prey, Michael Crichton, Stephen King, Just After Sunset, Stephen King, Different Seasons, Stephen Key, Doom McKee. Paula wants Stephen King, Just After Sunset. This is sold to Paula for $14.99. Victor Guerra does get Treasure Island for $14.99. Melinda Daring says she'll take all three of those World War II looking magazines. What have I done with them? Right here, she'll take this bundle for $14.99. It's a cool cover there on the front, at least what's left of it. Yeah, and then, so 2 Stephen King books left. Paula, if you want those last 2 paperbacks, I'll do them for $20, 10 each. Your decision. Put these down here. And then the Swing Eras, which I said were $14.99 or 10 each. The Mickey Mouse, I can't remember. I might have said $14.99. The Steel Rails to Victory, Trains During World War II. Our Glorious Century could be a pretty cool looking book. Reader's Digest, probably a book about a lot of stuff. Yeah, look at that. A lot of cool information in here. Pictures, graphs, information, charts. It goes all the way up. There's Donna Summer and Elton John and Saturday Night Fever. So that's a Reader's Digest kind of book. Perfect, a coffee table book with coffee table legs. There's the 1,000 Poems for Children and Harry S. Truman by Margaret Truman. Done. CDs galore. And I think the only thing left, so we don't really have that many Japanese CDs. This is mostly what's left of all of our Taylor Swift CD collection, which I really just need to put up front in a cabinet because I think people come in the store all the time looking for this kind of stuff. So yeah, Taylor Swift 1989s, those are $24.99. Taylor Swift self-titled Japanese, $29. Taylor Swift Red Japanese, $34. Taylor Swift 1989 Deluxe, $38. Taylor Swift Red Standard, $24. And there's the Tortured Poets Department Anthology CD with calendar, Japanese, $54.99. A lot of Taylor. A lot of Taylor there. All right, so I think there's some books on this bottom shelf. There is. All right, these are also whatever I price them on the fly. The Bible Story, Volume 4, Illustrated, $14.99. The Civil War by Robert Paul Jordan, $14.99. The Great Book of Worldwide Disasters from Ancient Times to Present. Darkest Hours, Worldwide Disasters, $14.99. The American Spirit, $14.99. A Great New Beginning, the 1981 inaugural story. Fighting Jets, and the Luftwaffe. So American planes, I guess, and the German planes. 14, The Epic of Flight, Time Life books. Paula wants the 1,000 Poems for Children, which I think somebody said was 1911. What was the book on this? This was 1923. $14.99 sold to Paula. Couple cool books there. What's underneath it? U-boats. Anthony Preston, U-boats. Interesting. Can I see the Bible stories? You can. U-boats, Luftwaffe, Light and Jets, 81 Inaugural, American Spirit, Darkest Hour, Civil War, and Volume 4, the Bible Story Library. Story of Gideon. Gideon's Bible. Someone else blind band made in Dakota, Berlin. Young boy named Rocky Raccoon. One boy went off with another guy, hit young Rocky in the eye. Rocky didn't like that. She said, I'm going to get that boy. So one day he walked in town, booked his room was on in the local saloon. Rocky Raccoon into his room, only to find Gideon's Bible. He said, Rocky, you've met your match. He said, Doc, it's only a scratch. I'll be better as soon as I am able. Rocky had with a gun to shoot out the legs of his rival. I don't think I'm singing that in order, but okay, we have American Soldier, General Tommy Franks, Commander-in-Chief. Between You and Me, a memoir, Mike Wallace. A Place to Come To, a novel by Robert Penn Warren. The Craft of Power, R.G.H. Sue. Earth Treasures, Where to Collect Minerals, Rocks, and Fossils, the Southeastern Quadrant. Machine Shop Theory and Practice, 2nd edition, Wagner and Arthur. Understanding Chinese Painting. The Course of French History, Pierre Gobert. Money-Making Salesmanship by Michael Gross. The Moneylenders, Bankers, and a World in Turmoil, Anthony Sampson. Said, Rock, you've met your match. He said, Doc, it's only a scratch. I'll be better as soon as I am able. If a gun shoot out the legs of his rival. American Soda. Understanding Chinese Painting. Said, Rock, you've met your match. And Doc, it's only a scratch. Jetstream wants Understanding Chinese Paintings. $14.99, thank you. From Vinland to Mars, 1,000 Years of Exploration by Richard S. Lewis. An Introduction to Physical Science, From Atoms to Galaxies. Electronics for Scientists. Engineering Drawing, Thomas E. French. Popular Science, New Astronomer. Sir Isaac Newton, His Life and Work. Botany, Botany, An Introduction to Plant Sciences. Botany, Zoology. You can read, man, look at all this stuff about plants. Trees, bark, endoplasmic reticulums, the mitochondria, nucleuses. The Craft of Power, $14.99. The Craft of Power. Is that kind of like The Art of the Deal? The Craft of Power. Paula on Newton. Fig Newtons, one of my favorites. Boom, boom, ba, da, 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 da. Einstein's Theory of Relativity by Max Brown. Ideas and Opinions, Albert Einstein. Man, that's pretty cool. Is this written by him? I guess so. I've been trying to get an Einstein autograph. 12. Sell this to Doug Reeder for 12. You got it. Planet Earth, the companion volume to the PBS television series. Ideas That Changed the World, DK book. Oh, this is cool. Cosmos, Carl Sagan. Cosmos. James Burke, The Day the Universe Changed, the companion to the PBS television series. James Burke, The Day the Universe Changed. These are all $14.99. Cosmos, Carl Sagan. Ideas That Changed the World, Planet Earth, and Ideas and Opinions, Albert Einstein. I don't know what this thing Fred had tucked in the front here. What is this he had? Probably just a random bookmark or something. Some kind of magazine page from the 90s. Somebody wrote a few notes. I've been trying to get an Einstein cut autograph. I've been looking at an Edison. I love scientific, historical signatures like that, but Einstein demands a lot more money than Edison. That guy was kind of smart, knew a lot of stuff, just knowledgeable. He's a very knowledgeable guy if you hung out with him. You could find out a lot. You could ask him questions. He probably could give you answers on just about anything. And he wasn't using Wikipedia. Gosh, Fred had books on everything. Can you imagine? I mean, look at Fred's vinyl collection. And then all this other stuff Fred had. He had all these books, just all these records, movie posters. Jetstream gets Cosmos for $14.99. Born in Blood and Fire, A Conscious History of Latin America. A Solution to the Riddle Dyslexia. How to Solve Dyslexia. Zoology. You buy that with your botany book, Zoology. American Heritage, A Guide to America's Greatest Historic Places. Smoky Mountain Folks and Their Lore. The Wagner Companion. Hey, there's a music-related book. The Dust Jacket's Torn. The Blood of Abraham, Jimmy Carter, Insights into the Middle East. Said, Rocky, you've met your match. I'll be better as soon as I am able. Bum, 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 bum. Asked Timothy Leary. He couldn't help me either. That's why they call me the Seeker. I've been searching low and high till the day I die. Botany, zoology. That's on Seinfeld. You know, Cousin Jeffrey, he remained friends with his zoology, his botany, something like that. Special Providence, American Foreign Policy and How It Changed the World. Modern War, the Oxford Illustrated History of Modern War. Bill of Rights, 200 Years, 200 Facts. War by Gwen Dwyer. The Seekers, the story of man's continuing quest to understand his world. Whew, we still don't know. A Clearing in the Distance. Frederick Law Olmsted and America in the 19th Century. A Clearing in the Distance. Dun 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 dun. Till the day I die. Miracle at Philadelphia. Is this like, yeah, I was about to say, it's got to be like Constitution, something, Revolutionary era. The Oxford History of the Classical World. Utopia. The Perfect Society visualized by the world's greatest utopian writers, painters, poets, and architects. British Museum, London. British Museum, London. Great museums of the world. Art. Priceless artifacts. Could be sold to the highest bidder one day. Hopefully not. That'd be a crazy auction. Yeah, the Louvre is going to have a one-day high bid auction on everything. What? The Oxford History of Classical World. It cost $39.95 40 years ago. Golly. It's almost like a textbook. Somebody has little notes in it. Sold to Levi Hilton. All right, $14.99 on that one. Paula wants British Museum. And a look at Miracle. Yeah, Miracle at Philadelphia. It's in a slipcase. Dust jacket's really nice. Catherine Drinker Bowen, Miracle at Philadelphia, 1986. Delegates. Looks pretty cool. May to September, 1787. What is this? Is this an envelope or something in the back? Wow. Enclosed is the Constitution of the United States of America. On a genuine parchment paper that looks over 170 years old. Wow. Look at that. I bet Adam will definitely want this now. So this is a replica of the Constitution. And look at this. It's in an envelope. It's in an envelope that's post-dated from Washington, 1932. National Salvation Army Week, 4th week in May. So this has a copy. Enclosed the Constitution, genuine closed parchment, looks over 170 years old. Post-dated from Washington, D.C., 1932. That was tucked in the back of this book. I bet Adam Bernardi really wants it now. How about Miracle, Einstein, and Bible Stories for $25? So that was this. I had priced at $15. This I had priced for $15. And Bible Stories. And all three of these for $25 sold. Danny, you were second on the Constitution thing. That was part of his book. Well, it's not part of it, but it was in there. Hey, there's no telling what y'all find flipping through. I mean, these have been sitting in Fred's house since the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. I'm the first person who ever took them off the shelves. There's no telling what's tucked in these pages. You could find notes, letters, money, pictures. There's no telling. There's no telling. Zoology book. I will definitely go through zoology. Let's find it. Yeah, I don't mind flipping. Y'all just say, hey, flip through that. I'll tell you what's in it, if it's illustrated, if it looks like a textbook, or, I mean, that's why we're doing this right now. Let me get these off the table. I've got several more stacks to go through, but we're getting near the end. I was going to try to stop tonight at 1, but we're going to be here a little bit longer. Zoology kind of gives textbook vibes right off the bat. A lot of these were sold, owned by a guy named Robert Blair. A lot of them doesn't have Fred's name. A lot of them were owned by a guy named Robert Blair, which I think Fred bought this guy's collection. I think this is the guy that worked at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. So if y'all remember, several months ago, earlier in the year, we were going through this guy's collection. They came from Fred, but this guy worked at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. So you can tell he had a lot of science and science-related books. He was a scientist at Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And I think he lived in Murfreesboro, and Fred went to his estate sale years ago when he died. He might have even been part of the Manhattan Project. That would be a far stretch, but one could hope and dream. Doesn't. No, that Constitution envelope, that was just something stuck in the back of it. No, that definitely didn't go with that. Yeah, this looks almost like a textbook on zoology. It's got a lot of graphs and diagrams. And by the way, one of the first things I always show is when they're printed. This appears to be 1952. A lot of textbook vibes here. A lot of textbook vibes. Most of these I'm marking $14.99 or best offer. Some probably should be more, some should be less, but unless I definitely see one that should be more. Let's grab all these over here. I don't know if anybody's Googled that name, Robert Blair, Oak Ridge, if anything pops up. All right, we got Reader's Digest, Who's Who in the Bible. Reader's Digest, Who's Who in the Bible. The Best of Remnants, Memories That Will Last a Lifetime. Practical Problem Solver, Substitute Shortcuts. How to Do Just About Anything. Wow. Chess, bow ties, backboards, home video, dog training. In the Kitchen with America's Favorite Brand Name, Recipes. Nice. That'll make me hungry as heck reading through that. And 1001 Hints and Tips for Your Garden. Nice, gardening. Maybe one day I'll have enough time to be a gardener. That just always seems so cool. Getting out there planting stuff, flowers, vegetables. Zoology Soda Jetstream for $9. Susie said, yes, boss, I'll take that cookbook for $14.99. So does Susie Breedlove. Somebody surely needs to just how to do about everything. I mean, come on. Look at this. How to make chicken soup. How to clean your pipe. Something about worms. Something about earthquakes. How to start an earthquake. Garden book is already sold. Susie was all over that like stank on a monkey. She was like, I'm in. All right, let's grab this new stack over here. Yes, Paula, I didn't answer Paula's question. Shipping is $8 unlimited. Whoops. Shipping is $8 unlimited. That includes $8 unlimited shipping includes all books and records bought this week. Levi Hilton, How to Do About Anything, sold for $10. Wow. This looks cool. I kind of want to keep this. Let me check that before I price it. I don't mind pricing it, but if not, I'll just keep it. Hold on one second, I'll show it to you. Getting Along in French, Sailing the Wine Dark Sea, Why the Greeks Matter, Following Hadrian, a 2nd century journey through the Roman Empire. We have The Lessons of History by Will and Ariel Durant, Harold Bloom, Genius, a mosaic of 100 exemplary creative minds, geniuses. I did not give them permission to publish a book about me. Oh, the garden book. Yeah, $14.99 on that. $14.99. Oh, you said garden, not cookbook. Sorry. Garden. Claim the Bible bundle. Susie, that was somebody that the Bible bundle, Susie, that was a bundle deal that Adam Bernardi requested. So that's why it was sold to him. The Einstein, the other book, and that was already sold to Adam. Can I get a good look at the money lenders? You can. Robert C. Blair, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, World War II and after, role Lieutenant Colonel of Manhattan, in Manhattan Engineer Division, Army Corps of Engineers, responsible in the Manhattan Project of the World War II. I think that's who owned a lot of these books. And there's a whole stack over here of chemistry books. Those are going to be really interesting. Chad Snyder gets the garden book for $14.99. Okay. There's that. And then money lenders. Yeah, let me figure out what I've done with it now. I feel like I've missed something. Hold on a second. 1 second. Okay, there was, Anything 10, that book, Money Lenders and American Soldier. Okay, let me find those. Let me figure out, make sure I keep these. Sometimes they'll be right in front of me and I'm like, what did I just do with that? It's not here, is it? No, it's not. Okay. Now, what have I done with them? It's right in front of me. Yeah, it's right here. Okay, it's right there. All right, got it. The Money Lenders, Bankers in a World in Turmoil, Anthony Sampson. Robert M. Blair. Is that his? No, this is Robert M. Blair. That's not Robert C. Blair. This stuff belonged to a Robert M. Blair. Robert M. Blair, not a Robert C. That's what that looks like, Adam. The Money Lenders, let me give you the year on that one. 1982. Who's Who in the Bible. Sell this to Doug Reeder for $9. Okay. Now let me look up this book I set aside. It's not really a book, it's a pamphlet. Okay, I'll sell it. I want a little bit more for this to let it go. I'll do this for $19.99. It's a World War II era, which at one time was classified, Russian phrase book. It says restricted. There's one on eBay that sold that had a declassified sticker over the top of it, which looks pretty cool. But it's a Russian, something a soldier or somebody in the military probably would have had during World War II. Ital Palantinsi. Where is the toilet? Gideon Bronwana. Have you a message for me? Paradi la vam shantam Vladiminya. Does that sound right? Here's my address. Vot moy address. Are you familiar with this region? Vina simis mus mesnotst. The U.S. government will pay you. Amarini kan skani pravilistvas melpalativam. This is American money. Itan American sinking dindinji. That'll go on my World War II stash if no one buys it. I got a bunch of World War II stashes. America in Prophecy. Paperback. We'll do that for $9.99. The American West, $9.99. The American West, $9.99. The American West, American West, American West, American West, American West, American West, American West. The Great Marijuana Debate. Shall we legalize and decriminalize marijuana? They've been talking about this for 50 years. Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Tuesday night, 1975. Debate attended by 400. Literally 50 years. Should we let people smoke pot? Nature in America. $14.99. Greece Observed, $14.99. Life's Picture History of World War II. That's a big book. This one probably needs to be $29.99 just because if it's oversized. But it's a World War II Life magazine picture book. All right. So some of these cheaper ones I've went ahead and marked a little. Some of these smaller ones I marked a little cheaper. Danny wants marijuana for. I think I said $9.99 on that one. And then American West. These are like almost like magazine kind of deals. What was Hadrian for 10? Hadrian for 10. What was that? Hadrian. I remember reading that. Was that something you can still see on the table? This one right here. Following Hadrian. Sell that to Levi for $10. Okay? Sell that to Levi for $10. All right. I think they've been having that debate longer than 50 years. Same thing with gambling. You didn't say anything. Okay. Offering 5. I'll say $14.99. Nature America, $10. Sell this to Paula for $10. That's sold to Paula for $10. The Oxford History of Mexico, $14.99. The Oxford History of Mexico, $14.99. Billy Graham, Peace with God, 5-minute stories from the Bible. To the Back of Beyond, Fitzroy McLean. A centenary, remembrance. FDR, $14.99. Got my words mixed up. Could y'all believe that? So this book about FDR, To the Back and Beyond. I'm trying to figure out what this is. Looks like another textbook of some sort. 5-minute stories from the Bible, Peace of God, the Oxford History of Mexico. Looks pretty informationally. All right. Leave those there for a second more while I figure out the next stack over here. Try to go through as many of these as possible so they can officially take them up front after tonight. I dropped a few little tiny ones over here. Let me grab this and this. I bet one of y'all like this book. I can get to it if I grab here. Yep. Let me grab this. That looks cool. That looks cool. That definitely is cool. Those are interesting. And then, wow, that looks cool. And we'll grab this one. Okay. Mexico, $14.99. FDR sold to Debbie for $10. W.H. Koch, A History of Prussia, $14.99. Abe Lincoln's Jokes, Wit and Humor. How cool is that? 1943, $14.99. High School Stunt Show and Carnival. Carnival Capers for Schools, $14.99 each on those. Salute to Courage, The American Revolution as Seen Through Wartime Writings of Officers of the Continental Army and Navy, $14.99. Douglas MacArthur Reminiscences. Douglas MacArthur, $14.99. Noticism, The Path of Inner Knowledge, we'll say $9.99 on that. A Pocket Guide to Greece, we'll say $9.99 on that. American Histories in Schools and Colleges, $14.99. And then Christmas, An American Annual of Christmas Literature and Art. I think this should be, it's kind of oversized. We'll still say $14.99 on that. Ba da 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 da. Abe, $10. Sell this to Debbie for $10. Okay. What's up with these Carnivals books? I'm kind of curious what those look like. Oh, part of the spine just fell off. That's never good. Showing you how to set up stuff at Carnivals. Unfortunately, some of the spine just fell off. Jetstream on the Christmas book for $14.99. And then A and L and M for $15. A, L, and M for $15. Al and M. Gnosticism 5. What did I say on that earlier? 9? 6? I can't remember. Go ahead and sell it to Doug for $5. Gnosticism. How old is Pocket Guide to Greece? For sale, this is a U.S. government Department of the Army. $1953. Inner Self. If that's what Doug just bought, I just sold it to him. Okay. Our finest day, D-Day, June 6, 1944. The American President. That looks pretty cool. That's a really well-made book there. American President, 1499. I'm going to show a few more handfuls over here. The rest I'll try to get to tomorrow. This sounds cool. The Last of the Mohicans by James Fenimore Cooper. The Last of the Mohicans. Pretty rough shape. Another one, Scribner's, kind of like the Treasure Island, 1939. Loose cover. Presidents, 1499. The Prophet, Kahil Gibrian, Gibrian's masterpiece. Prescriptions for the Troubled Heart, Jim Mankin. Whatever parents should know about Christian education, Julius Caesar. That's a local book about Murfreesboro. And then Dioff autobiography, I See My Time Is Up. Do 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 dum ba dum 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 local. All right. Let me see what's here. Golly, we got so much books. Paula gets Julius Caesar. Paula not going to bed yet. So to Paula for $14.99. President's 10. I'm going to counter at $14.99. It's price $14.99. You've offered 10. I'm going to counter at $14.99. The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Wow. $14.99. Ends of the Earth, Roy Chapman Andrews. And then Danny, I never did figure out what L and M and N, A-L and M, N, N, A and L and M. I don't know if I ever figured out what that AL was for. 12. Pass. $14.99. I should have priced it $24.99, then you would have offered 18. Some of these are going home with me if y'all don't buy them. Some of these are going home if y'all don't buy them. So it's kind of like sold or pass. Oh, it's Abe Lincoln. AL is for Abraham Lincoln. Okay. Shakespeare is sold to Paula for $14.99. Soldiers of Fortune, the story of the Mamluks. Tiananmen Diary. Tiananmen Diary. Oh, Tiananmen Square. 13 Days in June. The History of Rome by Michael Grant. And The Age of Rembrandt and Vermeer. Oh, man. I like this stuff. Ooh, wow. Look at that. Wow. Whoa. This, oh, that's Rembrandt himself. These fascinate me. Look at that. How do they do this? Look at that. The lighting. I've always been fascinated by the rooms, and it looks like lighting's coming in through the windows like these. Oh, yeah. The astronomer. No, the geographer. Yeah. This one here, the geographer. Look how the light is coming into the windows and stuff. Absolutely incredible. Where's the astronomer at? That's a Vermeer. Now, how can I obtain some of these paintings? Let's put our minds together and figure out how to obtain some of these. Let's put all of our money together and buy the next one. Look at that one that comes up for auction. Golly. We'll do a Coletco pool fund, and then we'll put it on display here at the store. Wow, look at that one. Okay, he bought this from Barnes & Noble book, yeah, Robert Blair, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I figured Fred bought these at an estate sale. He paid $5.98 for Rembrandt and from Barnes & Noble mail order. Okay, sorry, I got distracted there. Paula has took my Rembrandt book, but that's okay. I bought another one on eBay not too long ago, like a big hardback book. Or did I? No, I guess I didn't, because it never did come in the mail. I need to check on that. All right, that sold to Paula for $14.99. American President is sold to Debbie for $14.99. And then Ends of the Earth painted date. Ends of the Earth, right here. Ends of the Earth by Roy Chapman Andrews. Ends of the Earth by Roy Chapman Andrews on the Trail of Ancient Man, Ends of the Earth. Ends of the Earth, author, Trail, 1929, Knickerbocker Press. Copyright 1929, copyright 1929. Vermeer used a projection device to paint realistically. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's amazing. I've never been like an art guru, but man, I look at those Rembrandts and Vermeers, and I've asked other people. I've even asked my Steve that paints here, you know, he does like comic book stuff. And I'm like, is there anybody like that can paint like that? Like, can somebody sit down in 2025 and do a portrait that looks anything like that? Even given all of our resources, can anybody sit down with their own hand and do something like that? And I don't think they can, or I think people would be doing it that looks anything like that, which that amazes me. It's like it's almost lost. I reckon nobody really can anymore. I think that's why it's, you know, they're painted 500 years ago. They're priceless, but that's also a reason I think people pay millions. And I mean, one of those Rembrandts, like one of those big ones or one of those famous ones at the right auction. I mean, was it $1 billion or 800 million? I mean, it would just be insane because they're all in museums. All right, we got English writers: Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Tennyson. English writers. Interesting one here. I asked AI one time, I was like, I was questioning about replicating paintings, and that's actually what it said. It's like the people who can become skilled, they do it literally to forge and pass off fakes, because they have stuff for years, and it's like, oh, this isn't Rembrandt. This is somebody Rembrandt was training, and those are still valuable, but not actually like if it's done by Rembrandt. It's kind of like there's stuff that Da Vinci did, but there's stuff that looks very similar, but it was like one of his students or whatever, because he was obviously training them. But I think people was like, oh, maybe we can make one to make it look like it was possibly done by Da Vinci and it was discovered, but it will still sell for hundreds of thousands. All right, so here is the history of Rome. The history of Rome. Yeah, very much, man, I wish I had time to figure this out. Rome, Greece, etc., etc. I would love to, I've said before, this part of world history, just all this that was going on, and then it just, collapsed. $14.99 on that one. Adventures in Appreciation. Shakespeare's Treasury of Sports Stories. American Writers. But I think a lot of things is getting the materials they used, the right colors of what they were using back then. I mean, it's not like Rembrandt went down to the paint store. I think they had whatever they were trying to use at the time to make colors, so you'd have to replicate all that. And oh, all right, last two, and then I'm getting into a part over here that I can't even hardly access. I'm starting to knock stuff off. The Arcanum, the Extraordinary True Story. Wow, it even comes with a ticket stub. Glory of the Baroque Dresden, Mississippi Arts Pavilion, downtown Jackson, Mississippi, 2004. Some kind of art display, and this must have been the book. And then we had the Napoleonic Wars, an illustrated history, 1792-1815, hardback, $14.99. Okay. All right, let's pause there. I was going to stop at 1. We've made it to 1:30. Danny, I think, is the only person we didn't do a deal with the marijuana book. And I know Danny wants it. I know Danny needs it. The great marijuana debate. I don't know what happened. We were in the middle of a negotiation and something fell through on Abe Lincoln. That's the only thing I had left over here in pending. All right. I'm ready. My hands are dry as all get out. Laura's got us our Wednesday night pictures. Cool stuff, it looks like. More Iron Maidens, more metal, more everything. Anybody have any requests? I'll give you $5 for the Xerox map. Are you talking about this right here? I think this was a pamphlet that I think they probably gave out at MTSU. I was kind of flipping through it. So this is local to Murfreesboro. And I think this was something they were probably giving out on campus. Probably a lot of early 70s hippies were probably like, man, we need this legalized. Sell this to Danny for $5. I'm going to put it right over here. Wow, 4 big piles of books sold. I'm going to go wash my hands. I'm going to eat my Caesar salad. I'm going to drink another ice cold Diet Coke. I've got some mandarin oranges for dessert. And no, Abe Lincoln is done. No more Abes. Honest Abe. He's part of my presidential wish list of autographs. I've got George Bush. I got George Bush Sr. I just bought an Obama this morning. I got a Trump autograph. I need to go ahead and knock out Carter and Clinton. Those are kind of inexpensive. And I got to get Reagan and then go back from there. But some of them are going to be really tough to get. Of course, like Washington, Lincoln, Jackson, Jefferson, Madison, even like Teddy Roosevelt. I mean, some of those are thousands. But I have started a lifetime journey. I'm going to collect presidential autographs. I've got Trump. I just bought Obama. I've got Bush, Bush Sr., and I'm going to work my way back. It's going to take me literally years. But I've got a head start. I'm going to pick them up whenever I can find deals. I'm going to be very, very patient. And I think in my lifetime, I can obtain all of them. Save up, buy a big one every now and then, like Washington or Lincoln. Jefferson. I also want stuff like Benjamin Franklin and, other Revolutionary War and founding fathers. Hancock. I see John Hancock's pop up quite a bit. He loved to sign his name, and he signed it big just like he did on the Declaration of Independence. Those are like $7,500 though. But man, it's awesome. There's a guy that had one the other day for sale, and it was about this big. It was a full, real John Hancock with the H and everything, that just like it looks like on the Declaration. $7,500. It was posted in a group I'm in, and it sold in about a half hour. When I clicked on it, the post had been live for 2 hours, and the comment was from about an hour and a half before that, and it had sold. Somebody's like, I'll take it. I was like, dang. Crazy stuff to collect. The world of collecting. The world of collecting. All right. I think we're done. Thanks, everybody. Still got, wow, 102 people watching. Man, I don't know if I could get, I bet I couldn't get 50 people to say hi, though. I think we have a lot of people asleep. Hold on, let me refresh this. Do you have a Biden? Oh, I skipped Joe Biden. No, I forgot about Joe Biden. No, I got to get him. I saw an autographed photo the other day. It was him sitting in the war room when, no, what do they call that? The Situation Room, when they killed Osama bin Laden. And I forgot about that. So, yeah, I've got Trump, Obama. I skipped Biden. I forgot about him. And then I got to do, I've got both Bushes. So I'm going to start with that. And then the old ones, I'm going to buy them when I can. Yeah, I need to go ahead and get Obama. Biden, because his is probably relatively inexpensive right now, just because he's recent. Clinton, Carter, Bush, the Bushes, Clinton, Carter, they're the cheapest ones right now, it seems like. Obama was not too expensive. Trump is the most I've paid right now. And then after that, they're going to go exponentially up. Reagan gets into 4 digits again. Everybody back, it gets into the thousands. Let me see, Joe Biden. Just a cut. Joe Biden signed. He did a bunch of signed books. We got 2 people who said hi. Let's see. Yeah, he's like 500. Biden's like 500. It's not too bad right now. It also always depends on what it's signed on. Like a baseball's expensive, though. Yeah. A lot of people collect these signed baseballs. I thought about doing that, but man, that's a... So there's a thing with presidents signing baseballs and people collecting them. Of course, I don't like that because you're not going to be able to collect them all, right? I think the earliest ones goes back to like the 20s. And then you can't get them all. So I thought, well, why do baseballs if you can't, if you can't get them all signed? Plus, like, Biden's is $2,500. That's about right. A Trump signed baseball is like $5,000 or more, probably. Reagan is way up there. I've looked at some of them before. They get really expensive. There's a more affordable Biden. Is it signed, though? Is it authentic? Okay, $1,500. That's much better. Hunter Biden, $3,000. Golly. Let's see. Let's look up Richard Nixon. That's a good one. Richard Nixon signed baseball. You can get one right now, JSA'd for $1,800. That's not too bad. You think his might be just because he's been dead for so long. Have any sold, though? None is sold. Nope, $750. So realistically, they're trading for $750. Signed Nixon, $750. There's another one that's sold for $800. So Nixon realistically is $758. Ronald Reagan signed baseball. There's probably some you can't even buy right now. I mean, if you had an unlimited gift card or if money wasn't an option, you could get on eBay tonight and knock out a bunch of them. You could knock out a bunch of them tonight. Ronald Reagan, 14, but that's not, yeah, that doesn't have a good, COA with it. I thought y'all could see my phone, but you couldn't. Let me go over here. Yeah, Reagan doesn't have a good COA. Let's see. We need John F. Kennedy. I doubt there's one of those available. If you had, like I said, if you had a lot of cash, you could get on here tonight and knock out a bunch of them. No, none sold. Let's see here. Yep. Kennedy. Let's see. What's a real price? Robert F. Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, and Jackie. Okay. There's one that's about faded. I mean, that's all that's left of it. There's Jackie's and there's his. That's all that's left of it, though. It's almost gone. That one's $65,000. And then the 2 good ones on here are $250,000. It's PSA. It's good. Yeah. $250,000 for JFK. I don't know what they actually sell for. Those are crazy eBay asking prices. But if that could be accurate, I don't know. I was thinking it would be 6 figures. You know who collected signed American president baseballs? Geddy Lee. That's also what got me interested. Geddy Lee had, I think, every president through Trump before he sold his collection. I mean, he had some tough to get ones like Teddy Roosevelt or, any of them. I can't remember the first. I don't know if it goes back that early. That might be too early. The first pitch by the first president to do that was Who was it? Trivia. Somebody Google it. That whoever it is, it was but there was some presidents they have found signed baseballs, but they didn't do the first pitch thing. There may be a Teddy Roosevelt signed baseball. It could be a thing. I know there's not one on eBay, though. There's no way. That's like a once every 10 years it comes up for sale. I think that's too early to have a signed baseball by him. I mean, we're talking about a game that's been around, though, since, I mean, pre-1850s, but William Howard Taft, yeah. So there's a Teddy Roosevelt. I know this company. They do a really good job. So you can buy Theodore Roosevelt right now. Not bad. $1,500. That's just a cut. That's PSA. That's good as gold. There's nothing remotely close to a baseball, though. Geddy Lee tells in that interview the earliest one he has. It might have been Taft. Because, see, that started a tradition of presidents throwing the first pitch. And then so historically they just have signed baseballs. It's an American pastime. They've signed baseballs and, you know, that's just what they've done. Collectors that get a chance to get in front of a president, please sign the baseball. So, I was going to look at Albert Einstein. Yeah, I think he's a lot more than Edison. Yeah. Okay, well, this is what I do after the sales when I'm eating. I'll get on here and look at stuff that I'll never be able to buy, or I have trouble pulling the trigger. I'll pick out maybe one thing every now and then. I'm like, it's just hard to, I don't know about y'all. I buy the heck out of stuff, but some stuff I'll think about it for months. If it's something expensive, I'll be like, do I really want to buy it? What if something else comes up? All right. I'm ending the feed. Time to eat and get ready for tomorrow. Thank y'all as always. Taft threw it out from the first row, not the mound, 1910. Okay. So, and then Teddy Roosevelt, let me make sure I got this right before I end this feed. So I don't, Teddy Roosevelt was in office after Taft, right? He was 19, no. Let's see, list of presidents. I should know this really well. So it was Taft. It's before. Yeah, it's before. Yeah, I knew it was right in there somewhere. So I think there is a Teddy Roosevelt signed baseball in existence. Anything before him would be abnormally rare. If you found a McKinley, a Cleveland, a Harrison, especially, or anything back further, those would be abnormally rare. So Roosevelt is out there. I think there's one that exists, and Geddy Lee might have had it. And then everybody else they're out there. They're expensive though. But I mean, like I said, heck, even Trumps and these guys are expensive. I mean, these are thousands of dollars, serious. But you're talking about really rare, if not known exist. I mean, what is the chance somebody walked up to Grover Cleveland and asked him to sign a baseball? You're talking about the tobacco era there, 1885. That's really early baseball there. What's the chance that somebody walked up to President Grover Cleveland, whether he was in office or out of office, and said, will you sign this? I mean, back then he's probably like, do what? Get out of here, kid. I mean, even somebody like Teddy Roosevelt, I'd be like, imagine who walked up to him and said, will you sign this? That probably had to have been a weird, now people just, it's nothing, but for back then, I mean, yeah, how bizarre for a president like that from that era to sign a baseball. So obviously that drives people crazy because they're like, where are they? Is there one sitting in somebody's attic in New Hampshire that's their great-great-grandfather got signed and no one knows about it, and it's a artifact. So I'll probably do some books tomorrow. Yeah, I'll probably do some books tomorrow. Okay, I'm really ending the feed this time. Thank y'all, and I'm